Chapter 803. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others, who had changed their appearances, to the entrance office of the academy. The sun was gradually rising, and more people came from Jianghu and the surrounding counties to sign up. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had already expected today's events, so he went to Taiji Palace early to report to Pai Lupi. After getting Pai Lupi's permission, he asked Cheng Yao Jin, the old rogue, to mobilize hundreds of imperial guards of golden guards to maintain order. In addition, in order to flatter Li Wangyu, the county government of Hu County sent almost all the local government servants to help. So, although there were many people present, it was still orderly. Yang Quan, the former county magistrate of Hu County, was now promoted under the operation of his teacher, Yu Shinan. He entered the censorate and became the deputy of Wei Zheng, the sheep-nosed duke, as well as a fifth-rank censorate deputy. He could be said to have a prosperous career. Under the deterrence of the imperial guards of Golden Guards, the officials and nobles also knew that the sage was behind the academy of the Tang dynasty, so no one dared to act rashly. They all lined up according to the requirements of the academy. Because the academy had no shortage of teaching assistants, every 4 teaching assistants were in charge of a line. There were 10 lines in front of the academy for registration, so although there were many people present, the speed was not too slow. Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs all ran to the side to watch in high spirits, wanting to see what was going on. They saw that on the tables in charge of enrollment, in addition to paper, ink brushes, and ink stones, there were a few strange things. The children who came to sign up, after registering their names and asking a few simple questions, were led to the side by the teaching assistants to play with the toys. This scene naturally confused Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs. Zio, what are those things made of wood? Why do they look like naughty toys to me? Pai Lupi asked in confusion. Uncle, you have good eyesight. Those are good toys. Li Wangyu nodded and smiled. Pai Lupi and the other big shots looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Shouldn't new students be tested on their literacy and how many books they could memorize? What's the meaning of playing with toys? Pai Lupi frowned slightly. Before he could ask, he heard a commotion at the registration counter. A man dressed like a gentleman angrily pointed at several teaching assistants of the academy and cursed at them. You've gone too far. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave. Why is it that my son can write, calculate, and recite scriptures, but you say that he is not qualified? On the other hand, this Tian Shilang kid, other than writing his own name, his handwriting is no different from a dog's. Yet, you say that he passed the preliminary test? As the gentleman spoke, he shouted at the crowd who were queuing up to register, "Everyone, please be the judge. Are these teaching assistants of the academy unreasonable? Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? Or is there something fishy going on? Or are they cheating for personal gain?" Hearing what he said, many people in the queue began to talk about it. They all thought that this man was right. No matter how they looked at it, this gentleman's son was more qualified to pass the preliminary test. When Li Er and the others saw this, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look. When they heard what that person was shouting about, they all turned their heads to look at Li Wangyu, wanting to see how he would explain. Pai Lupi was even more dissatisfied. This was the academy of the Tang dynasty. As the emperor, he was also the dean of the academy. If Li Wangyu made trouble like this, wouldn't it ruin his reputation as a sage? Li Wangyu was not nervous at all. He spread out his hands and shrugged. "Uncle, everyone, don't think that the teaching assistants of the academy are covering up for someone. These rules were set by me. They are just following the rules." "Oh? Then why don't you tell us, what's the reason for this? Why aren't the children who can write, calculate, and recite scriptures and ancient books qualified?" Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to explain. He just asked Miao Wu to find a few sets of the wooden toys that Pai Lupi and the others saw before. "Uncle, everyone, these are new toys that I made. They are Tangram and Huarong Dao. They are very simple to play. Why don't Uncle and everyone try it?" Li Wangyu had a mischievous look on his face. He distributed the toys in his hands to Pai Lupi and the others, and then briefly explained how to play them. The Tangram and Huarong Dao were traditional Chinese intellectual toys. It was just that they had not appeared in the Tang dynasty, so Li Wangyu shamelessly took the invention rights for himself. The Tangram, also known as the Qiqiao, or the Wisdom Board, evolved from the banquet tables of the Song dynasty. It was originally an indoor game for scholars, and later evolved into a puzzle board toy. At the beginning of the 19th century, the Tangram spread to the west and was called the Eastern Magic Board. Even though it was just a toy, it wasn't easy to restore the Tangram into a complete square. At the very least, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss spent more than 10 minutes before they were able to restore one of the Tangrams. This made the two self-proclaimed traversing elites very tacitly agree not to mention this matter again. As for Huarong Dao, it was even more changeable and never tired of playing it. By moving the pieces, it helped Cao Cao move from the initial position to the bottom of the chessboard and escape from the exit. However, it was not so easy. Li Wangyu had already copied the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so Pai Lupi and the others were clear about the background of the Huarong Dao game. Pai Lupi and the group of bosses did not care about the two toys that Li Wangyu took out at first. They thought that it was just to fool the children. However, when they began to try to solve the problem and restore the Tangram to release Cao Cao, they suddenly realized that the two toys in their hands were far from as simple as they thought. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other bosses were known for their wisdom. In the past, no matter how complicated the official business was, they were still skillful. However, Li Wangyu clearly noticed that these bosses were playing with the toys until the sweat on their foreheads was about to fall. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, not to mention solving the more complicated Huarong Dao, no one could restore the Tangram. Pai Lupi and the others felt that they had seen a ghost. Everyone was very sure that the 7 wooden boards in the Tangram were all poured out by Li Wangyu from the square base, but at this time, they wanted to restore it, but they could not succeed no matter what. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. This was the simplest way to play, and it had already stumped Li Er and the others. It seemed that the famous Du Duan in history might not be the kind of person who was quick-witted. Pai Lupi angrily threw the Tangram in his hand to the ground and glared at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you bastard, what trick are you playing for me again? These 7 boards can't be put back into the square base." Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He only asked Niao Wu to make another trip, but he brought back a poor boy who was dressed simply and looked like a farmer. "Uncle, this child is the one that the gentleman mentioned before, the one that the assistant lecturer of the academy cheated for personal gain. Why don't we let him try? Let's see if my nephew is up to any tricks." Pai Lupi and the others heard this and were stunned. They all looked up at the farmer child. Chapter 804. Being stared at by a group of weird uncles, the naive peasant boy was so scared that he almost cried out loud. Li Wangyu quickly comforted him. "Xiao Lang, don't be afraid. Come, let these uncles play with the Tangram and see if you can restore it." The child carefully raised his eyes to look at Pai Lupi and the others. He felt that the way these strange uncles looked at him was too scary. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, he picked up the wooden pieces of the Tangram and deftly placed them back into the wooden base. The entire process took less than a minute. When this scene fell into the eyes of Li Er and the others, all the big shots' faces darkened. Especially Pai Lupi. His face, which was originally made black by the servant girls, became even redder. It was very interesting. Pai Lupi reached out and took the Tangram that the child had restored. After carefully examining it for a while, he finally confirmed that there was no mechanism in it. It was just the wooden pieces that he couldn't place in it. Li Wangyu indicated for Niao Wu to send the child back. Then, he smiled and explained to Pai Lupi and the other elders, "Uncle, everyone, from what I see, it doesn't matter if these children can read or memorize the classics before they enter the academy." "Oh? Why does Ziyu say that?" Pai Lupi didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. From everyone's point of view, if they could write and draw before entering the academy, wouldn't it be a good thing? Why did Li Wangyu not care about it? Li Wangyu smiled, "Uncle, everyone, I think that as long as they aren't stupid, learning how to read and write before entering the academy isn't a problem. It can only be said that some people start early and some people start later. Pai Lupi pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Ziyu's words are reasonable. Then why did you make these toys? To test their intelligence. Li Wangyu answered as if it was a matter of course. Test their intelligence? What is intelligence? Zhang Sun Wuji and the other elders looked at each other. They didn't understand Li Wangyu's words. It's a test to see if they are smart or not. Uncle, everyone, and little nephew set the preliminary test. It requires the children to restore the tangram or save Chow Chow from Huarong path within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Only then can they pass the preliminary test. The reason why the child could pass was because he was able to restore the tangram during the test. That was why he could pass the test. As for that aristocrat who was making a ruckus, his son obviously didn't do it, and that's why he was eliminated. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi again and said seriously, Uncle, the number of students that this academy can recruit is limited. Naturally, we have to choose the smart ones. Who said that there is no discrimination in education? However, I think that the limited entrance qualifications should be given to the smarter children. What do you think? Pai Lupi and the others also understood that the toys in their hands looked simple, but were actually not easy. If they wanted to complete it, those who weren't smart would definitely not be able to do it. From this, it could be seen that although the aristocrat's son could write and draw, he might not be smart. As for the farmer's son, although he didn't study and couldn't write, he was much smarter than the aristocrat's son. If such people went to school, they would naturally get twice the result with half the effort. Pai Lupi finally understood his nephew's thoughts and nodded in agreement. That's right, Ziyu's words are reasonable. That's how it should be. My academy of the Tang dynasty naturally needs to recruit smart people. His words made Li Wangyu twitch his mouth. Damn, how did it become your academy? But who asked you to be the boss? I won't fight with you. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others also understood Li Wangyu's meaning. However, when they lowered their heads to look at the toys in their hands, their faces that had just returned to normal darkened again. Damn, this group of big shots just now, including Pai Lupi, none of them could solve the problem within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. If that was the case, could it be that they couldn't even compare to the child? How could Zhang Sun Wuji and the others endure this? Pai Lupi and the others finally understood that it wasn't the teaching assistant of the academy who was playing favoritism. As for Li Wangyu's testing method, they also felt that it was very reasonable. However, at this moment, the aristocrat in front of the academy's entrance was still making a ruckus, causing the order of the scene to become a little chaotic. Seeing this situation, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He was naturally unhappy. Li Wangyu hurriedly let Lu Rengui and Sheng Guanyi, who were following behind him, handle it so that it wouldn't affect today's enrollment. This kind of small matter was naturally easy for Lu Rengui and Sheng Guanyi to handle. Without much effort, the two of them explained the reason for the situation in today's entrance test to the crowd. After hearing the two's explanation, the crowd waiting in line finally quieted down. The aristocrat was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He pulled his son and hurriedly bowed and apologized to the crowd. Then, he hurriedly left, so that he wouldn't continue to stay here and embarrass himself. Many officials and businessmen in the registration line couldn't help but start to worry. Originally, they had the same thoughts as the aristocrat. Their sons or grandsons had already been educated, so reading and writing wasn't a difficult thing for them. In these people's minds, it was a piece of cake for their children to enter the academy. Many people even looked at the farmers who came to register with disdain. However, they didn't expect that the entrance test of the academy of the Tang dynasty would be so novel. It made them uneasy. Pai Lupi thought about Li Wangyu's words just now and continued to ask, Zio, you just said that it was a preliminary test. Are those children not enough to enter the academy after passing this test? In Li Er's opinion, a child who was able to solve the Tangram and Huarong Dao within the time it took for an incense stick to burn was already considered to be extremely intelligent, but he did not expect that his nephew was still not satisfied and actually still wanted to test. Li Wangyu nodded. Yes, this is only the preliminary test. The children who pass will have another test. Uncle, would you like to take a look? Pai Lupi and the others were naturally interested. They repeatedly urged Li Wangyu to lead the way. They wanted to see what was going on. Li Wangyu didn't refuse. He led the crowd to a room in the academy and motioned them not to make any noise so as not to disturb the children who were taking the test inside. Pai Lupi and the others nodded. The group of bigwigs tiptoed to the front of the room like thieves and secretly peeked inside. With this look, everyone was even more confused. There was only one child sitting in the room. No teaching assistant of the academy appeared. In front of the child was a table with a small plate on it. On the plate was a piece of candy with an attractive color. Chapter 805. The strange scene in the room made Pai Lupi very puzzled. He lowered his voice and asked, "Zio, is this the second test that you came up with?" "That's right. Uncle, don't be impatient. We will know the results of this test very soon." Li Wangyu did not explain and continued to keep him in suspense. Pai Lupi and the other big shots looked at each other. They were all confused, but they could only continue to observe patiently. The child in the room stared at the candy on the table without blinking. It was obvious that he wanted to eat it. However, the child seemed to have some scruples. He held back and picked up the candy in front of him several times, looked at it, and then put it down. However, the child could not resist the temptation of the candy. After he picked it up and licked it, he could not hold back anymore and started to eat the candy happily. Li Wangyu saw this and could not help but shake his head. He said to Pai Lupi and the others, "What a pity." The child persisted for half the time but still failed in the end. He did not pass the second test. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Zio, explain to me clearly. Why did this child fail? But after eating that piece of candy, you did not allow him to enter the academy to study? What kind of logic is this?" Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots all nodded. They obviously agreed with Pai Lupi's words. They also could not understand the scene in front of them. Li Wangyu smiled. "Uncle, everyone, don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly. These children are naturally very intelligent. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass the first test." Pai Lupi nodded. He naturally agreed with this point. Pai Lupi could not help but sigh when he thought about how he, an emperor, was instantly defeated by a child and playing with toys. He thought to himself, what kind of monsters did Li Wangyu select? Pai Lupi was already very satisfied that the academy of the Tang dynasty could recruit these intelligent children. He even began to imagine that 10 years later, when this group of intelligent children left the academy to participate in the spring imperial examination, would they shock the entire court? However, in Pai Lupi's eyes, this extremely intelligent child was actually eliminated by Li Wangyu in such a ridiculous way and was not allowed to enter the academy to study. This made Pai Lupi a little angry. Since Ziyu is also aware of this point, why did you say that this child is unqualified? Tell me clearly." Li Wangyu smiled and rubbed his nose. "Uncle, the reason is actually very simple. This kind of child lacks perseverance and will not be able to achieve great things. Does Uncle know that Kuang Heng chiseled the wall to steal the light, Sun Jing hung the beam to pierce the stalk, and Zhu Ti danced when he heard the rooster? Without perseverance, it would be difficult to achieve anything just by relying on intelligence. That's why I've designed the second round tests questions to pick out those children with perseverance." Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this. He carefully pondered over Li Wangyu's words and had to admit that what he said made a lot of sense. Whether it was chiseling the wall to steal light, hanging the beam to pierce the buttocks, or dancing at the sound of the rooster, all of these examples showed the necessity of studying hard. He just didn't understand how to tell whether a child had perseverance or not by letting them sit indoors with a piece of candy in front of them. Li Wangyu saw that everyone was puzzled and continued to explain. "Uncle, everyone, before this test began, the academy's teaching assistant told these children that the candy in front of them could be eaten. However, if they didn't eat it before the teaching assistant returned, they would be rewarded with an extra piece of candy." "And then?" Pai Lupi still didn't understand. Li Wangyu shrugged. Naturally, when the teaching assistant returned, the children who didn't eat the candy would be qualified. Those who ate it would be unqualified. What kind of logic is this? Li Wangyu scratched his head and didn't know how to explain it. The tests he did were actually from later generations. In the 1960s, a professor in the United States designed this experiment. The experiment of eating the candy after the test was one of the simplest and most successful experiments in the world. Through observation, the professor found that 1/3 of the children immediately ate the candy after he left, 1/3 persisted halfway and couldn't bear it anymore and gave up waiting, only 1/3 persisted until the end and received a reward. The professor had been tracking these children and found out that 14 years later, these children graduated from high school and entered universities or started to work. The professor continued to conduct further research on these children and found that the children who ate the candy immediately tended to lack self-confidence and didn't get along well with their peers. The children who ate the candy after receiving the reward had excellent communication skills, were opinionated, and outstanding. Even the test scores of the children who waited were much higher than those who didn't wait. Li Wangyu's Tang Dynasty Academy wanted to select the elites to enter. Naturally, he wanted to select the children who were willing to wait and had self-control. However, Li Wangyu couldn't explain these things to Pai Lupi and the other big shots. Faced with Pai Lupi's question, he could only give a vague answer. The children who ate the candy after the test had more self-control and would be able to study harder. That's why I made this choice. His explanation naturally didn't satisfy Pai Lupi and the others. Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Zio, this method of yours seems to be a little whimsical. How can you be sure that the children who ate the candy after the test are people with perseverance? The logic is simple. The temptation of the candy to the children is no less than the temptation of high positions and high salaries to adults. If these children know how to give and take at such a young age, wouldn't they be able to control themselves better when they grow up?" Pai Lupi frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he nodded slowly. Zio's words make sense. Seeing that Pai Lupi had spoken, the others didn't say anything else. They just continued to watch the entrance test of the academy. Li Wangyu had advertised in the international newspaper in advance for the enrollment of the academy today. Therefore, not only was there a sensation in Chang and city, but there was also an endless stream of people coming to sign up for the academy today. However, the number of people coming to sign up didn't decrease. Instead, it was increasing. In just half a day, the teaching assistants of the academy had tested close to 5,000 to 6,000 children. However, the number of people who passed the two tests was only a little more than 100. Even Pai Lupi and the others were shocked by such an exaggerated enrollment ratio. "Zio, how can I enter the academy to study? In my opinion, it's even harder than the spring imperial examination." Kong Yingda, the chancellor of the Imperial College, was also shocked by the enrollment situation of the academy. Li Wangyu spread out his hands. The academy can only enroll about 500 children. It can't be helped." Although he said so, his arrogance made Kong Yingda, the old man, want to beat him up. Kong Yingda was also secretly shocked when he saw the enrollment of the academy. If the group of children recruited by Li Wangyu participated in the spring imperial examination in 10 years, the students of the Imperial College would have nothing to do with it. However, Kong Yingda was open-minded. Thinking that it would happen 10 years later, he didn't worry anymore. Anyway, the chancellor of the Imperial College would definitely not be his. It was not his turn to worry about this kind of thing. Anyway, out of sight, out of mind. The old man was open-minded. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, the world-famous Academy of the Tang Dynasty opened the curtain to the stage of the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 806. Tang Dynasty, Zhengguan 4th year, early summer. On the official road from Chang until Luoyang, a group of carriages was slowly moving forward under the setting sun. The sunlight cast long shadows behind them. "Husband, it's getting late. Why don't we rest at the relay station ahead tonight?" A one-eyed brawny man rode his horse to the side of a luxuriously decorated four-wheeled carriage in the middle of the procession, and inquired. "Sure, you can arrange it." A young man's lazy voice came from the carriage. It was Li Wangyu's voice. As for the one-eyed man, he was naturally Niu Wu. After receiving the order, several horses immediately ran out from the group and headed to the relay station ahead. An hour later, the group of carriages arrived at the relay station. The relay station's messenger was already respectfully waiting in front of the relay station with a large group of postilions. This lowly one greets Ho. Oh, no, this lowly one greets County Magistrately. When the messenger saw the group of carriages arrive, he quickly bowed to the carriages in the group. All right, there's no need to be so polite. This official is going to take up a post in Huayin County and will be staying at your relay station for the night. Niu Wu, give this messenger the official document from the Ministry of Personnel. Li Wangyou's voice came from the carriage. The messenger was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt down. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. This lowly one doesn't dare. County Magistrately, this lowly one has already ordered people to clean the room and prepare food. This relay station is crude and simple, so I hope County Magistrately won't mind." Li Wangyou's lazy voice came from the carriage again. "There's no need, I'll be resting in the carriage tonight. There's no need to prepare food, we'll bring our own. We'll just borrow the inn's kitchen. As for the accommodation, we'll just stay in the carriage. There's no need to trouble you." Yes, yes. The messenger didn't dare to ask any more questions. He quickly called for the postilions to help lead Li Wangyou's group to the open space where the carriages were parked. The Li family's troops dismounted from their horses. Many maidservants also came out from the accompanying four-wheeled carriages and began to prepare water for cooking. The messenger hurriedly called for the posthouse men to prepare the provisions to feed the horses. He was very busy with his work. The postilions at the posthouse did not understand why their posthouse ambassador would be so respectful to a county magistrate. They also did not understand why a ninth-grade county magistrate who was about to take office would be so arrogant. The accompanying troops, maidservants, and several carriages that were specially used to carry luggage were almost as numerous as the nobles. Some of the posthouse runners who were close to the posthouse runners secretly asked the posthouse runners about the situation. "Boss, who is this magistrately? Was he that arrogant? Isn't he just a ninth-grade official?" The messenger was so frightened by his words that he quickly covered the courier's mouth with his hand. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before he glared at the messenger and scolded in a low voice. "What do you know? Do you know who this person is? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. This is the county marquis who founded the dynasty." "County marquis? Boss, you're not talking nonsense, right? Didn't you just call him a county magistrate? Isn't he going to take office in Huayin County?" The courier thought that there was something wrong with his ears. The messenger knocked the courier's head with a chestnut and said, "Idiot, did you forget about the incident that happened in Jianghu City?" After being scolded by the messenger, the courier came back to his senses. He could not help but open his mouth wide and could not speak clearly. This is the county marquis? The imperial tutor of the crown prince? Then why did you call him magistrately? Isn't that disrespectful?" The messenger glared at him and said, "What do you know? This is something that the Marquis of Huxian's troops specially ordered when they came to inform us that we are not allowed to call this person by his title. We are only allowed to call him by his official position. TSK, what's wrong with him?" The courier shook his head with a puzzled expression. "Lower your voice, Tian Shaolang, what are you saying? Do you want to die?" Yes, hee. "Boss, you don't have to be so nervous. The nobles don't care about lowly people like us. TSK, boss, look at this marquis. He's really impressive. He actually brought such a large group of maidservants with him when he went out. He even brought along his own cooking maids and ingredients. He really is a noble. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you know who the Marquis of Huxian is? He's the famous god of wealth in Jianghu City. In the entire Tang dynasty, the only person richer than this noble is the emperor." While the messenger and courier were whispering, Afro was massaging Li Wangyou's shoulders in the carriage. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Lang Jun, why do you insist on others calling you by your official position? Is the 9th rank county magistrate very nice? What's wrong with calling me by my official position? Since someone wants to force me to be a 9th rank county magistrate, then so be it. It's not like I'll lose face. Li Wangyu looked a little annoyed when he mentioned this. Perrin covered her mouth and chuckled. Lang Jun, you're the one at a disadvantage if you compete with the emperor. The Perrin of today was no longer the little girl Li Wangyu saw when he first opened his eyes when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. 2 years had passed and Perrin was now 15 years old. She was even more beautiful. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. What's there to be at a disadvantage about? What do you know? Don't you know that being at a disadvantage is a blessing? Don't be fooled by someone who wants to force me out of Chang and become a county magistrate in Huayin County just to make me compromise. I don't care at all. A county magistrate is a county magistrate. I feel more at ease outside of Chang'an. Perrin squatted beside Li Wangyu and massaged his feet. She said coquettishly, Lang Jun, why don't you listen to the emperor and marry Changle? Won't everyone be happy? Sister Changqing said that she doesn't mind. Li Wangyu reached out and pinched Perrin's face. Cut the crap. Do you think I'll do that? How old is Changle? She's only 11 years old. Do you think I'm crazy to marry such a lowly? What's more, Changle is my disciple. If she listens to someone, won't she be messing up her moral code? What a scandal. It was very obvious that the someone Li Wangyu was referring to was the current emperor of the Tang dynasty, the wise and brilliant Pai Lupi. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Aphrodite and Perrin naturally did not say anything more. They only covered their mouths and snickered. Li Wangyu glared at them, but was disinclined to pay them any attention. Closing his eyes, he pondered his own matters. The reason why he had appeared at this relay station was naturally because he had been driven out of Chang, and by Pai Lupi, who had arranged for him to immediately depart for Huayin County and assume the position of county magistrate of the lower 9th rank. As for the main reason for this conflict, it was because of what Perrin had said. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsan had actually lost their minds and suddenly wanted to betroth Princess Changle to him. Li Wangyu would naturally rather die than comply. After arguing with Pai Lupi, he was driven out of Chang, and by the angered Pai Lupi. Chapter 807. In the second half of the 3rd year of Zhongguan, many things happened in Chang'an. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the Academy of the Tang dynasty. The Academy's recruitment in August caused a sensation in Chang'an. Everyone rushed to the Academy. Those families who were successfully accepted by the Academy immediately celebrated with a feast, as if their children had entered a famous university in the future. This caused the surrounding neighbors to be extremely envious. In those few days, all the shops in Chang and that sold exploding rods were sold out. The crackling sounds of exploding rods could be heard everywhere. It was very lively. The appearance of the Academy of the Tang dynasty attracted everyone's attention. It also made people admire County Count Li Wangyu even more. As for those aristocratic families, their intestines were now green with regret. Especially the Wang clan of Taiyuan, who was even more regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have merged with them. These aristocratic families were more and more afraid of Li Wangyu's influence. They restrained their children from provoking County Count Hu. As for the monk Faya of the Mercy Temple, he had also failed. This stupid monk was the same as in history. Due to his jealousy and hatred of Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, he began to spread rumors and claimed to be the reincarnation of Buddha. Because of Li Yuan's secret support, Faya became more and more arrogant. Naturally, he quickly angered Pai Lupi, who ordered the Ministry of Justice to arrest him. As expected, Faya was cut in half at the waist on the streets of Shi City. Pei Ji also resigned and was chased back to his hometown by Pai Lupi. Different from history, because of the conflict between Faya and Li Wangyu, many officials and nobles in Chang and did not think that Faya's death had anything to do with Li Yuan. Instead, they thought that Pai Lupi, the emperor, was venting anger for Li Wangyu. This misunderstanding made Li Wangyu even more famous. Everyone respected him and did not dare to offend him. When Li Wangyu heard about this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could this be considered as a fox exploiting the tiger's might? However, he was too lazy to explain such things. If the world wanted to misunderstand, then let them misunderstand. There was no harm in it anyway. Li Wangyu lived a comfortable life for half a year. During this period, he only went to Chang'an City to participate in the national games of the Tang dynasty. Originally, in the minds of Pai Lupi and the other court officials, there was no such thing as an opening ceremony. However, how could Li Wangyu let go of such a fun opportunity? Together with Qing Chumo and the others, he asked Pai Lupi to take over the opening ceremony. Therefore, this fellow directly plagiarized the opening ceremony of the Wuxia Olympic Games in the future. Of course, the sound, light, and other performances were naturally absent. The performance of thousands of drummers in unison also shocked Pai Lupi, the officials of the imperial court, and the envoys of the vassal states. However, the most shocking thing was the military parade that Li Wangyu came up with. Anyway, the purpose of Pai Lupi agreeing to hold this sports event was not to strengthen the body, but to awe the world and spread the name of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li Wangyu simply asked the old rogue Cheng Yaojin and other generals to come up with a military parade with them. When tens of thousands of imperial guards, fully armed in bright armor, lined up in a square formation and marched through the auditorium in uniform steps, the whole Dazhao baseball stadium immediately exploded. Including Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Li Jing, these big shots, who had never seen such a military parade, all waved their fists excitedly and shouted crazily. More than 100,000 spectators at the scene were also crazy and could not control themselves. As for the envoys of the vassal states, they were so shocked that their faces turned pale and they were dumbfounded. Such a majestic army immediately made the envoys of the vassal states feel that the Tang dynasty was invincible in their hearts. In fact, since ancient times, Wuxia also had a military parade. It was held during major festivals, welcoming and sending off state guests and troops, triumphant returns, reviewing, awarding flags, awarding awards, and large-scale military exercises. It was said in the Zhuozhuan, the major events of the country are in worship and war. Worship could be regarded as a military parade. The earliest military parade recorded in history was from the Zhou dynasty. 800 dukes met in the Alliance Valley to review the troops and hold an alliance meeting. However, how could the military parade in ancient Wuxia compare to the one in modern times? Li Wangyu was also a military fan. He had participated in the military training in school and watched the military parade live on TV several times. Therefore, he was the person who knew the most about military parades in the world. After a lot of trouble, tens of thousands of imperial guards were trained, and they marched in a proper manner. Although they could not be compared to the clone army of Wuxia in modern times, in the eyes of the Tang people, this military style was already a mighty army that could not be matched. After the national games of the Tang dynasty smoothly ended, Pai Lupi did not care about Li Wangyu's young age and directly issued an imperial edict, promoting him to the position of Marquis of the founding county and giving him a salary of 400 households. This matter once again shocked the entire court, but no one dared to gossip about it. After all, although Li Wangyu had not yet become an official, his influence was increasing day by day. Most of the big shots in the imperial court were close to him. Under such circumstances, who would be so stupid as to criticize Li Wangyu in front of Pai Lupi and say that he was too young? After waiting for 4 years for Li Wangyu to reach the age of 18 and mourning for his father, Pai Lupi personally performed the coronation ceremony for him. Originally, Li Wangyu's days were very comfortable. However, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun seemed to see that Li Wangyu was too idle and insisted on finding something for him to do. No one knew what these two were thinking. They actually wanted to recruit Li Wangyu as their son-in-law and marry Princess Changle to him. After learning about this, Li Wangyu was immediately shocked. They wanted him to marry an 11-year-old girl? Were they crazy? Moreover, he and Pai Lupi were uncle and nephew. He and Li Lizzie were also relatives. Not to mention, Li Lizzie had kowtowed to him. Under such circumstances, Li Wangyu was unwilling to agree to such a ridiculous thing. Moreover, he had a beautiful superior. It was even more impossible for him to marry another woman. Therefore, Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, uncle and nephew, began to quarrel over this matter. Li Wangyu refused to give in and nodded. Pai Lupi was even more determined to make Li Wangyu his son-in-law. This matter was quarreled over and over again, from Pai Lupi's family matters to the imperial court. Therefore, the imperial court was divided into two factions. Some agreed with it and some firmly opposed it. For a time, Chang and city was in an uproar over this matter. After Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi argued, Pai Lupi was driven out of Taiji Palace in anger. The next day, Mi Tuo ran to Dingzhou County Marquis Manor with a strange expression. Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict to appoint Li Wangyu as the county magistrate of Huayin County. He was to set off immediately without delay. Therefore, Chang and city's popular fried chicken, Li Wangyu, Marquis Huxian, was driven to Huayin County by Pai Lupi to be a 9th-ranked county magistrate. Chapter 808. Huayin County was about 200 miles away from Chang and city. It was neither too far nor too close. With the speed of a 4-wheeled carriage, it would only take a day to arrive. If one were to speed up the horses, they would be able to arrive in 6 to 8 hours by constantly changing horses at the relay station. Even under normal circumstances, it would be easy to arrive in a day. Pai Lupi was so angry that he forcefully ordered Li Wangyu to become an official, but he only made him a 9th-ranked county magistrate in a fit of pique. What was even more strange was that Li Wangyu's title was not removed. Thus, in the history of the Tang Empire, the first secondary Class 3 marquis who founded the country became a Class 9 sesame official after entering the Tang Empire. After Li Wangyu was chased out of Chang and by Li Er, he was also very depressed. Thus, he did not rush to take up his post. Instead, he dawdled along the way and enjoyed the scenery. The journey that should have taken him one day took him 4 or 5 days on the official road. Because his beautiful superior had to take care of many properties in the mansion, she had no choice but to stay in Chang and city temporarily. She arranged for Afro and Perrin to accompany her, while Niu Wu led a large group of troops to protect her. Now that Lai Ha did not want to collect copper coins, Li Wangyu's family head was appointed as an official, so it was naturally a big matter in the mansion. Thus, groups of maidservants and all kinds of daily necessities were loaded into 7 to 8 large carriages. It was a large group of people and horses. Those who knew would say that Li Wangyu was going to take up the position in another city, but those who did not know would probably think that some prince was going on an inspection tour. The inn that they stayed in today was actually only 40 to 50 miles away from Huayin County, but Li Wangyu still found a place to stay and was not in a hurry to take up the position in Huayin County. A county magistrate was equivalent to the director of the Public Security Bureau in the future. He was in charge of the security of the county and arresting thieves. It was a very small official. Li Wangyu was also angry with Pai Lupi, so he did not allow people to call him by his title, and only allowed people to call him by his official position, which was why the previous incident happened. After Niu Wu finished arranging the accommodations, he went to Li Wangyu's carriage and reported, "Lang Jun, everything is ready." In addition, the Imperial Army soldiers of the Chamberlain of Jin are also camping outside the relay station. Should I send someone to deliver some food to them? The Golden Guards that Niu Wu spoke of were sent out by Pai Lupi under Qing Yaojin's orders to protect Li Wangyu. Although Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, uncle and nephew, had quarreled over the issue of whether or not to marry Princess Changle, Pai Lupi was very concerned about Li Wangyu's safety. Therefore, after chasing Li Wangyu out of Chang'an, he immediately ordered the old hooligan Qing Yaojin to send 100 imperial guards to protect him. Along the way, the 100 Imperial Army cavalrymen followed Li Wangyu's convoy from afar to protect them from any disturbances. Let's follow the old rules and have someone deliver the food. Li Wangyu naturally would not neglect these Imperial Army soldiers. Although it seemed that there was no need for these Imperial Army soldiers to protect him, the public security on the road from Chang until Luoyang was excellent. There would not be any bandits or robbers. Even if there were, it would be impossible for them to be so blind. After all, his convoy had dozens of elite and valiant guards. Rather than saying that these 100 Imperial Army soldiers were here to protect Li Wangyu, it would be better to say that they were here to accompany him on a sightseeing tour. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, the courier at the relay station trembled in fear as he led the courier to send off the 9th-ranked official, Li Wangyu. After delaying on the road for 4 or 5 days, Li Wangyu was finally unable to delay any longer. No matter how long the journey was, there would still be a day when they arrived, not to mention such a short distance. When Li Wangyu and his convoy arrived at the gate of Huayin County, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. At the gate, the county magistrate of Huayin County led the county premier and other officials, as well as 3 groups of bailiffs, to respectfully welcome them. Behind the group of officials and bailiffs, there was also a large group of Huayin County citizens. Seeing this scene, Li Wangyu speechlessly rolled his eyes. Damn, do you want a yellow dirt road and clean water street? He was just a 9th-ranked county magistrate, did they have to be so exaggerated? In truth, Li Wangyu didn't even think about it. Even though he was a rank 9 magistrate of Huayin County in name, he was also a rank 3 marquis of the founding county of Great Tang. Furthermore, Huayin County was so close to Chang'an, so everyone knew what was going on in Chang'an City. As for why this marquis came to their county to be a county magistrate, they were very clear about it. This was simply a fight between gods. Who would dare to treat Li Wangyu as a 9th-ranked county magistrate? That would be a real idiot. Moreover, if one day Li Wangyu relented and married Princess Changle, tying the knot with the emperor, what kind of status would he have? As a result, everyone in Huayin County, from the county magistrate to the bailiffs, treated Li Wangyu as a big shot of the court, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Seeing Li Wangyu disembark from the carriage, the county magistrate of Huayin immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Li Wangyu. This lowly county magistrate of Huayin, Shang Zimo, pays respects to the county marquis. Li Wangyu did not put on airs, hurriedly helping the county magistrate up. The Ming house is too courteous. I am now a subordinate of the Ming house. How can I accept such a great courtesy from the Ming house? The Ming house should still address me by my official position. How can this be? As a county magistrate of the 7th rank, how could Shang Zimo dare to be so impudent to a county marquis? Hearing Li Wangyu speak in such a manner, even his tongue was about to curl. Li Wangyu waved his hand. There is no need for the Ming house to speak too much. Just address me as county magistrate Li. Yes, this lowly official understands. This lowly official greets the prefect of the imperial household. Shang Zimo secretly wiped away the sweat on his forehead, inwardly thinking that this marquis was truly difficult to serve. The prefect of the imperial household was the title given to the county magistrate in the Tang dynasty. However, he did not dare to reveal this. Although he addressed Li Wangyu as county magistrate, his attitude became increasingly respectful. He carefully introduced Li Wangyu to the group of county officials and local gentry behind him. The attitude of those officials and gentry was even more respectful. No one would be foolish enough to treat Li Wangyu as a county magistrate. Although everyone followed Li Wangyu's request and changed their greetings, the prefect of the imperial household, their careful attitude made them seem like lackeys. Prefect of the imperial household, this lowly official has already ordered people to prepare food and wine for the prefect of the imperial household. This lowly official hopes that the prefect of the imperial household will grace us with your presence. Shang Zimo bowed and smiled. However, Li Wangyu waved his hand. How can I allow everyone to invite me? Niu Wu, is my residence ready? Niu Wu quickly replied, the housekeeper has already found a residence a few days ago and has already prepared it. That's good. Li Wangyu turned his head and smiled at Shang Zimo. I believe that the Ming house also knows that the delicacies and wine in my residence are famous in Chang'an. Therefore, instead of going to some restaurant, why don't I invite everyone to my residence? How can this be? Isn't this too disrespectful? Shang Zimo and the rest could not help but look at each other. They were supposed to welcome Li Wangyu back. How did it become a group of people going to the Lai Hot for a meal? However, Li Wangyu waved his hand domineeringly. All right, that's it. I'm not used to the drinks in the outer room. Let me be the host and invite the Ming residents and everyone here to try the culinary skills of my chef. Chapter 809. Since Li Wangyu had spoken, County Magistrate Shang Zimo and the other county officials naturally did not dare to say anything else. After apologizing once more, they followed Li Wangyu's instructions. Actually, whether it was Shang Zimo, the deputy of Huayin County, or the officials of Class 3 and Class 6, they were all cursing in their hearts. They were not cursing Li Wangyu. Instead, their resentment was directed towards Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne of Taiji Palace in Chang'an City. How bored must he be to send a marquis of the founding county of the Tang Empire to their medium-sized county to be a deputy county magistrate? How unreliable must he be to do such an unreliable thing? This was especially so for Shang Zimo and the county deputy. As the two most powerful people in Huayin County, they were even more speechless. How was this a deputy of Huayin County? This was more like an ancestor. Other high-ranking officials would only stop for a short while when they passed by Huayin County. However, this man was their subordinate in name. Shang Zimo felt that he was really lucky to have such a subordinate with such a status. However, while others were lucky, his ancestral grave was probably black. Shang Zimo was a 7th-grade county magistrate. To put it bluntly, his status in Chang'an City would probably be lower than the housekeeper of the Lord Protector's mansion. Shang Zimo was not wrong about this. In fact, he had overestimated his own status. Li Wangyu's old housekeeper, Li Heng, would be able to take a seat in the Duke's mansion. As for the 3rd and 4th grade officials in the imperial court, they would be extremely polite when they saw Li Heng. Shang Zimo was a 7th-grade county magistrate. If he were to go to Chang'an City, he might not even be able to enter the mansions of the 3rd and 4th grade officials. Shang Zimo and the deputy of Huayin County wanted to hug each other and cry when they saw the dozens of troops following Li Wangyu and the group of imperial guards of Golden Guards. This was too much of a bully. However, both Shang Zimo and the deputy of Huayin County maintained their positions and attitudes. They would serve the man in front of them wholeheartedly. A group of people crowded around Li Wangyu's car and went straight into Huayin County. As for the 100 imperial guards, they also entered the city and headed straight for Huayin County's Shizong Manor. The decree they had received was to protect the Marquis of Huxian while he was in Huayin County. Without a decree, they would have to stay in Huayin County until Li Wangyu returned to Chang'an. Huayin County was a middle-class county with a population of less than 2,000 households. Therefore, the scale of the county was not large. However, Huayin County was the birthplace of the Yang clan under the heavens. There was a saying, the Yang clan under the heavens originates from Huayin, and the Yang clan of Huayin belongs to the East Palace. The former Sui Emperor Wen, Yang Jian, was from Huayin. As such, the small Huayin County was quite lively. Li Wangyu dawdled on the road for a few days, but the steward of the Marquis' estate had already prepared a residence for his Langjun. After the steward of the Marquis' estate took a liking to a wealthy merchant's house, he immediately moved out and sold the house to the Marquis' estate of Huxian. Of course, the steward of the Marquis' estate was not one to bully others. As Li Wangyu did not lack copper coins, he increased the price by 30% according to the market price and gave the wealthy merchant enough copper coins. In the next few days, the 4-wheeled carriages of Shun Feng Carriage Company traveled back and forth between Huayin County and Dingzhou Village. Like ants moving to a house, they transported all kinds of decorations and tools to the Marquis' estate in Huayin County. His beautiful superior even threw out a large amount of copper coins and recruited hundreds of craftsmen from Chang'an City. She directly sent them to Huayin County to renovate the house. After working day and night, Li Wangyu finally reached Huayin County after he was done dawdling on the official road. Within a few days, the Marquis' estate in the county had already been refurbished and everything was ready. While Li Wangyu was exchanging greetings with Shang Zimo and the rest, the accompanying maidservants and most of the troops had already entered the city to make preparations. By the time Li Wangyu and the rest arrived at his estate in Huayin County, everything was already prepared. Shang Zimo, the district deputy and the rest looked at the refurbished estate in front of them and were secretly shocked. They had been invited by the wealthy merchant to a banquet and had been guests at this estate before. Who would have thought that Noda's estate would completely change in just a few days? The newly painted red door had a plaque above it with the words Marquis Estate of Huxian written on it in gold. On both sides of the door, there were guards of the Marquis estate who were dressed in martial attire and holding weapons in their hands. They looked like they were keeping strangers away. However, Li Wangyu was not satisfied and instructed Niu Wu, "Get someone to change this plaque. I am now the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Why does it say, Marquis Estate? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Niu Wu held back his laughter and nodded his head in agreement. However, Shang Zimo and the rest had a weird look on their faces as they thought to themselves, "Who is so blind to dare to laugh at this master?" Li Wangyu invited everyone into the estate. However, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves coming from the streets. Everyone stopped and looked over. It was a few people wearing dark red official robes riding on horses. They were panting as they rushed over. Li Wangyu did not recognize them, but Shang Zimo and the rest did. Their expressions turned even weirder. There was no other reason other than the fact that the group of officials that came were the provincial governor and officials of Huazhou. Huayin County was under the jurisdiction of Huazhou. Huazhou was the central province of the Tang dynasty, and the provincial governor was a fourth-grade official position. Needless to say, the arrival of the Marquis of Huxian had even caught the news of the Huazhou provincial governor's arrival. He hurriedly brought all the officials of Huazhou over to greet Li Wangyu, the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Shang Zimo and the deputy beside him looked at each other. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. The provincial governor of Huazhou led all the officials of Huazhou to the front. He quickly got off his horse and respectfully greeted Li Wangyu. Everyone exchanged greetings and pleasantries. Li Wangyu naturally knew the purpose of these officials' visit and did not mind. He only smiled and invited everyone into the estate to take a seat in the main hall. With their superior around, Shang Zimo and the deputy district magistrate were squeezed to the back of the queue. As for the exiled officials from the 6th branch of the county yamen, they could only shrink to a corner and did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the main hall, the servants of the Marquis residence continuously brought in all sorts of delicacies and wine. The atmosphere gradually became lively. "Ming House, why did you move so far away? Come, sit over here." Li Wangyu saw Shang Zimo kneeling in a corner of the main hall and hurriedly called out to him. Shang Zimo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. No need. You are too polite. This place is pretty good. He still had a discerning eye. The people sitting beside Li Wangyu were the provincial governor of Huazhou and the senior officials. Why should he, a mere county magistrate, go and join in the fun? Shang Zimo did not dare to sit beside Li Wangyu in consideration of his superiors, the provincial governor of Huazhou. However, Li Wangyu did not care so much. He stood up and walked to Shang Zimo's side and pulled him over. "Hee, Ming House, you are my superior. How can you sit over there? If this were to spread, wouldn't others say that I do not know etiquette?" Li Wangyu pulled Shang Zimo to his side. The moment he said this, Shang Zimo did not dare to say anything. He looked at the provincial governor of Huazhou and the senior officials who were sitting beside him. He was about to break out in cold sweat. "Marquis, can you not be like this?" Shang Zimo was still mourning for himself in his heart when he saw a servant of the Marquis residence rushing in to report. "Lang Jun, the crown prince and king, you are here to visit." The moment he said this, the originally lively main hall suddenly became silent. Chapter 8:10. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was also a bit confused. Why were Li Qingxian and Li Tai here? Immediately, Li Wangyu's face was filled with anger. "Summon the two of them in." When he said this, everyone in the hall, including the Huazhou provincial governor and chief clerk, was even more stunned. Many people's mouths were so wide open that eggs could be stuffed in. The crown prince and his highness king Yu had personally come to Huayin County. This was already shocking enough. Not only did this lord not hurry out to greet them, he actually used the word summon. Immediately, some pedantic officials stood up, trembling in anger. They wanted to reprimand Li Wangyu. Did he not care about the etiquette of a ruler and his subjects? What kind of scandal was this? But before they could speak, they saw Crown Prince Li Qingxian and little fatty Li Tai quickly walk into the hall. In the hall, all the officials immediately stood up and bowed to greet the Crown Prince. This subject greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu. Only Li Wangyu sat behind a few tables, staring at Li Qingxian and Li Tai with a cold smile. Dispense with the formalities. Li Qingxian and Li Tai ignored the Huazhou officials and respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu. Disciples Qingxian and Qingke greet teacher. Greetings to teacher. Li Qingxian was already 11 years old, and little fatty Li Tai was already 10 years old. In the eyes of the Tang people, they were already adults. But in Li Wangyu's eyes, they were just two little brats in the 5th or 6th grade of primary school. Li Wangyu's face stiffened, and he asked coldly, "Why did the two of you appear in Huayin County today? Today isn't a day off, so why aren't you studying at the academy? Did you play truant? Niu Wu, go and fetch my imperial ruler. Today, I will let these two know the consequences of playing truant." His words frightened the Huazhou officials in the hall. Many of their jaws were dislocated. What frightened the Huazhou officials even more was that Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai actually knelt down in front of Li Wangyu. This scene immediately caused the elderly officials' vision to turn black, and they fainted on the spot. Li Qingxian and Li Tai both knelt in front of Li Wangyu, laughing merrily as they replied, "Teacher, please don't take out Father's golden ferule. Teacher, you've misunderstood. The two of us aren't playing truant. We're here on our father's orders to serve teacher in Huayin County and learn from him." Did uncle really send you here? Hee, of course it's true. Li Qingxian and Li Tai both nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice, afraid that Li Wangyu would misunderstand. Li Wangyu's expression eased after hearing the two little ones' words. If that's the case, then stay here. However, you still have to complete your homework as usual. I will check on you every day. Don't think that you don't have to do your homework after coming to Huayin County. Li Wangyu's words caused Li Qingxian and Li Tai's expressions to turn bitter. Ever since the Tang dynasty's academy opened last year, they and the other princes had been sent to the academy to study by Pai Lupi. Originally, the teaching assistants of the academy were all trembling with fear and respect towards the crown prince and the princes. However, whether it was Li Wangyu or Pai Lupi, they had repeatedly requested that the teaching assistants of the academy be strict and treat everyone equally. They could not indulge the crown prince and the princes in their studies. As a result, Li Qingxian and the others were met with a tragedy. After all, the children who were able to study in the academy, other than the children of officials who had spent a large amount of money to enter the academy, were all carefully selected by Li Wangyu. They were all talented and intelligent people. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai had received the best education since they were young, their starting point was much higher than the other children. However, the other children, especially the children of ordinary families, greatly treasured this learning opportunity that was hard to come by. All of them studied very hard. In less than a year, Li Qingxian and Li Tai's results in the academy exam could only be ranked in the middle of the 500 or so children in the academy. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor, he was also a parent. Under the competitive mentality of a parent, Pai Lupi immediately felt very displeased. How could the son of the emperor's first wife not be able to learn better than a group of farm workers' children? Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not. Thus, whether it was Pai Lupi or Empress Jiangsun, their requirements for Li Qingxian and Li Tai became increasingly harsh. Their daily homework also became increasingly heavy, causing the princes to complain incessantly. Even Li Qingxian and Li Tai's daily homework gave them headaches. They had originally thought that the two of them would be temporarily liberated from their trip to Huayin County, but they did not expect Li Wangyu to pour a bucket of cold water over their heads. Yes, your disciples understand. Li Qingxian and Li Tai replied weakly. When they thought of so much homework, the two of them felt their teeth itch. Li Wangyu, however, did not care about their thoughts. In any case, he had been tortured by homework since he was young. Now that it was his turn to torture others, how could he easily let it go? Seeing Li Qingxian and Li Tai's displeasure, Li Wangyu felt very pleased. As expected, happiness was built on other people's pain. Actually, Li Qingxian and Li Tai had come to Huayin County with a mission. Li Wangyu had fallen out with Pai Lupi because of Chang'el's matter. In a fit of anger, Pai Lupi sent him to a remote and desolate place to be a county magistrate. However, this caused Li Qingxian and Li Tai to be in a difficult position. On one side was their teacher, and on the other was their younger sister, the emperor, and their mother. No matter how they chose, they would be wrong. Of course, from the bottom of their hearts, they naturally hoped that their teacher would be obedient and marry their younger sister Chang'el. In this way, their teacher would become their brother-in-law. Wahahaha. Just thinking about it made Li Qingxian and Li Tai excited. Therefore, on the way to Huayin County, Li Qingxian and Li Tai discussed that they had to find a way to persuade Li Wangyu to agree to this marriage. In fact, this was also the intention of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Before the two of them left the palace, Empress Zhongsun had called them into Li Main Hall and instructed them for a long time. The meaning behind her words was naturally for them to think of a way to persuade Li Wangyu. However, in front of Li Wangyu, the two of them were smart and did not reveal their inner thoughts. They behaved rather obediently. Li Wangyu glanced at them and scolded jokingly, "All right, stop pretending to be naive. Come and pour wine for your teacher." Li Qingxian and Li Tai hurriedly answered with a smile. They got up from the ground and ran to Li Wangyu's side. One on the left and one on the right, they served him attentively. Those old officials who had fainted were pinched and splashed with cold water by the people around them. When they finally woke up, they looked up and saw the crown prince and the king of Yu serving Li Wangyu. They could not help but cough again. Their vision turned black and they fainted again. In the hall, all the officials of Huazhou did not dare to make a sound. They all did not know what to do. The county magistrate of Huayin County and the provincial governor of Huazhou, who were sitting on the left and right of Li Wangyu, felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were in incomparable pain. Chapter 8:11. Shang Zimo only felt his heartbeat quicken. He felt as if he was about to faint. He was merely a 7th-ranked county magistrate. Being below the founding county marquis was already difficult for him. At this moment, the crown prince of the Tang dynasty and his imperial highness, the Prince of Yu, were both standing by Li Wangyu's side, pouring wine for him. How could he sit still? In reality, it wasn't just Shang Zimo, a 7th-ranked county magistrate, who couldn't sit still. Even the governor of Huazhou, a 4th-ranked official, couldn't sit still. His forehead was covered in sweat. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. Seeing that the hall had quieted down, he raised his cup to greet everyone. "Gentlemen, why are you all not speaking? For all of you to welcome me today, I am endlessly grateful. Come, come. Gentlemen, let's drink this cup. Don't waste the wine in this cup." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the Huazhou officials in the hall hurriedly raised their cups, trembling with fear. However, they still didn't dare to be impudent. With regards to Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Huxian, only today did everyone truly understand the status of this marquis in the sage's heart. Originally, Li Wangyu, with his status as the founding county marquis, had been demoted by Pai Lupi to Huayin as a 9th-ranked county magistrate. Many people were still muttering in their hearts, wondering if this founding county marquis had offended the sage and would never be able to recover from this setback. Although they had misgivings about Li Wangyu's status as a marquis, the Huazhou officials didn't treat Li Wangyu with much respect. As a result, before Li Qingxian and Li Tai arrived, the Lai Hat's main hall was so lively. Everyone dared to speak with Li Wangyu without holding back. However, Li Qingxian and Li Tai's actions caused the Huazhou officials to suddenly wake up. How was this marquis demoted? It was simply the sage acting in a fit of pique with this marquis. An 18-year-old founding county marquis, nephew of the sage, relative of the imperial clan, and tutor of the crown prince. Which of these identities wasn't extraordinary? If this marquis were to nod his head in the future and marry Princess Chang'el, joining the sage in marriage, how illustrious would he be? Perhaps even the princes, dukes, and dukes in the imperial court would have to be courteous to this master, right? Those pedantic officials had originally wanted to stand up in front of the crown prince because of Li Wangyou's disrespect towards the crown prince. But now, they were all terrified. Fortunately, he didn't have time to make a sound. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. In the Lai Hot, Li Wangyou's welcome banquet made the Huazhou officials feel as if they were walking on thin ice. When the banquet finally came to an end, the Huazhou provincial governor and the chief of staff hurriedly got up and left. Shang Zimo stood up and wanted to leave, but Li Wangyu grabbed his arm. "Where are you going to Ming House?" "Huh, why don't you stay in my residence today, and we can continue to drink and chat merrily. I'm a county magistrate, but I don't know how to perform my duties. Please teach me, Ming House." "Marquis." "Oh, no, you're exaggerating." Shang Zimo was about to cry. "Lord, can you stop fooling around? Who's so stupid to treat you as a county magistrate? Huayin County is only a middle county, and the law and order in this county has always been good. You don't have to worry. If there's anything, I and the county deputy will handle it." Shang Zimo carefully organized his words, afraid that he would anger the Marquis. Li Wangyu waved his hand disapprovingly. "How can that be? Since I'm the county magistrate of Huayin County, I'm naturally in charge of arresting bandits and maintaining the law and order of the county. Ming House, don't worry, I'll take up the post tomorrow." Shang Zimo opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He prayed in his heart that if this Marquis really became a county magistrate, nothing would happen. Otherwise, his heart disease would really act up. The night passed silently. The next morning, Li Wangyu changed into a light green rank 9 official robe and went to the county magistrate of Huayin County. To be honest, Li Wangyu was actually a little excited about being a county magistrate. To him, being the director of a county's public security bureau was quite interesting. Catching criminals, solving cases, and catching murderers. Such fun things could only be seen on television in his past life. Li Wangyu had seen Detective D. Renjie from start to end. In the future, he could also say, "Niu Wu, what do you think of this?" Wahahaha. Just thinking about it made Li Wangyu feel very excited. He had completely treated being a county magistrate as a life experience. The county magistrate of Huayin County had a brand new look. Since ancient times, officials didn't build their own offices. The "Along the River during the Qingming Festival" painting had drawn over 100 buildings. In the painting, there was a 3-room bungalow at the entrance of the city. It was the only government office in the "Along the River during the Qingming Festival" painting, the tax office. However, this tax office looked very simple and was similar to a normal residence. It was much inferior compared to the restaurants and shops along the streets. If a local official built an office without permission, he would be impeached and punished. However, the county magistrate of Huayin County today was different. Not only was the originally modeled door repainted, the dilapidated walls were also repainted with lime. The county magistrate was also cleaned clean. Not to mention rubbish, there wasn't even a speck of dust left. This was naturally the result after the banquet last night. Shang Zimo and the county magistrate had spent the night looking for craftsmen and urged all the officials in the county magistrate to clean the place overnight. Although officials didn't build their offices, it depended on the timing. The Crown Prince and King Yu had both arrived at Huayin County. If they were to accompany that lord and come to the county magistrate to take a look, what would happen if the county magistrate came to take a look? Shang Zimo also believed that no one would be so blind as to impeach him over such a matter. When Li Wangyu left for the county magistrate to work, it was a little scary. Li Qingxian and Li Tai insisted on following Li Wangyu. Not only was Li Wangyu curious about working in the county magistrate's office, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were also curious about it. Naturally, the two of them wouldn't let go of such a fun opportunity. When Li Wangyu took up his post in Huayin County, Pai Lupi sent out 100 Jianghu guards to protect him. Needless to say, his 2 sons were even more so. The imperial guards and palace guards that followed Li Qingxian and Li Tai were no less than 1,000 people. The small Huayin county naturally couldn't accommodate so many imperial guards. Hence, most of the imperial guards were stationed outside the county. Even so, there were still 100 imperial guards that followed Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Beside Li Wangyu, there were naturally more than 10 guards led by Niu Wu. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was arrogant. It was just that as the county magistrate who founded the country, he should have his own guards. Therefore, when Li Wangyu and his entourage arrived at the gate of Huayin County under the protection of over 100 troops and imperial guards, the bailiffs of Huayin County were terrified. Was this lord really here to take up his post? Huayin County was only a middle county. There were only 30 to 40 guards in the county magistrate's office. Looking at the tall and sturdy troops and imperial guards behind Li Wangyu, the calves of many yamen runners began to tremble. Chapter 8:12. The county magistrate, Shang Zimo, led all the officials in the county office to welcome Li Wangyu and his entourage into the county hall. Everyone exchanged greetings for a while. Huayin County may not be big, but the county magistrate, deputy, and county lieutenant all had their own office. Li Wangyu was led into a spacious office by Shang Zimo. He looked around and nodded his head in satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work in the Ming house. What should I do next? Shang Zimo secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. This office was the most spacious in the county office. It used to be his office, but it was cleared out last night. As the county magistrate, he had to work in the office of the county lieutenant. Shang Zimo did not feel wronged, but he was afraid that Li Wangyu would not be satisfied. Hearing Li Wangyu's question, he quickly explained in detail. In the county office, there were 3 classes and 6 offices. The military and disciplinary offices, as well as the strong and quick offices, were all under the jurisdiction of Li Wangyu, the county lieutenant. Although the county office was small, the 6 offices corresponded to the 6 departments of the imperial court. The military office was in charge of military affairs, while the disciplinary office was in charge of law enforcement and prison litigation. There were 3 classes of yamen runners. The soap class was in charge of maintaining order in the county office. The strong and quick offices were in charge of arresting and guarding. Li Wangyu's understanding was that the soap class was for the bailiffs, the quick office was for the criminal police, and the strong office was for the armed police. In Huayin County, the only officials with ranks were Li Wangyu, Shang Zimo, and the county lieutenant. The other 6 offices were just exiled officials and official officials. As Li Wangyu was the 3rd in command of the county office, all the yamen runners and leaders came forward to greet him. No one who hung around in the county government was a fool. No one would take Li Wangyu as a county magistrate. In addition, Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Prince of Yu Li Tai were standing behind Li Wangyu as a deterrent. Therefore, all the officials in the county government came forward to salute Li Wangyu respectfully and did not dare to breathe loudly. They were so cautious that they almost burned 3 sticks of incense and worshipped Li Wangyu like a bodhisattva. After the ruckus, Li Wangyu led Li Qingxian and Li Tai to his office. Niu Wu led a group of troops, as well as the palace guards beside Li Qingxian and Li Tai. They surrounded the office so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Shang Zimo and the district deputy were like subordinates. They stood in Li Wangyu's office, waiting for Li Wangyu's orders. Ming House, go ahead if you have something to do. You don't have to wait for me here. You two are my superiors. Don't be like this. Li Wangyu laughed. Yes. This lowly official only wishes to see if there are any other requests from the Imperial Financial Affairs Bureau. Ming House, there is no need to be so courteous. We will be together for a long time. In the future, we will certainly trouble Ming House. Shang Zimo sighed in his heart. Thinking of how long Li Wangyu, this marquis, would remain as a county magistrate in this tiny Huayin County, he had the impulse to tie Li Wangyu up and send him directly to Chang and to marry Princess Changle. In reality, when news had first spread from Chang, and that Pai Lupi wanted to betroth Princess Changle to Li Wangyu, there had been many voices of opposition from all levels of society. The reason was simple. Since ancient times, China had emphasized that those with the same surname should not marry. Moreover, Li Wangyu and Princess Changle were of the same surname and lineage. Since the Zhou dynasty, those with the same surname should not marry. Even in the Tang dynasty, the laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that those with the same surname should be married as disciples for 2 years. Those with the same surname and lineage should be punished for adultery. Thus, Pai Lupi wanting to have Li Wangyu marry his daughter was in reality a complete mess. For the sake of this marriage, not only did Li Wangyu vehemently oppose it, Wei Zheng, that goat-nosed official, was about to spit all over Pai Lupi's face. However, Pai Lupi did not care at all. With a deadpan expression, he argued with Wei Zheng, resolutely refusing to back down. Using Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu had long been expelled from the Li clan of Huxian. As a result, he and Changle only had the same surname but different lineage. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, after marriage, they would be imprisoned for 2 years. However, as Li Wangyu was the founding Marquis of Huxian, he could be punished with copper coins. Pai Lupi's argument angered Wei Zheng to the point that he was speechless. Indeed, as Pai Lupi had said, Li Wangyu had still not been returned to the Li clan by the imperial ancestral temple. Indeed, he and Changle only had the same surname but different lineage. If they were truly married, the punishment of being a disciple for 2 years would only be a few dozen caddies of copper coins. However, despite Pai Lupi's unyielding stance, the voices of opposition in the imperial court were still endless. If the imperial court was like this, then there was even more controversy among the common people. Even Shang Zimo, the county magistrate of Huayin, was originally opposed to Li Wangyu marrying Princess Changle. Naturally, his reason was that people with the same surname should not marry. As a result, Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Huxian, was resolutely opposed. In Shang Zimo's view, this was absolutely correct. However, Shang Zimo did not expect that because Li Wangyu had refused to agree to the sage's bestowment of marriage, he would be sent to his own county to be some bullshit county magistrate. An ancestor had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, that's not right. Looking at the crown prince and the prince of Yu behind Li Wangyu, those were 3 ancestors. 3 ancestors had suddenly appeared above Shang Zimo's head. No matter who it was, no one would be able to accept this. As a result, how could Shang Zimo care about such bullshit reasons as people with the same surname should not marry? He could only silently pray that the man before him would quickly return to Chang'an and marry Princess Changle. Shang Zimo's way of thinking was a classic example of how one's position determined one's head. Originally, whether Li Wangyu married Changle or not had nothing to do with him. Naturally, he could stand on the moral high ground and criticize as he pleased. However, when this matter affected him, Shang Zimo did not hesitate to change his stance and attitude. How could Li Wangyu know that the county magistrate by his side had so many inner thoughts? At this moment, Shang Zimo only felt a sense of novelty. He wished that some strange and unresolved cases would immediately appear, allowing him, the county magistrate, to display his abilities and solve the cases and arrest the suspects. After exchanging a few words with Shang Zimo and the deputy county magistrate, Li Wangyu planned to take a stroll around the county yamen and take a look at the barracks and torture chambers. However, a yamen runner submissively walked up to his office and bowed to Niu Wu and company. Langjuns, there is someone outside the county yamen who claims to be a good friend of the imperial chamberlain and wishes to meet with the imperial chamberlain. Langjuns, please inform them. The yamen runner ridiculed in his heart. His imperial chamberlain was truly awe-inspiring, bringing the crown prince and the prince of Yu to the county yamen. There were nearly 100 troops and imperial guards standing outside the office. The officials and bailiffs of the county yamen spoke in hushed voices today. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the crown prince and his highness prince of Yu. Hearing the voices outside, Li Wangyu walked out and asked the yamen runner, "Someone claims to be a good friend of mine? Does he have a name card?" The yamen runner hurriedly replied, returning to the imperial chamberlain. The person who came did not present a name card. I asked him for his name but he did not reply. Li Wangyu found it strange. He did not know anyone in Huayin County. Why would someone come to the county yamen and claim to be his good friend? Lead the way, I want to see who is trying to mystify us. Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he gestured for the yamen runner to lead the way. He wanted to see what was going on. Li Qingxian and Li Tai naturally wanted to see what was going on. Hence, a large group of people walked towards the county yamen gate. Chapter 8:13. Huayin County's yamen was similar to Chang'an's and Wanyan's, except that it occupied a smaller area. Li Wangyu led Li Qingxian, Li Tai, a group of troops, and palace guards to the yamen, but he didn't see anyone waiting for him. He couldn't help but find it strange and asked the yamen runner on duty, "Where are the people who said they were my good friends?" "They returned to the imperial treasury." "I don't know either. They suddenly disappeared after sending someone in to pass on the message." "I found it strange too." Li Wangyu looked left and right at the entrance of the yamen. He felt strange. Who was playing a joke on him? He shook his head and was about to turn back when he heard a rush of horse hooves from the corner of the street. He looked up and saw more than 10 masked men with weapons in their hands. They were rushing toward the yamen along the street. These masked men waved the weapons in their hands and shouted in a strange voice, "Kill! Capture the county marquis alive!" This scene immediately caused chaos in front of the yamen. Niu Wu, Lai Hat's troops, and the palace guards beside Li Qingxian and Li Tai all drew their sabers and blocked in front of Li Wangyu and the others. Niu Wu shouted at Li Wangyu, "Go quickly, Lang Jun. I'll lead my brothers to stop these thieves." The palace guards were even more nervous. They surrounded Li Qingxian and Li Tai and slowly retreated into the yamen. The yamen runners were so scared that their faces turned ashen. They scrambled into the yamen and prepared to call for help. However, Li Wangyu pressed down on Niu Wu's arm that was holding the knife. He smiled calmly and said, "Niu Wu, don't panic. Get the people to put away the knives. Be careful not to hurt anyone." Lang Jun. Niu Wu was stunned. He didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. The surrounding troops also looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. These thieves of unknown origin were about to kill them, but their Lang Jun was telling them to put away their sabers. Li Wangyu separated the troops in front of him and strode out. Niu Wu quickly went forward and wanted to pull him back. Niu Wu, don't panic. Watch how I deal with them." Li Wangyu laughed and waved at Niu Wu. He turned his head and shouted at the masked men, "Brother Chumo, have you played enough?" "What?" This group of masked men were Ching Chumo and his group. Niu Wu and the group of extremely nervous troops were all dumbfounded. They looked stupidly at the slow horses that were trotting over. Following Li Wangyu's shout, the masked men on horseback were also stunned. They pulled on the reins and looked at each other. Then, one of the masked men tore off the black cloth covering his face, revealing a rough face that resembled Qing Yaojin. "Is Chumo's face." "You bastard, how did you know it was us?" "Motherf asterisk cur, I said this guy is as smart as a monkey. I can't scare him at all." Qing Chumo dismounted and muttered loudly. The other masked men on the horses also pulled off the black cloth on their faces. They were Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, Yuchi Baolin, and the others. "That's right. How did you know it was us at a glance?" "It must be Brother Chumo's broken voice. I told you not to make a sound." "Bullshit, I just pinched my throat and shouted. I don't believe Zio can recognize it." Qing Chumo was very dissatisfied with the pig teammate's behavior of shifting the blame. Obviously, this group of foppish men had nothing better to do. They wanted to pretend to be villains and attack the county government to scare Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "You bastards, do you think I can't recognize you just because you cover your faces with a black cloth? Please, if you want to pretend to be villains, can't you be more professional?" He pointed at the foppish men's clothes and scolded jokingly, "How can there be villains wearing brocade clothes to assassinate people? Are they that flashy? And the few of you, can't you be more attentive and take off the jade sachets from your waists? Even if I'm blind, there's no way I can't recognize those jade pendants on you, right?" The foppish men looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Of course, more importantly, Li Wangyu looked at the foppish men and wondered if he would lower his IQ if he knew this group of idiots. More importantly, can you not wear sunglasses when you pretend to be villains? Damn it, you took them from me. Do you really think I'm blind? After Li Wangyu said this, the foppish men looked at each other. Everyone was wearing a pair of extremely flashy crystal sunglasses on the bridge of their noses. The foppish men were crying because of their own stupidity. This was really embarrassing. Ching Chimo didn't care at all. He walked up casually and gave Li Wangyu a bear hug. Wahahaha, Zio, your brothers are here to see you. Are you touched? Hee, I was just joking with you just now. Li Wangyu naturally knew that this group of bastards wanted to scare him. He rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted at the group of palace guards who had just put away their she-blades and his own troops, "Come, arrest all these villains." The palace guards and troops were stunned. Arrest a group of dukes? What kind of game was he playing? However, they didn't dare to disobey Li Wangyu's orders. They pulled out their she-blades again and swarmed forward. They pressed down the arms of the foppish men who hadn't recovered from their shock and put the she-blades to their necks. Fang Yai and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu was playing at. Li Wangyu was neither fast nor slow. He pointed at Li Qingxian and Li Tai behind him and said, "Qing Chimo, Fang Jun, Chai Linggu, the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu are here. You dare to use your weapons without permission. Do you have the intention to assassinate the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu? You clearly want to rebel and assassinate the king. Although I am familiar with you, I can't bend the law for personal gain." As he said this, he turned his head and winked at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. These two clever little fellows immediately understood Li Wangyu's meaning. Their unscrupulous teacher wanted to take revenge. Li Qingxian coughed lightly and stood out. He said with a stern face, "The Marquis of Huxian is right. You are court officials, descendants of dukes and prefectures. Instead of serving the court, you actually want to assassinate me." Li Tai, the little fatty, also jumped out. That's right, that's right. Not only do you want to kill Brother Crown Prince, you don't even want to let me go. Your conduct is truly vile. Brother Crown Prince, order people to quickly escort them back to Chang and then hand them over to Father to deal with. The three of them echoed each other, causing Ching Chimo and the other foppish men to be dumbfounded. Although they just wanted to joke with Li Wangyu, how could they have expected that the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu would also be here? If the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu ordered people to arrest them and escort them back to Chang, and because of this matter, not to mention whether they would receive any punishment, they would definitely lose all face. Zio, we were just joking with you. Fang Yai really wanted to cry this time. Why was this scene completely different from what they had expected? Chapter 8:14. Ching Chimo was also very anxious. He hurriedly begged Li Qingxian and Li Tai for mercy. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Yu, we were only joking with the Marquis of Huxian. Please don't listen to his nonsense. How could we attempt to assassinate Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness the King of Yu?" The wastrels also began to explain to Li Wangyu that they didn't know the Crown Prince and the King of Yu were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joked with Li Wangyu like this. They saw Li Wangyu, Li Qingxian, and Li Tai look at each other. Then, they couldn't help but laugh. Only then did the wastrels realize that they had been King played by this guy. "Qingxian, how do you think we should deal with these bad people?" Li Wangyu looked at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian smiled. "Punishment, they must be punished. And punish them to stay by my side and be my guards for a while. What do you think, teacher?" "Excellent." Li Wangyu clapped his hands and applauded. He was very satisfied with Li Qingxian's attitude. He turned his head to look at the wastrels. Brothers, this little brother was only joking with you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Li Wangyu waved his hand at the imperial guards, indicating for them to release the wastrels. Ching Chimo and the others knew that they had been tricked by Li Wangyu, but there was nothing they could do. Who told the crown prince and the king of you to appear here? This was beyond the wastrels' expectations. They had come from Cheng and to Huayin County. They really didn't know that Li Qingxian had also come. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to joke like this. Even if their fathers were all founding dukes and prefectural dukes, this kind of joke still couldn't be made casually. Today's matter wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. If someone with ulterior motives came to the imperial court to impeach them, it would be a big problem. Although they only wanted to joke with Li Wangyu, it was true. They had used their weapons in front of the crown prince and the king of Yu. If they were really accused of trying to assassinate the king, Pai Lupi wouldn't let them off easily. At the very least, they would be demoted and their salaries would be cut. Li Wangyu's joke just now was actually to help the silk pants out of their predicament. With Li Qingxian's declaration, it could be said that this group of silk pants had been punished. In the future, there would be no need to worry about people causing trouble in the imperial court. Naturally, there were also smart people like Wei Shuyu and Chai Lingguo among the silk pants. They understood Li Wangyu's intentions and cupped their hands towards him to express their gratitude. After receiving the report from the bailiff, the county magistrate, Shang Zimo, rushed out in a panic with dozens of bailiffs. When he saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Well, it was not enough that 3 ancestors had come. Now, 10 ancestors had come. How could he, a 7th-grade county magistrate, provoke a group of young dukes? Shang Zimo looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and tried his best to hold back the tears in his eyes. It was truly a shame for a county magistrate to be reduced to such a state. After another round of commotion, they finally returned to Li Wangyu's office in the county yamen and sat down. Luckily, this office originally belonged to the county magistrate, Shang Zimo. It was spacious enough for more than 10 people to sit down. Brothers, why did you come all the way from Cheng and to Huayin County? Li Wangyu asked someone to serve tea and started chatting with the silk pants. Ching Chumo laughed loudly and said, "Wahahaha, we were afraid that you would be wronged in Huayin County, so we came to accompany you. How is it? Brothers are loyal, right?" Li Wangyu glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. When this fellow was lying, the corners of his mouth would twitch. "Did the saint send you here?" Li Wangyu suddenly asked. Ching Chumo was stunned and subconsciously replied, "How did you know?" Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, and the rest covered his mouth. Hee, how could that be? We were afraid that Zio would be taken advantage of in Huayin County, so we came here to share your joys and sorrows. There's no such thing as the saint. Hee, there's no such thing. Fang Yai flatly denied. However, even a fool would know the meaning behind his words. Li Wangyu was disinclined to investigate the silk pants' intentions. Being used as a lobbyist by Pai Lupi was not a big deal. He had guessed correctly. The silk pants had originally been born in Cheng and County and had planned to find Li Wangyu in Huayin County to pass the time. However, before he left, he was summoned to the Taiji Palace by Li Eryo. Li Eryo gave him a personal lecture. The meaning behind Li Eryo's words was that he wanted the debauches to think of a way to persuade Li Wangyu to stop being so stubborn and hurry back to Cheng and to marry Princess Changle. Naturally, the silk pants would not say these words to Li Wangyu. In reality, they were all in favor of Li Wangyu marrying a princess. After all, many of these silk pants had married princesses in the future. Naturally, they would not reject such a marriage. In reality, if Li Wangyu had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty by himself, marrying a princess would not have been a big deal. In any case, he did not have any ambitions to save the world. Marrying a lowly princess was not a big deal. At most, it would just be a game to raise her. However, his beautiful superior had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty with him. No matter what, Li Wangyu would not give up on Su Chongqing. Although marrying his beautiful superior was only a formality, the Tang dynasty would not give him a marriage certificate. However, in his heart, Li Wangyu could not accept the fact that he could not even give his beautiful superior a proper status. The so-called 3 wives and 4 concubines did not exist. Since ancient times, China had a system of one wife and many concubines. Apart from the legendary Shun who married 2 wives, a Huang and Nu Ying, the other dynasties all had only one wife. Zhuangzi recorded that Lord Ling has 3 wives, and they all bathe together. The so-called 3 wives, the little wife, the secondary wife, the young wife, and the concubine's wife, were just the titles of concubines. If Pai Lupi's daughter, the Grand Princess Changle, were to marry Li Wangyu, it would naturally be impossible for her to be a concubine. Li Wangyu would never agree to having his beautiful superior be his concubine. If Pai Lupi insisted on forcing him to drink, Li Wangyu could only take his beautiful superior and flee far away from the central plains. He could go to the western regions or go out to sea, no longer caring about the matters of the Tang dynasty. From then on, he and Su Chongqing would fly side by side, living their own immortal lives. Of course, this was only a choice that could be made as a last resort. At present, things had not reached that point. Li Wangyu cast a glance at the debauches, as well as Li Qingxian and Li Tai, inevitably feeling a headache. This entire room was filled with King Pai Lupi's lobbyists. He straightforwardly stated his thoughts. Actually, this little brother naturally understands the purpose of everyone's visit. It's not impossible for me to agree to Uncle's request to marry Changle, but what? Li Wangyu's words caused everyone in the room to perk up their ears. Li Qingxian and Li Tai excitedly stood up. Teacher, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. Li Wangyu unhurriedly extended 2 fingers, waving them in front of everyone's eyes, a Huang and Nu Ying. With these words, apart from the 3 Qing brothers, the Yuqi twins, and Niu Jingping, everyone else was dumbfounded. Chapter 8:15. Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other, not knowing what to say about their teacher. In reality, the 2 of them were ridiculing their teacher in their hearts. His skin was too thick. He actually wanted to learn from Shun and marry 2 wives. Teacher, were you not afraid that these words would reach father's ears? In a fit of rage, father would carry a 40-meter-long saber and hunt you down in Huayin County, chopping you into mincemeat? The debauches were even more silent. Each and every one of them looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of worship. You really dared to think and speak too much. Seeing that no one was speaking, Qing Chumo and the others could not help but become anxious. Pushing Wei Shuyu, he asked, what is the meaning of this? Why aren't you speaking? Wei Shuyu glared at him unhappily. It's just that Zio wants the sage to agree. He wants to be like Shun, marrying 2 wives at the same time. Marrying 2 wives is good. Qing Chumo had not yet reacted. Carelessly, he said, the more wives one has, the more children one will have. Zio, after marrying Princess Changle, then. Qing Chumo suddenly stopped talking. He finally realized why everyone else was silent. He silently gave Li Wangyu a big thumbs up. You are awesome. You actually want to marry another wife at the same time as marrying Princess Changle. You want the emperor to put his face where he is? Only Li Wangyu dared to say these words. If it were anyone else, they would have been beaten to death long ago without the need for Pai Lupi to make a move. After Li Wangyu put forward these conditions, the entire room of lobbyists fell silent. Even Li Qingxian and Li Tai were very smart. They did not intend to get involved in this matter, leaving it to the wise and mighty Pai Lupi to make the final decision. The debauches felt that they had completed the task given to them by Pai Lupi. They were disinclined to care too much, peacefully staying in Huayin County to eat, drink, and play. Li Wangyu's conditions finally reached Pai Lupi's ears in the Taiji Palace in Chang'an. After being stunned for a while, Pai Lupi flew into a rage and smashed many bottles and jars in the legislative hall. He was even about to order the cavalry department to capture that bastard Li Wangyu and throw him into prison. Fortunately, after Empress Zhongsun learned of this matter, she rushed over in time to appease the furious Pai Lupi. Guanyin maid, look, what is this scoundrel saying? I want to betroth my most beloved Changle to him, but he dares to raise conditions for me. A Huang vying? I didn't. Pai Lupi suddenly realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly stopped. He glanced guiltily at Empress Jiangsun beside him. Empress Jiangsun acted as if she didn't hear him. Erlang, let's put this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, Tranquil is still young. Don't worry. Humph, in short, if that scoundrel is so stubborn, then he can stay in Huayin County for the rest of his life. I don't want to see him. In fact, Empress Jiangsun was also annoyed by Li Wangyu's greedy request. She naturally understood why Li Wangyu made such a request. Obviously, it was for Su Chongqing. Empress Jiangsun also admitted that Su Chongqing was very outstanding and a rare woman in the world. However, Empress Jiangsun was not willing to have the same status as her most beloved daughter. The two in-laws had the same idea about this matter. Not to mention how annoyed Pai Lupi was in Cheng, and Li Wangyu was having a good time in Huayin County. Crown Prince Li Qingxian, little fatty Li Tai, and a group of playboys all lived in his mansion in Huayin County. After Li Wangyu went to the county yamen and worked for a few days, he felt really bored. The law and order in Huayin County were really good. After a few days, there were only trivial matters. The strange and important cases that he was looking forward to did not appear at all. Even the trivial matters were all dealt with by the county magistrate Shang Zimo and the county deputy. They did not dare to bother him, the county marquis who founded the country. Li Wangyu was so bored that he did not even bother to go to the county office. Every day, he looked for entertainment with the playboys to pass the time. However, Huayin County was not as fun as Chang'an. In a few days, they had visited all the big and small places in the county. Zio, this Huayin County is so small. It's really boring. Cheng Chimo sat in the main hall of his mansion and complained as he called for the maidservants to bring iced wine. Li Wangyu also felt bored. He thought for a while and said, "Brothers, Huayin County is not far from Tong Pass and is even closer to Mount Hua. Why don't we go to Tong Pass or visit Mount Hua?" Huayin County was only 30 miles away from Tong Pass and was even closer to Mount Hua, only 7 to 8 miles away. Forget about Mount Hua. That mountain is too steep and it's too tiring to climb. Tong Pass is not bad. After the Yellow River is Fengling Pass. It's much more lively there than Huayin County. Let's go now. Staying in Huayin County every day is so depressing. When Xing Chimo heard Li Wangyu's words, he immediately became excited and asked everyone to go now. Li Wangyu naturally did not object. After all, he did not lack money. He would not treat himself badly if he went on a trip. Moreover, he had never seen the Yellow River during the Tang dynasty. Naturally, he was interested. He was interested in going to Tong Pass and Fengling Pass on the other side of the Yellow River. That Fenglingguan was the Fenglingdu that Mr. Jin Yong had written down. That was where Yang Gua and Guxiang met again. When they first met at Fengling Pass, they fell in love. If they had fun, Li Wangyu and the other wastrels could even sail east from the Yellow River. During the Tang dynasty, not only could the Yellow River be sailed, but the Yellow River was also very important to the Tang dynasty. An endless supply of food was transported through the Yellow River. The boats could also go upstream to Chang'an. The wastrels naturally did not object to this suggestion. They were already tired of staying in Huayin County. Li Wangyu and the others were about to leave when they were stopped by Li Qingxian and Li Tai. "Teacher, we want to go too." Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head. "Bringing the crown prince and the king of you to play? If Pai Lupi found out, would he be unlucky?" More importantly, these two little fellows were of noble status. They were surrounded by countless palace guards at all times. Now that the two of them were staying in his residence, the palace guards had already surrounded it. Even a fly would not be able to get in. If he really brought them out to play, there would be a large group of guards behind them. What fun would that be? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. "No. No. You two stay in the residence and study. Or you can go back to Chang'an." Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other and shook their heads. "We will not go back to Chang'an. We will stay with our teacher." They were not stupid. If they went back to Chang'an, they would definitely go back to the academy to study. In comparison, it was more comfortable to stay in Huayin County. Li Wangyu had said that they had to study by his side. However, he was actually a lazy person. How could he teach Li Qingxian and Li Tai? Moreover, during this time, Li Wangyu was busy playing with the wastrels. Li Qingxian and Li Tai did not have to study. They were naturally happy. Therefore, Li Qingxian and Li Tai did not want to go back to Chang'an. Chapter 8:16. Not going back to Chang'an? Then stay in the manor and study. I'll be back in 2 days. The two little ones looked at each other and shook their heads again like rattledrums. No, we have to follow wherever the master goes. Be good and listen to me. Stay in my manor. I'll bring you gifts when I come back. Li Wangyu coaxed Li Qingxian and Li Tai like he was coaxing children. However, he didn't consider that the children of the Tang dynasty were different from the children of later generations. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai were 11 and 10 years old, they were like little adults. They were quite precocious. After all, when Pai Lupi married Empress Zhangsun, he was only 12 years old. Li Wangyu's words could coax the children of later generations. However, if he wanted to coax Li Qingxian and Li Tai, it was simply wishful thinking. Li Qingxian rolled his eyes and actually threatened, if teacher isn't willing to take us, we'll tell father that teacher is a county magistrate who doesn't do proper work and neglects official duties. All he does is eat, drink, and play. When Li Wangyu heard him say this, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He didn't care about Li Qingxian's identity as the crown prince. He directly reached out and twisted Li Qingxian's ear. Fine, I'll teach you this unfilial son. You actually want to tell on me? Do you believe that I won't expel you from the sect? Besides, do you think I'm afraid of you snitching? It's best if you tell your father to remove me from this bullshit county magistrate position. I can't even thank you enough. Li Wangyu was a man without desires. He didn't want to be an official at all, let alone a position as small as a county magistrate. Wasn't it good for him to stay in Dingzhou village eating, drinking, and playing? Li Qingxian saw that his strategy was ineffective and hurriedly begged for mercy. It hurts, it hurts. Teacher, please let go. This disciple was wrong. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't really angry. He was just teasing the two little ones. He let go and laughed. If you dare to deceive your teacher again, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Qingxian rubbed his ear and simply changed his strategy. He learned from his younger sister Tranquil and acted spoiled. Teacher, please take us. Li Wangyu felt goosebumps all over his body. Stop. Speak properly. Don't make fun of Tranquil. Teacher, don't even think about leaving me and Qing Ke behind to play with Qing Chumo and the others. Li Qingxian rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. If you don't take us, I won't allow Qing Chumo and the others to go. Hee, teacher, don't forget, Qing Chumo and the others are now my and Qing Ke's guards. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He had forgotten about this matter. Qing Chumo and his group of spoiled brats came to Huayin County to scare him. They actually pretended to be bandits and used weapons in front of Li Qingxian and Li Tai. In order to get rid of this group of bastards, he had purposely let Li Qingxian punish them that day, making this group of silk pants temporarily act as the two little ones' guards. He could ignore Li Qingxian and Li Tai, but Qing Chumo and the others could not. Li Qingxian's identity as the crown prince was right there, so how could these wastrels ignore it? Damn, how did these two little fellows suddenly become so smart just to go out and play? Li Wangyu rubbed his temples with a headache. Qingxian, Qing Ke, I'll tell you the truth. It's not that I don't want to take you out to play, it's just that the imperial guards by your side are too much of an eyesore. With such a large group of people, what's the point of going out to play? In his agitation, he even cursed. Li Wangyu's words made Li Qingxian and Li Tai a little dumbfounded. It seemed that their teacher was right. They had come to Huayin County with over 1,000 imperial guards and many palace maids by their side. If they took these people out, it seemed that there would be no fun to play. However, the little fatty, Li Tai, was quick-witted. He waved his hand to indicate for the palace maids to leave. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Hee, teacher, elder brother, why don't we avoid these palace maids and guards and sneak out? It'll be like how father often goes out of the palace in plain clothes. It'll definitely be fun." Sneak out? A few black lines appeared on Li Wangyu's forehead. Damn, bring the crown prince of the Tang dynasty and His Highness King Yu for a private visit? TSK, it's quite exciting just thinking about it. If Pai Lupi found out, would this overprotective emperor order people to chop him into mincemeat? However, who cares? It'd be best if he pissed off Pai Lupi and drove him back home in his anger. That would fulfill Li Wangyu's wish. It would be best if Li Heir was so angry that he would cancel the betrothal. That would be good. Thinking about it like this, Li Wangyu felt that it would be quite interesting to take the two little ones out to play. Thinking up to here, Li Wangyu couldn't help but lower his voice. It's not impossible to bring the two of you out, but once the two of you leave, you must listen to Master. Remember, you must not act on your own. Of course, we'll listen to teacher's orders. Hearing that they could go out to play, the two little ones didn't have any objections and nodded repeatedly. The two of them grew up in the palace. Other than going to Dingzhou village and entering the academy, they were relatively free. At other times, they were followed by a group of people at all times, and they had long been tired of it. Li Wangyu nodded and called the foppish young masters in. He told them about the matter, but it scared the foppish young masters of the Tang dynasty who were used to being lawless. They all say that I'm bold, but I see that you're much bolder than me. Zio, have you thought about the consequences of sneaking out with His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu? If something happens, you'll lose your head. What can happen? Niu Wu and the others are guarding them. Besides, don't we have you guys? Li Wangyu was telling the truth. The troops in his residence were all old soldiers of the Jianghu guards. The martial arts of the Qing brothers and the Yuqi twins were incomparable to ordinary soldiers. Even Niu Jingping, who was crippled, couldn't be compared to 3 to 5 strong men. So even if they avoided the protection of the imperial guards, Li Wangyu didn't think that there would be any safety issues. Qing Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others still wanted to persuade Li Wangyu, but when they saw the murderous eyes of Li Qingxian and Li Tai, they finally closed their mouths. Who cares? Even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. As long as nothing happened to His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu, it wouldn't be a big deal. Wei Shuyu waved his folding fan and said with a smile, "Zio, your residence is tightly surrounded by the imperial guards. In addition, there are palace maids in your residence. If you want to hide from them and take His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu out, I'm afraid it won't be easy." That's right, His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu. It's not that we don't want to, but it's really hard to do. Chai Lingwu also quickly nodded in agreement. Li Qingxian and Li Tai naturally knew this and couldn't help but look at their teacher. In any case, they couldn't think of a way. It was up to Li Wangyu whether he had an idea. Hee, this isn't difficult. Li Wangyu said with a sly smile, "Everyone, come closer." Chapter 8:17. In the marquee mansion of Nihu County, under the shocked gazes of all the maids and servants, as well as the palace guards and maids who came with Li Qingxian and Li Tai, Li Wangyu fiercely reprimanded Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Prince Li Tai. Take a look for yourselves. How are you doing with your studies? Is this how I taught you? I think you two are too pleased with yourselves. Qingxian, you are the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty. How will the saint entrust the world to you if you are so mischievous? Li Wangyu waved the golden ferrule in his hand as spittle flew everywhere. Li Qingxian and Li Tai lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak after being reprimanded. The servants in the residence naturally didn't dare to say anything. Even Li Qingxian and Li Tai's personal attendants didn't dare to say anything despite their dissatisfaction. After all, the Marquis of Huxian wasn't just anyone. As the Crown Prince's teacher, even if he beat Li Qingxian and Li Tai with the golden ferrule, they wouldn't dare to fart, let alone reprimand them. 2 years ago, the most favored eunuchs by Li Qingxian's side had offended the Marquis of Wuxian. In a fit of anger, the saint had thrown them to the Yeding Palace Laundry Bureau. They were still doing hard labor even now. Thus, even though these attendants were cursing in their hearts, they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak up for the Crown Prince and King Yu. Li Wangyu reprimanded them for a long time, but he still wasn't willing to let them go. He directly chased Li Qingxian and Li Tai back to their rooms. The two of you are not allowed to take a single step out of this room for the next few days. Reflect on your actions and copy the poems and essays I wrote a few times. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the palace maids. Before this marquis gives the order, none of you are allowed to enter this room. Every day, the palace maids will bring them food and drink. They won't starve to death. Do you understand? If anyone dares to enter this room and disturb Qingxian and Qingshua's studies, be careful of this golden ferrule in my hands. Yes. I dare not disobey. The palace maids beside Li Qingxian and Li Tai quickly knelt down, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. In front of everyone, Li Wangyu chased the two little ones into the room. Then, he called for the manners guards and told them to guard the door. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter or leave. After punishing Li Qingxian and Li Tai, Li Wangyu then instructed everyone in the residence, I'm going out to play for 2 days. Before I return, have the Crown Prince and King Yu reflect on their actions in their rooms. They are not to be disturbed. Do you understand? After arranging the matters in the mansion, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and a dozen or so troops, as well as Qing Chumo and the other debauches out of the mansion on horseback, heading straight for Tong Pass. Li Wangyu and his group of more than 20 riders rode out of Huayin County and galloped along the official road. 2 slightly thin and small troops rode their horses to Li Wangyu's side and said with a smile, "Hee, teacher, you really did have a good plan. You slipped away so easily." The one who spoke was the little fatty King Yu, Li Tai, and the other person was the Crown Prince, Li Qingxian. The 2 little ones were wearing the uniforms of the Lai Hot troops. Their 2 little faces were made up like the bottom of a black pot, and a few strands of beard were also stuck on. Bystanders who saw them would naturally not think that they were 2 young men. Li Qingxian was slightly worried. "Teacher, your excuse to lock me and Qing Ke up is a good idea. But I'm afraid that the palace maids will ask. If no one speaks in the room, won't it be very easy to be exposed?" Li Wangyu laughed and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Your teacher has a brilliant plan. There won't be any flaws." Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other, not understanding what their teacher was going to do. However, due to their trust in Li Wangyu, they were too lazy to think about this matter. The 2 little ones had finally gotten rid of the palace guards and palace maids with great difficulty. At this moment, they were like birds that had been released from their cages, very happy. They constantly urged their horses to run faster, causing Qing Chumo and the group of wastrels to be extremely worried. However, they could only urge their horses to keep up and carefully guard Li Qingxian and Li Tai. After all, if something happened, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyu also suddenly remembered that there was a rumor in the later generations that Li Qingxian had accidentally fallen while riding a horse and broke one of his legs. This caused his temperament to change greatly. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly called out to the 2 little ones, who were galloping happily on their horses, to stop. He also had the palace guards slow down their horses. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. At this time, in the Lai Hot, after Li Wangyu and the others left, Li Qingxian and Li Tai's personal attendants looked at each other and carefully moved to the front of the room. With Lai Hot's troops guarding the door, they naturally did not dare to push the door open and could only call out softly from the other side of the door. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Yu, the Marquis of Wuxian has left." However, Li Qingxian's voice came from inside the room. "Go away, don't bother me." "Yes, yes." The attendant did not dare to say anything else. Under the gaze of the Lai Hot's troops, he could only obediently retreat to the side and carefully guard the 2 princes inside the room. Li Qingxian and Li Tai were naturally not inside the room. Instead, it was the golden-haired beauty, Aphrodite. She was happily staying in the room, holding a book in her hands and reading it with great interest. From time to time, she would pick up the snacks next to her and put them into her mouth. At this time, the attendant's voice came from outside the room. "Your Highness, you've already stayed in the room for quite some time. Why don't you come out for a walk? The Marquis of Wuxia really is no longer in the residence." Aphrodite smiled slyly and picked up the phone next to her. Her slender fingers tapped twice, and Li Qingxian's voice came from the phone. "Go away, don't bother me." "Yes, this servant understands." The attendant outside the room did not dare to say anything else and retreated again. Needless to say, this was Li Wangyu's idea. He had secretly used his phone to record Li Qingxian's voice and then deliberately reprimanded Li Qingxian and Li Tai, placing them in confinement. In reality, after the two children entered the room, they immediately left through the window at the back with Miao Wu and the others waiting for them. After the Lai-hot maidservants helped the two children change their clothes, they openly mingled with Li Wangyu's troops and left the Marquis of Wuxia's estate. Since Li Wangyu was out with a bunch of good-for-nothings, the imperial guards guarding outside the residence naturally did not dare to stop them from inspecting. After Li Wangyu and the others left, Aphrodite jumped into the room through the window and used the recording function of her phone to pretend that Li Qingxian and Li Tai were still in the room. Ever since Li Wangyu handed his phone to Aphrodite, this golden-haired beauty had become rather proficient in using this modern digital product. That was why Li Wangyu had entrusted her with the important task of pretending that Li Qingxian and Li Tai were still in the room. Those attendants naturally racked their brains, but they would never have imagined that the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu, whom they served, would actually use the golden cicada shell escape and sneak out to play. They would also never have imagined that the Li Qingxian, who was speaking in the room, did not exist at all. Chapter 8:18. While Afro was covering for Li Qingxian and Li Tai, Li Wangyu and the rest had already arrived at Tang Pass. During the pre-Qin era, the most important pass in Guangzhou was Hanggu Pass. However, at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Hanggu Pass had basically lost its use, which was why they built Tang Pass at the west end of the road. During the Three Kingdoms period, Ma Chao had once stationed troops at Tang Pass and had a huge battle with Cao Cao. Cao Cao even left behind the story of cutting off his beard and abandoning his robe at Tang Pass, seizing a boat to avoid arrows at Wei River. However, the Tang Pass that Li Wangyu and the rest were heading to was not the Han Dynasty Tang Pass but the Tang Dynasty's Tang Pass at the south of the Yellow River. It was located at the Yellow River crossing and was at the crossroads of Jin, Shan, and Yu provinces. It was the key to entering and exiting the three Qin dynasties and had always been a place that military strategists would fight for. It was known as the most dangerous place in Jin, the throat of the four towns, and the 102nd Pass. Li Wangyu was naturally interested in the famous Tang Pass, but when they saw it for themselves, Li Wangyu could not help but feel disappointed. As a military base, Tang Pass County was even smaller than Huayin County and was basically just a long street. Furthermore, Tang Pass was just a pass and did not have anything special to look at. Li Wangyu could not help but feel disappointed. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the rest were also disappointed. He had snuck out with great difficulty, only to see this. In the future, tourists would naturally be interested in Tang Pass, but in the Tang Dynasty, who would be interested in Tang Pass? Furthermore, it was just a newly built pass. With the identity of Li Wangyu and the rest, it was easy for them to climb up the city gates. Looking at the Yellow River below, they all felt really bored. This group of people was not here to enjoy the scenery at all. They were here to have fun. Li Qingxian and Li Tai's disappointment was even more obvious. The general in charge of guarding Tang Pass was a vice-commandant of Zhichong Mansion. Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants suddenly arrived at Tang Pass, so he naturally accompanied them with fear and trepidation. Seeing that everyone seemed to be dissatisfied with Tongguan, the sweat on his forehead was about to drip down. This humble one is truly ashamed. There really isn't much scenery to speak of in Tang Pass. If the Marquis is interested, how about this humble one go to Fenglingdu and find some singers to liven things up for the Marquis? The commandant pondered for a moment. Tongguan County was too small. Even the brothels in the brothels were too small. If he wanted to entertain these people, he would have to go to Fenglingdu. His words reminded everyone. Fang Yi-ai immediately pointed to the other side of the Yellow River and whispered, "Ziyu, why don't we take a boat and go to Fenglingdu on the other side?" Hee, Fenglingdu is much more interesting than Tong Pass. That's right, Brother Jiai's words make sense. Fenglingdu is prosperous, unlike Tong Pass. When the Silk Pants heard this, their eyes lit up and they all nodded in agreement. Fenglingdu was an important road that connected 3 provinces. As the main crossing of the Yellow River, it was naturally prosperous. To a certain extent, it wasn't inferior to Cheng and City. Because Fenglingdu was mostly populated by wealthy merchants, and it was also an important crossing of the Yellow River. As a result, Fenglingdu was one of the few commercial cities in the Great Tang. When Li Qingxian and Li Tai heard this, they looked at Li Wangyu with pleading eyes. Of course, Li Wangyu wasn't willing to return to Huayin County like this. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he immediately snapped his fingers and said, "Then let's go. Let's go find a boat. We'll go to Fenglingdu." Wahahaha, Ziyu's words are great. The Silk Pants all laughed and clapped their hands. When the commandant heard this, he felt a lot more relieved. He immediately ran to arrange an official boat to cross the river. It didn't take long for everyone to board a large official boat and cross to the other side of the Yellow River. However, even though the official boat was large enough, their horses couldn't board it. Thus, they all left the horses at Tong Pass and handed it over to the commandant to take care of them. Between Fenglingdu and Tong Pass, the water of the Yellow River was calm. Sitting on the official boat didn't feel shaky at all. After half an hour, the official boat docked at the pier of Fenglingdu. The captain of the official boat had already received orders from the commandant of Tong Pass and didn't dare to leave without permission. He respectfully said that his boat would be waiting for the nobles at the pier. After Li Wangyu and his group of more than 20 people got off the boat, they merged into the bustling crowd of Fenglingdu and didn't stand out in the slightest. This was in line with Li Qingxian and Li Tai's wishes. The 2 little ones felt as if they had been let out of the wind and found everything on the streets interesting. Fenglingdu was worthy of being an important crossing of the Yellow River. The bustle didn't disappoint. Not only were there many shops, but there were also many acrobats, plays, singing, fortune-telling, and divination. It was very lively. Although Li Wangyu and his group were wearing casual clothes, Niu Wu led a dozen strong guards to protect them. Thus, no one dared to provoke them. Everyone strolled along the way. When they saw good food and drink, they bought it. When the acrobats saw good performances, they threw out a lot of copper coins as tips. They were very happy. When they arrived in front of a building, Ching Chimo laughed. "Wahahaha, Zio, how come your Tang Dynasty Theater also opened a branch in Fenglingdu?" Li Wangyu raised his head and looked. He was so angry that his nose almost crooked. The building had the words, Fenglingdu Theater, on it. The sign in front of the door also had the words, The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, written on it. F***CK, this is a blatant pirated copy. Did they pay the copyright fee? However, Li Wangyu didn't have the nerve to accuse others of pirating. After all, these things that he made were pirated copies of later generations. The Tang Dynasty Theater was popular in Cheng and City. The method of the stage play and the content of the performance were naturally copied by others. This was not surprising. After strolling for half a day, everyone was a little tired. Li Wangyu simply waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go in and have a look. If the performance is not good, then today we will smash his shop." Wahahaha, Zio's words are reasonable. If the performance is not good, then its reputation will be ruined. Ching Chimo laughed. Let's go, let's go. Hee, I want to see what the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl of Fenglingdu looks like. The playboys naturally laughed and surrounded Li Wangyu, Li Qingxian, and Li Tai to the theater. This pirated copy theater of Fenglingdu was much gentler than Li Wangyu's black-hearted marquis. There were more than 20 of them, and each of them only received 100 copper coins for the tickets. Zio, look, don't you feel ashamed? The Tang Dynasty Theater costs copper coins, but this Fenglingdu only costs 100 copper coins. You're really a profiteer. Wei Shuyu joked with Li Wangyu about the tickets. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. If Brother Shuyu thinks it's expensive, then you can come to Fenglingdu to watch the show in the future. You can also save money. When I go back, I'll tell Avro that Brother Shuyu will not be welcome at the Tang Dynasty Theater in the future. As soon as he said this, Wei Shuyu immediately gave in. Huh, Zio, what are you talking about? Do I look like someone who lacks money? It's just the usual. It's not expensive, not expensive. The words of the two naturally caused the crowd to burst into laughter again. The group of people laughed and joked as they entered the theater. When they looked up, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 8:19. What kind of theater is this? Aside from Li Qingxian and Li Tai, the rest of the group of more than 20 people looked at the Fengling Theater as if it was a brothel frequented by the rich. The brothels of the Tang Dynasty were similar in structure, but the decorations were different. The hollow hall was decorated with gaudy decorations. The main corridor was about 100 steps long, and there were small pavilions on both sides of the north and south patios. With the rich experience of these rich playboys, they naturally recognized that those small pavilions were the rooms of the brothel. In the past, this group of rich playboys did not stay in these small pavilions in Chang and city's Ping Kong Square. The scene in front of them naturally made them dumbfounded. Did they go to a brothel or a theater? Damn, this theater of Fenglingdu is really strange. Ching Chimo murmured. Li Wangyu and the others were also puzzled. Why was this scene different from what they had imagined? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a middle-aged woman dressed as a brothel keeper sashaying over to them. She gave them a curtsy and said with a smile, "Greetings, noble guests. This servant is the matchmaker. You all look unfamiliar. May I ask if this is your first time coming to our Fengling Theater?" "Yes, this is our first time coming to Fenglingdu Matchmaker. What kind of theater is this? What kind of prison is it? Why do I feel that it is not a theater, but a brothel?" Hearing this, the matchmaker covered her mouth and chuckled. "You have good eyesight. Is it really a brothel?" Li Wangyu and the others could not help but be stunned and quickly asked, "Doesn't the sign outside say that today's performance is the cowherd and the weaver girl? What's going on?" "Hee, naturally there is a performance. I dare to let you know that the performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl was learned from the Chang and city's Tang Dynasty Theater. But the difference is that the performance is performed by the young ladies of the brothel. If you are interested in any of the roles, you can naturally take them to the pavilion to have a good time, whether it is the 7 fairies or other roles." Noble guests, isn't this wonderful? The explanation of the brothel keeper made Li Wangyu completely speechless. What AF * king talent? I wonder which genius came up with this idea. Thinking about it carefully, Li Wangyu had to admit that this move was really smart. It completely captured the psychology of men. After the audience finished watching a play, it was very easy for them to put themselves in the shoes of the characters. For a long or short period of time, they would be immersed in the emotions of falling in love with the characters. Under such emotions, one would naturally feel that the 7 fairies were incomparably beautiful. In this way, if they could go one step further and spend some copper coins, they could get close to the characters on stage. Naturally, there were many people who were willing to fork out a lot of copper coins. Brilliant, truly brilliant. After listening to Sister Bao's explanation, the playboys suddenly became interested. How could they let go of such a trick that they had never seen before? However, Wei Shuyu tugged at Ching Chimo and the others' robes and gestured towards Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Only then did the rich kids realize that there were still 2 minors here. Li Wangyu looked at the reaction of the rich kids and then looked at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. He also felt that something was wrong. The practice of this brothel was interesting, but bringing 2 little brats to a brothel didn't seem right. If Pai Lupi found out about this, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. In any case, if he had children in the future and they were brought to a brothel, he would definitely have the heart to kill them. Cough cough, that, Nyo Wu, this brothel is filled with smoke. Have someone bring Dalong and Erlang out to get some fresh air. The titles of Dalong and Erlang were naturally to deceive others. They had already discussed it before. However, Li Qingxian and Li Tai shook their heads in unison. We won't go. Hee hee, this brothel is interesting. We brothers also want to see it. Hee hee, it's more interesting than the palace. Oh, no, it's more interesting than the young ladies in the mansion. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. Alright, sure enough, the Tang dynasty was open-minded. Even a 10-year-old brat understood the matters between men and women. He did not consider that the fathers of these two had married when they were 12 years old, while Li Qingxian and Li Tai had grown up in the palace. At any time, there were so many beautiful palace maids serving them. They had long tasted the feeling of these matters between men and women. They were not the innocent little boys he imagined them to be. Since even Pai Lupi didn't care, Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to care about this nonsense. In any case, he had already caused the Crown Prince and the Prince of Yu to run away. Bringing them to a brothel wasn't a big deal. As the saying goes, when you have too many lice, you don't itch. When you have too many debts, you don't have to worry. Then find a quiet place for us to watch the play. If we perform well, we'll naturally be rewarded, Li Wangyu said to the brothel keeper. The brothel keeper's matchmaker was naturally a shrewd person. She had already seen that the 20 or so people in front of her had extraordinary identities. She didn't dare to neglect them. She quickly and respectfully invited them to a private room on the second floor and had people bring in all kinds of fruits, food, and wine. After this private room was remodeled, the side facing the courtyard could be completely opened. Below was a small stage. Presumably, the performance would be carried out on this stage. Not long after, gongs and drums sounded. Amidst the sound of stringed instruments, today's performance began. Li Wangyu looked at it for a while and felt that it was ordinary. He couldn't say what kind of performance or acting skills it was, but there was one thing that was very different from the Tang dynasty's theater. The young ladies performing on the stage were all wearing revealing clothes and were dressed seductively. They had a different flavor. Even the playboys, who had watched this play countless times, were all beaming with joy and commenting on the young ladies on the stage. Especially when the 7 fairies were bathing, the 7 beautiful young ladies hiding behind the prop stones actually began to undress, which immediately caused a wave of wolf howls in the painting building. Obviously, there were many people in the surrounding corridors and private rooms who were watching the performance. At this moment, everyone was very excited. Even Xing Chumo and the other silk pants were craning their necks and shouting excitedly. Li Qingxian and Li Tai, the 2 boys, also had a wretched smile on their faces. Their eyes were fixed on the stage below, staring at the performing prostitutes. Their faces were flushed red. Li Wangyu was speechless. Were the men of the Tang dynasty so easily excited? If they were to watch the romantic action movies of the later generations, would they be so excited that they would have a cerebral hemorrhage? However, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't dampen their spirits. He just thought that he was joining in the fun and shouted with the crowd. While it was bustling with noise and excitement, a group of people in bright clothes came into this so-called theater, which was actually a brothel. Without waiting for the brothel keeper to receive them, they laughed and said, "Matchmaker, drive them out for this young master. Today, this young master wants to book the whole place." Chapter 820. These words naturally stunned Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants. They raised their eyes and looked down, wanting to see who had the audacity to speak so arrogantly. To be able to call himself a young master in the Tang dynasty, it was reasonable to say that he was not an ordinary person. The term young master was not something that could be used by just anyone. Only young nobles with noble statuses could be called young master. The person who came in was a young man. He was holding a folding fan and wearing a pair of crystal sunglasses. Obviously, after Li Wangyu made the folding fan and the sunglasses, they were not only popular in Cheng and city, but also in the Tang dynasty. Those who had a little status would try to imitate one or two. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very dissatisfied. This group of country bumpkins was blatantly plagiarizing. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about the business of making and selling folding fans and crystal sunglasses, so he didn't set up these two businesses in his mansion. The playboys stretched their necks and looked carefully for a long time, but they still couldn't recognize the identity of the young man. Who the hell is that bastard? How dare he call himself a young master in front of us? What a big tone! Qing Chumo scolded. Fang Yi Ai smiled and said, I'm afraid he's a rich man in Fenglingdu. In Ziyu's words, he's a toad yawning. What a big tone! When the playboys heard this, they all roared with laughter. For them, the number of people in the world who could make them retreat was probably less than 2, but it certainly didn't include the unknown young man below. That young man seemed to have a lot of power in Fenglingdu. After he appeared, the originally noisy building suddenly quieted down. As a result, the laughter of the playboys became very clear and harsh. When the young man heard the laughter of the playboys, he suddenly became angry and said, Where did this Tian Shaolang come from? How dare you laugh when this young master is talking? Are you tired of living? Qing Chumo and the other playboys didn't think it was lively enough. They even poked their heads out of the elegant room and teased the man below, What a bastard! What a big tone you have! We grandfathers are here, what do you want? Young master? Do you think you're worthy? Hurry up and scram as far as you can. Don't disturb our mood to watch the show. The debauch's words made the Fengling theater quiet down again. The brothel keeper and the matchmaker were so scared that their faces turned ashen and their bodies trembled. However, the young man did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. Good, good. In Pu Prefecture, this is the first time this young master has seen such an arrogant and blind person. He turned his head and looked at the group of followers behind him, who were obviously his troops. His face was ferocious. What are you waiting for? Go and capture those farmhouse slaves for this young master. This young master is going to break their dog legs today. Yes, sir. The troops accepted the order and quickly ran to the second floor. The brothel keeper's matchmaker was so scared that she didn't know what to say. She directly knelt down in front of the young man. Please forgive me, young master, please forgive me. I really didn't know the origins of those guests and allowed them to disturb young master. It's all my fault. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Please forgive me. The young man smiled obscenely and reached out to pull up Sister Bao, Er's matchmaker. In front of everyone, he directly put his hand into her chest and rubbed it wantonly. Huh, forgive? That depends on your sincerity, matchmaker. The brothel keeper's matchmaker did not dare to resist at all. She obediently allowed the man to molest her. She just forced a smile and said, Young master, you must be joking. I'm old and withered. How can I be qualified to serve young master? I'll go and call the people in the brothel. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a loud slap. The man had slapped her across the face. You bitch, listen to what I say. If you dare to talk more, I'll order people to put you in a sack and throw you into the Yellow River. Sister Bao, Er's face was immediately swollen after being slapped. However, she did not dare to argue and immediately crawled to the young man's feet. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Li Wangyu and the group of playboys, as well as Li Qingxian and Li Tai. They could not help but look at each other. They did not expect this person to be so tyrannical. They had also stayed in Chang'an for a long time. How could they know that these people in other prefectures were so unscrupulous and unscrupulous? Chang'an city was, after all, the foot of the sun of heaven. Even a 1,000-year-old family like the Zheng family of Xingyang, the first son of the first wife, Zheng Kongbua, had to take some things into consideration and did not dare to go too far. However, the young man below did not have any scruples in his actions. This caused everyone to frown. Teacher, where did this person come from? He's actually so insolent. He's infuriating me. Li Qingxian's small face was full of anger. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. How could he know the origin of that person? But thinking about it, he should be from the Hedong circuit where Feng Lingdu belonged, or perhaps the son of some official in Pu Prefecture. As they spoke, there was a clamor outside the room. It was mixed with the sound of punches and feet and the sound of miserable howls. Obviously, it was the young man's troops downstairs. After rushing upstairs, they had a conflict with Niu Wu and the others. Li Wangyu and the playboys were not worried about Niu Wu and the others at all. After all, the troops in Li Wangyu's residence were all old ruffians who had retired from the Golden Guard. How could ordinary people be a match for them? As for Niu Wu, he came from the border army of the Sui dynasty and was a soldier king of the elite trampling white army. Back in the valley of the Jade Star Palace, although he had used the auspicious robes, he and his brother Niu Yong had been able to silently kill 10 of Ho Junji's troops while coming out unscathed. From this, one could see just how capable they were. Even military bigwigs like Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were full of praise for the Niu brothers' skills. Thus, when the young man downstairs had ordered his troops upstairs, not only had they not panicked, they had all been waiting to see a good show. A few moments later, there was silence outside the room. Only then did Li Wangyu open the door. In the corridor of the second floor, people were lying on the ground, groaning and wailing. Quite a few of their limbs were grotesquely twisted. It was clear that their bones had been broken. Although Niu Wu and the rest did not use weapons, they still dealt a heavy blow just now, beating up this group of guys not lightly. After all, these people had been beaten for nothing, and the Crown Prince and King Yu were also in the room. Niu Wu and the others didn't dare to hold back. If these idiots disturbed Li Qingxian and Li Tai, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyu leisurely clapped his hands and said to the wastrels, "Brothers, let's go and see that idiot downstairs." Ching Chimo and the others naturally laughed and followed. How could they miss out on a show like this? They clustered around Li Wangyu, the Crown Prince, and the King of Yu. Behind them were Niu Wu and 10 some other troops. They marched down to the second floor and stood in front of the young man. His own troops had charged upstairs, but not a single one of them had returned. And now, this man was standing in front of him, completely unharmed. No matter how stupid the young man was, he could tell that something was wrong. Suppressing the panic in his heart, he pointed at Li Wangyu and rebuked, "Just who are you? You dared to injure the troops of my Shui clan in Puzhou. Are you tired of living?" Chapter 8:21. In addition to the troops, there were also a few young men in luxurious clothes who were traveling with this awesome young man. At this time, they were also a little panicked. However, they were still tough on the surface and jumped out to scold Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. "How dare you? Who are you? You dare to attack young Master Shui's troops in Fenglingdu? Do you want to rebel? How audacious of you to do that! Is young Master Shui someone you can provoke? Open your eyes. Young Master Shui is the eldest son of Puzhou's governor. Who do you think you are? Humph, they are indeed a bunch of ignorant farm workers." The words of these people made Li Wangyu and the other wastrels look at each other and laugh. Speaking of which, the governor of Puzhou was a top official in the Tang dynasty. He was a rank 3 official in the imperial court. In the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the governor of the Tang dynasty was the governor of the army. In the 7th year of Wuda, the governor's mansion was changed to the governor's mansion. During the Zhenguan period, there were 41 governor's mansions in the country. Under each governor's mansion were several prefectures. The governor's mansion of Puzhou had Jin, Jiang, Ci, Yi, and Qin under it. The governor's mansion was a high position in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. However, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the governor was given the title of Jidushi. The Jidushi had more power and this led to the Enlushan rebellion. Of course, this was all in the future. When Li Wangyu and the others found out that the young man surnamed Shui was the son of the governor of Puzhou, they all burst out laughing. The current governor of Puzhou, Shui Gui, came from the Hedong Shui clan. Although the Hedong Shui clan was not as powerful as the 5 clans and 7 nobles, they were one of the 6 clans of Guanxi. The reason why they were laughing so happily was not because they looked down on Shui Gui, but because of another reason. Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants laughed heartily while winking at the Yuqi twins with mischievous expressions. Li Qingxian and Li Tai were stunned at first, but after they reacted, they also burst out laughing. Only the Yuqi brothers, Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi, didn't smile. Instead, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot as they glared viciously at the young man. The attitude of Li Wangyu and the others had stunned the young man surnamed Xue and the others. They looked at them in astonishment. Yuqi Baolin stared at the young man surnamed Xue and asked, "Are you Xue Lu? You know me?" Yuqi Baoqi and Yuqi Baolin roared at the same time, "I'll beat you to death, you disgraceful thing." After saying that, the two of them grabbed Xue Lu's lapels and raised their alms bowl-sized fists, ready to attack. Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons hurriedly stepped forward with a smile and pulled the twin brothers back. "Brother Baoqi, Brother Baolin, let's talk nicely. The child is still young." He doesn't know any better," Li Wangyu boasted shamelessly. However, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xue Lu had almost been beaten and was scared silly. The other hedonistic sons beside him didn't dare speak up for fear of being beaten as well. Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons didn't pay any attention to the Yuqi twins. They all rushed to Xue Lu's side and surrounded him like monkeys. One of them reached out to pinch Xue Lu's cheeks. "Good boy, call me uncle." The other ruffled Xue Lu's hair. "This child is still shy. Hurry up and call me uncle." Strictly speaking, Xue Lu's age was probably not younger than the silk pants, and he was much older than Li Wangyu, an 18-year-old youth. At this moment, after being tortured by Li Wangyu and the silk pants, he couldn't help but act like a silk pants again. He roared angrily at everyone, "How dare you bully me?" Before he could finish, he received a slap to the head. It was from Yuqi Baolin. "What the hell are you yelling about? These are all my brothers. Calling them uncles isn't a big deal for you." Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi grabbed Xue Lu's collar. "Why do I have such a disappointing nephew like you? Why aren't you calling me uncle? Do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" Xue Lu was on the verge of tears. He stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Li Wangyu held back his laughter and went forward to pull the Yuqi twins away. "Brother Baoqi, Brother Baolin, don't scare the child, huh?" His words caused the hedonistic sons to roar with laughter again. It was no wonder that Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons had such a reaction. They really felt that it was too funny. The current Puzhou governor Xue Gui married Yuqi Jingda's eldest daughter, Yuqi Shi. Yuqi Jingda's eldest daughter married early and gave birth to Xue Lu. Although Xue Lu was only 2 or 3 years younger than the Yuqi twins, they were truly uncle and nephew. It was just that the Yuqi twins had never seen this nephew of theirs before. They didn't expect that the first time they met would be in this brothel in Fenglingdu. Originally, if it weren't for this relationship, even if Xue Lu's father was Puzhou's governor, he would have been skinned alive even if he didn't die today. He would have been taught a good lesson by Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons. Of course, although Xue Lu wouldn't suffer any physical pain now, he still wouldn't have it easy. With great difficulty, Xue Lu finally understood that the two dark-skinned men who looked exactly the same were the uncles he had never met before. They were the twin sons of the Duke of Yi, Yuqi Jingda. At this time, Xue Lu only felt that he hadn't checked the almanac before leaving today, which was why he was so unlucky. With a sullen face, he properly bowed to the Yuqi twins. This nephew was young and impetuous and offended the two uncles today. "I ask for your forgiveness." Yuqi Baoqi slapped his head again. "And your uncles, come and greet them. This is the Marquis of Hu County, Li Wangyu, Li Zio. This is the little Duke of Duke Lu's residence." As the Yuqi twins introduced Xue Lu, they pressed down on his head and bowed. Actually, even without the twins pressing down on Xue Lu's head, he was already on the verge of crying. F***K, what kind of dog's hit luck did he walk into today? Didn't he just want to come to the brothel to have some fun? How come there was such a large group of ancestors that he couldn't afford to offend? The most popular person in Chang, and was the Marquis of Hu County, plus a group of young masters from dukedoms. Just now, he actually wanted his own troops to teach them a lesson. Xue Lu couldn't help but shudder, wishing he could slap himself. Wasn't this king courting death? After the Yuqi twins introduced everyone, Xue Lu greeted them one by one like a grandson. As for Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons, they all had the appearance of loving elders, properly trampling on this cheap nephew. Only the crown prince, Li Qingxian, and Prince of Yu, Li Tai, were introduced. The Yuqi twins didn't dare to introduce their identities, only vaguely saying that they were nobles. Then, they forcefully pressed down on Xue Lu's head and made him bow to the two of them. Xue Lu wasn't stupid. Thinking about Li Wangyu's identity as the crown prince's imperial tutor, and then looking at the two youths in front of him, he suddenly realized something. He was so scared that his body began to tremble. Heavens, what did he just do? Let his own troops teach His Highness the Crown Prince a lesson. Xue Lu's eyes didn't even know how to turn. His throat made gurgling sounds like a chicken being slaughtered, and his clothes looked like he would suffocate at any moment. Chapter 822. Fortunately, no matter if it was Li Qingxian or Li Tai, they did not care about Xue Lu. These two brats were still waiting to see the 7 fairies bathing play. The Yuqi twins felt that because of their disappointing nephew, they had lost face in front of everyone. They were very rude to Xue Lu and used their fists to let this guy know what was called uncle's love, and it was double the love. As for the supporting actors, besides Xue Lu, they were chased away by the playboys. This group of supporting actors were actually the children of Puzhou's officials. They were also playboys. However, there was a difference between a playboy and a playboy. In front of Qing Chumo and the others, this group of people did not even have the qualifications to call themselves playboys and boast shamelessly that, "My father is Li Gang." After sending away the supporting actors, Li Wangyu and the others did not continue to stay in the building to watch the play. After all, although this building was called a theater, it was actually a brothel. If it was only them, then it would be fine, but now there was the Crown Prince Li Qingxian and King Yu Li Tai. Now that their identities had been exposed, if they continued to stay in this building and this matter was spread out, it would not be good. On the other hand, Li Qingxian and Li Tai had a regretful expression. They were deeply regretful that they could not watch the 7 fairies bathing play. Li Wangyu did not care about the dirty thoughts of these two. The group left the theater and continued to stroll around Fenglingdu. Although there was no play to watch, the appearance of Xue Lu, this cheap nephew, made everyone find some entertainment. Along the way, if there were any errands that needed money, everyone would send Xue Lu to do it, saying that they were giving him a chance to show filial piety to his elders. Xue Lu wanted to cry but had no tears. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. He could only obediently lower his head and be a grandson. Eldest nephew, what other fun places are there in Fenglingdu? Uncles, when it comes to eating, drinking, and playing, although Fenglingdu is not as good as Cheng and City, it is the best in Puzhou. As long as uncle and uncle are interested, you can see most of them in Fenglingdu. Speaking of eating, drinking, and playing, Xue Lu's eyes lit up. In fact, Li Wangyu had no interest in the so-called entertainment projects of the Tang dynasty. It was nothing more than drinking and making merry. Compared to the various kinds of entertainment in the future, it was as lacking as a desert. If he hadn't been so bored in Huayin County, he wouldn't have dragged Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the other rich kids out to play. Li Wangyu was even less interested in the entertainment projects proposed by Xue Lu. However, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't dampen everyone's spirits. He still followed the group of silk pants around Fenglingdu. While strolling on the street, Fang Yai's body suddenly stiffened. He stopped abruptly and turned his head to look at the crowd behind him. His actions naturally attracted the attention of Li Wangyu and the other silk pants. "Brother Eai, what's wrong with you in broad daylight? Or have you taken a fancy to a young lady?" Everyone joked. Fang Yai turned his head and said, "Just now, a person came from the opposite side. I thought he looked very familiar, but when I wanted to confirm, he disappeared." "Huh, what kind of person can make Brother Eai so concerned?" Hee, it's most likely one of Brother Eai's lovers. The silk pants joked with Fang Yai, but when they heard Fang Yai spit out 2 words, they were all stunned. Luo Hui. Luo Hui? The Luo Hui who disappeared? Brother Eai, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Ching Chimo asked. Fang Yai was also not very sure. It's hard to say. I just glanced at him. When I wanted to take a closer look, that person was already gone. Maybe I saw wrong. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but frown. It's hard to say. That Luo Hui's whereabouts were unknown. It's not impossible for him to hide his identity and come to Fenglingdu. Don't forget that his net worth isn't small. He might be a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows and set up a business in Fenglingdu. When I bought Luo Hui's house and rebuilt it into the Tang Dynasty Theater, I asked Shui Ming House out of curiosity. It said that when they searched Luo Hui's house, they didn't find much money. Ching Chimo and the others looked at each other. Damn it, I always thought that this guy was killed by Duke Lu. If what you said is true, then it's possible. That's right. That Luo Hui controlled the excrement business in Chang'an, so his income must be not small. Where did his money go? This Fenglingdu is the intersection of 3 provinces, and it also has the Yellow River irrigation system. If this bastard hides here, not only will he be free and unfettered, but if there is any trouble, he can also take a boat and go down the river at any time, disappearing without a trace. TSK, this guy really has a good plan. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and said, brothers, if Brother Yai is not wrong, we have to think of a way to dig that Luo Hui out. The group of playboys nodded. That's right, that's the reason. Li Wangyu looked at Fang Yai. Brother Yai, did Luo Hui notice us just now? Fang Yai thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. I'm not sure. I just met him face to face, but he didn't seem to show anything strange on his face. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Brothers, stop playing around. Today, we will think of a way to capture that Luo Hui. Hee, I still have some resentment in my heart. Haha, of course. When I catch that birdman, I'll definitely crush his balls. Ching Chimo laughed loudly. Li Wangyu looked at him with disdain. Brother Chimo, you have this kind of interest in men? TSK, I really can't see it. I should stay away from you in the future. The playboys were stunned for a moment and immediately understood the meaning of Li Wangyu's words. They all laughed. Ching Chimo pondered for a long time before he figured out the subtext of Li Wangyu's words. He was so angry that he shouted and chased after them. After a while of laughter, they finally began to discuss how to catch Luo Hui. Li Wangyu and the other playboys looked at each other and turned their eyes to their cheap nephew, Shuelu. If they wanted to dig out a person from Fenglingdu, it had to be this kind of local snake. In fact, Fenglingdu wasn't the capital of Pu Prefecture, but Shuelu couldn't bear the loneliness, so he didn't stay in Pu Prefecture. Instead, he followed a group of scoundrels and mingled in Fenglingdu, a bustling place. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that Shuelu was the local snake of Fenglingdu. Although Shuelu didn't know who Luo Hui was, he knew that this was his chance to show off. He immediately patted his chest. Uncles, leave this matter to me. As long as that person is in Fenglingdu, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I can find him. Chapter 8:23. The reason why Li Wangyu wanted to dig out Luo Hui when he heard that he had appeared was naturally not because Luo Hui had offended him back then. Although he was a cynical man, he wasn't someone who would hold a grudge. Luo Hui was just a minor character. Li Wangyu had originally thought the same as the other wastrels, that Ho Junji had silenced him long ago and had forgotten about him. But now that Fang Yai had seen Luo Hui, Li Wangyu couldn't stop his imagination from roaming. Just what was the relationship between Luo Hui and Ho Junji? Li Wangyu also thought back to Ho Junji's rebellion in the 17th year of Zhongguan, and he felt that this matter was extremely strange. Although Ho Junji had colluded with Crown Prince Li Qingxian to rebel, in truth, Li Qingxian hadn't had the courage to rebel against his father, mostly because of Ho Junji's bewitchment. Moreover, Li Jing had long ago asserted that Hou Junji had a rebellious bone in his bones. This meant that Li Jing had already noticed some clues from Hou Junji's actions. And when Li Wangyu thought back to the military system of the Tang dynasty, he felt that Hou Junji's rebellion was even more strange. The Tang dynasty had implemented a system of constabulary soldiers. Other than the imperial army and the crown prince's 6 commanders, the other constabulary soldiers were not under the command of any general. Only in wartime could Hou Junji and the other generals be allowed to lead the constabulary soldiers gathered from their various constabularies. The constabulary soldiers were under the command of the imperial court. Whenever an army was dispatched with more than 10 men, other than in an emergency, the emperor's imperial edict and copper fish talisman were required to be issued by the Shangshu Sheng and the Minxia Sheng. One could say that the constabulary soldiers of the Tang dynasty were normally trained by the imperial court and the emperor, but in wartime, the imperial court and the emperor would appoint generals to lead them. Thus, the authority to train soldiers was separated from the authority to command soldiers, preventing generals from being too arrogant. In this situation, Hou Junji had still been able to plot a rebellion. This meant that this rebellion wasn't something that he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Thus, if Hou Junji wanted to rebel, the first thing he needed to do was to have sufficient funds. Combined with Luo Hui's existence, Li Wangyu felt that this matter was rather interesting. Perhaps Luo Hui was the person responsible for helping Hou Junji raise funds. Rebellion wasn't something that could be carried out on a whim. If you don't have enough money to bribe the generals, who will work for you? Without funds to collect intelligence, how could they march and fight? Without funds to prepare logistics, where would the army's rations come from? So, in the end, it was still a matter of money. Moreover, the amount of money and grain required was no small sum, not something that Hou Junji could scrounge up through his own greed. Li Wangyu even began to think that Luo Hui might be someone who was gathering intelligence for Hou Junji. Luo Hui was originally in charge of the excrement removal business in Chang and city and did not attract any attention. However, those excrement removers could freely enter and leave the mansions of officials and nobles. Who would care about these lowly excrement pickers? These dung pickers were used to collect information from various places, and they seemed to be good intelligence personnel. Li Wangyu almost broke out in cold sweat at this thought. If it was really as he had guessed, Hou Junji had truly hidden himself well. If he hadn't known that this fellow was planning a rebellion, he really wouldn't have been able to find any clues. Even Pai Lupi had been fooled by him. Li Wangyu was even more determined to dig out Luo Hui. Patting Xue Lu on the shoulder, he said, "Big nephew, you must pay attention to this matter. This person is extremely important, so don't be careless. If you can capture this person, this marquis will ask for a reward for you." After saying this, he shot a glance at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian naturally understood what he meant and hastily coughed. "That's right. I will ask for a reward for you." Although no one had introduced Crown Prince Li Qingxian or King of Yuli Tai, Li Wangyu knew that Xue Lu should be able to guess. The Crown Prince's words were naturally even more effective, and Xue Lu immediately became excited. "Yes, I'll immediately go and find someone. Among the people who were with me before, one of them is the son of County Magistrate Feng Lingdu. I'll immediately go find him and mobilize the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to search for that thief." Xue Lu asked Li Wangyu and the rest to wait for a moment, while he ran off to find someone to arrange this matter. Li Wangyu and the rest found a restaurant and asked for a quiet room. After ordering some food and wine, they waited for Xue Lu to bring them over. However, in this era, it wasn't easy to find a single person in a sea of people, especially in a place like Fenglingdu where crooks mixed in with the honest folk. Furthermore, when Li Wangyu thought about it, Luo Hui didn't seem to have any obvious physical characteristics. So it would be difficult to dig him out from Fenglingdu. After pondering for a moment, Li Wangyu asked for paper and charcoal from the restaurant's doctor. Then, he began to sketch Luo Hui according to his memory. Since ancient times, the wanted portraits in China were too horrible to look at. Even if the person stood in front of the portrait, they might not be able to recognize him. According to the records of the Grand Historian, after the Qin dynasty destroyed the 6 states, Qin Shi Huang issued a warrant for Zhang Er and Qin Yu. In the end, the warrant for Zhang Er and Qin Yu was posted all over the Qin dynasty, but it was useless. Zhang Er and Qin Yu concealed their identities and weren't caught by Qin Shi Huang. Until the end of the Qin dynasty, the two of them were still alive and kicking. They even ruled over a region. So Li Wangyu didn't expect that the wanted portraits would be able to help the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to catch Luo Hui. In fact, since ancient times, most criminals were caught through the Baojia system. Since there weren't many people moving around, they were able to catch criminals who had escaped. But this wasn't applicable in Feng Lingdu. Feng Lingdu was an important trading port on the Yellow River. Countless ships and merchants came and went every day. So Li Wangyu planned to draw a few portraits of Luo Hui and give it to the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to search for him. Li Wangyu didn't have a deep impression of Luo Hui's appearance. But fortunately, all the silk pants had seen this person before. So they all gathered around Li Wangyu and gave him suggestions. Finally, Li Wangyu was able to draw a portrait of Luo Hui. That's right, this is the Birdman. Ching Chimo nodded his head as he looked at Li Wangyu's portrait. The silk pants also agreed that there was no mistake with the portrait. Just as they were talking, Niu Wu led a few people into the room. The one leading the group was Shui Lu. Behind him was a supporting actor and two other bailiffs. The supporting actor and the two bailiffs entered the room. They didn't dare to breathe out loud as they respectfully greeted everyone. Uncles, this is the son of the Ming House of Feng Lingdu. Those two are the bailiffs' leaders. If you want to find someone, just tell them. As long as that person is in Feng Lingdu, they will definitely be able to find him. Yes. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will definitely find the person you are looking for. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and handed the portrait over. I'm looking for this person. Look carefully. Chapter 824. Feng Lingdu, the county magistrate's son, and the head of the fast and strong class of the county government respectfully took the sketch from Li Wanyo's hand, but they couldn't help but be shocked. When had they ever seen such a lifelike portrait of a person? Ching Chimo and the other rich kids, as well as Li Qingxian and Li Tai, were all envious. Bastard, I haven't asked Zio to draw a portrait for me yet. This bastard is really lucky. Ching Chimo looked at Luo Hui's portrait with envy. The other rich kids, including Li Qingxian, all nodded in agreement. Ever since Li Wangyu had presented Yu Shernan's portrait as a congratulatory gift at Yu Shernan's birthday banquet, this portrait had become the most coveted item in Cheng and city by the nobles and aristocrats. However, Li Wangyu was so lazy that he didn't have the patience to draw portraits for people every day. Adding on his identity, there were very few people who dared to ask him for a portrait. In the past year, Li Wangyu had only drawn 2 or 3 portraits. On the other hand, Yan Liben was annoyed by the people who came to ask for a portrait, so he hid in the valley where Tsuiwei Palace was located. Ching Chimo's face was full of resentment. Zio, when will you draw a portrait for me? Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to him and looked at the 2 team leaders. This person is called Luo Hui, and he is a criminal wanted by the 2 counties in Cheng and city. He should be in Fenglingdu right now. Whether or not you can dig him out will depend on you. Yes. Marquis, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. As long as this person is in Fenglingdu, we will definitely catch him. The 2 team leaders puffed out their chests and answered excitedly. They were not stupid and knew that the people in the room were all nobles that they couldn't afford to offend. Especially this Marquis of Huxian. Even in Fenglingdu, they knew him well. To be able to work for Marquis of Huxian was their fortune. But in the next moment, the 2 of them looked at each other and carefully said, "But I dare ask the Marquis to know that there are more than 10,000 families in Fenglingdu. Every day, there are tens of thousands of merchants, porters, laborers, and the like. But in the Fenglingdu County Yamen, there are less than 100 people in the fast and able-bodied classes. I'm worried that there won't be enough people and that it will delay the Marquis's plans." Li Wangyu himself was the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Although he wasn't in charge of the county affairs, he had a general understanding of the situation in the county government and knew that this was indeed the case. For example, in Huayin County, the three groups of bailiffs added together didn't even have as many as Fengling do. Li Wangyu looked at Shuelu. Eldest nephew, can you think of a way to transfer some men from the surrounding counties? In this matter, Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic young masters naturally couldn't make an appearance. Otherwise, they would definitely be impeached. Li Wangyu was now the county magistrate of Huayin County. It was a mistake for him to go to Fenglingdu without permission, let alone meddling in local affairs. But for a hedonistic young master like Shuelu, there was no problem at all. As the son of the Puzhou governor, if he asked the other counties to help him, no one would be able to find fault with him. Shuelu immediately nodded his head without hesitation. He immediately had the innkeeper bring over a brush and paper. He wrote a few notes and had the bailiff immediately send people to the surrounding counties to send letters, asking them to send people to Fenglingdu to provide support. After arranging these matters, Li Wangyu thought about how Luo Hui was in Cheng and city as a dung picker. If he came to Fenglingdu incognito, would he also hide his identity? After all, the dung picker job was indispensable, but no one was willing to pay attention to it, so it was best to hide one's identity. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu quickly stopped the two bailiffs and ordered them to investigate the dung pickers in Fenglingdu to see if Luo Hui was hiding among them. Remember, investigate carefully and don't alert the snake in the grass. Don't let Luo Hui notice anything, Li Wangyu warned. Fenglingdu was accessible in all directions, and if Luo Hui ran away, there would be no way to find him. Today, they had been lucky. Fang Yai had just happened to run into this person. Otherwise, who would have thought that Luo Hui was hiding in a place 200 to 300 li from Cheng and city? After everything was taken care of, everyone waited in the restaurant for news. The hedonistic young masters all believed that Li Wangyu was just unhappy that he had been tricked by Luo Hui that day and wanted to vent his anger. Naturally, no one had expected that this matter would involve Marquis Lu Junji. The hedonistic young masters ate and drank in the restaurant, and when they were bored, they had their professors bring over mahjong and poker to kill time. It had to be said that mahjong and poker had spread so quickly that not even Li Wangyu had expected it. It was said that mahjong and poker had not only appeared in the various provinces of the Tang dynasty, but also in Goguryeo, Beach, Xinhua, and even the various countries of the western regions. Everyone waited until it was time to light the lanterns, but there was still no report from the county yamen. They couldn't help but feel a little anxious. However, Li Wangyu wasn't worried at all. How could it be so easy for Notice Fenglingdu to find someone? He had even decided to stay in Fenglingdu for a few more days. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch Luo Hui. However, Li Wangyu hadn't expected that the capture operation, which he had thought would take a long time, would end so quickly. The head yamen runner of Fenglingdu happily knocked on the door and came in to report, "Lord Marquis, young dukes, we've found the person." Hearing him say this, Ching Chumo and the others stopped playing mahjong and stood up. "Bastard, you really found him? Where is he?" "He, just as Lord Marquis expected, that Luo Hui has changed his name to Lu Sanlang and has become a dung picker in Fenglingdu." Li Wangyu and the other wastrels looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This birdman really doesn't forget his roots. "Did you catch him?" "Not yet. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on him." "We can catch him at any time," the head yamen runner replied. Fang Yai excitedly rubbed his hands and laughed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and catch that birdman." Li Wangyu stopped everyone. "Brothers, wait a moment. I think it's best not to alarm him." Why is that?" The wastrels were confused. The reason Li Wangyu stopped them was because he suddenly thought that if this Luo Hui was really working for Ho Junji, he definitely wouldn't be alone and would have a group of people. Since Luo Hui was hiding in Fenglingdu, he had to be remotely controlling some people. If they recklessly captured him, and this fellow turned out to be a tough guy, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. In that case, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of toppling Ho Junji. Thus, Li Wangyu was thinking of using a long line to catch a big fish, keeping an eye on Luo Hui and digging out all the threads that connected him to him. But this matter wasn't easy to explain to the wastrels. After all, in their eyes, Luo Hui was just a petty and insignificant person. They also couldn't have guessed that this matter involved the rebellion of a founding duke. Chapter 825. Li Wangyu could only evade the questions of the profligate sons and said, "Brothers, little brother feels that Luo Hui's disappearance back then was strange, and there might be some hidden story behind it." When Wei Shuyu heard him say this, he couldn't help but nod his head. Zio is right. Luo Hui is just a commoner, so how could he come to Fenglingdu from Chang'an? Back then, Chang'an and Wanyan sent out arrest warrants, but they couldn't find any trace of this birdman. If no one covered for him, how could he have escaped? The other silk pants nodded in agreement. When Luo Hui disappeared without a trace, everyone thought that he had been killed by Ho Junji. Now, it seemed like Duke Lu was the one who arranged for him to come to Fenglingdu. As for why Ho Junji would go through so much trouble to protect Luo Hui, it was worth thinking about. The silk pants weren't fools, and they quickly realized the crux of the matter and fell silent. This matter involved Duke Lu, Ho Junji, and it wasn't appropriate for the Puzhou bailiffs to know about it. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu, pick a few soldiers and follow the bailiffs of Fenglingdu to find Luo Hui. After finding him, keep a close eye on him. He then instructed the bailiffs of Fenglingdu, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. There's no need for you to interfere in the rest. Li Wangyu had Niu Wu take out 50 taels of gold. Take this money and distribute it among your brothers. Consider it a reward for your hard work. The bailiff didn't dare to take it. This is what we should do. We don't deserve such a reward from Lord Marquis. Just take it. Don't talk so much nonsense. This money isn't for you alone, so what's the point of talking so much? Li Wangyu glared at him, scaring the bailiff into kneeling down. He took the gold with both hands and thanked Li Wangyu profusely. Li Wangyu's reward was naturally generous. 50 taels of gold was equivalent to 300 strings of copper coins. There were less than 100 bailiffs in Fenglingdu, and including the bailiffs from the other provinces, there were less than 200 people. This meant that each person could receive a large amount of copper coins as a reward, which was equivalent to their monthly salary. After sending away the bailiff, Li Wangyu and the others temporarily put the matter to the back of their minds and ignored it. Li Wangyu was not the slightest bit worried that his mansion's top brass would not be able to keep Luo Hui under control. After all, those veteran ruffians were all old foxes within the Jianghu guards. Not only were they highly skilled in martial arts, but they were also very slippery. With them keeping an eye on Luo Hui, Li Wangyu refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to find a weakness between Luo Hui and Ho Junji. However, this matter was not urgent. Li Wangyu reckoned that he would need to keep an eye on Luo Hui for a long time before he could gain anything. Feng Lingdu, the legitimate son of the county magistrate, eagerly invited everyone to stay at his residence but was rejected by Li Wangyu and the others. Everyone had snuck out to play. If they went to the Fenglingdu County Yamen with great fanfare, it would be too inappropriate. In any case, he didn't lack money, so Li Wangyu had someone find an exquisitely decorated hostel. He spent some money to reserve the entire hostel and brought Li Qingxian and the others to stay. On this day, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were extremely excited. The two of them had never had such an experience before. They played with Li Wangyu and the others for an entire day, but they didn't feel tired at all. After staying in the hostel, they even chatted with Li Wangyu, causing Li Wangyu to yawn incessantly. Only when he was truly exhausted did he chase them off to sleep. Li Wangyu collapsed onto the bed in the inn and quickly went on a date with the Duke of Zhou's daughter. However, when he had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night, a series of thunderclaps suddenly rang out in the sky, waking him up from his sleep. In a few moments, a torrential downpour came pouring down as if a hole had been opened in the sky. The thunderstorm was mixed with the crackling of lightning and thunder, creating a truly frightening scene. Li Wangyu was worried that Li Qingxian and Li Tai would be scared, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and went to the two boys' room. Sure enough, the two boys had long been frightened awake by the thunderclaps. At this moment, they were also curled up on the bed, feeling uneasy. Seeing Li Wangyu come in with an oil lamp, the little fatty Li Tai hurriedly said, "Teacher, why is the rain so heavy? Nothing bad will happen, right?" Li Wangyu smiled and said, "What can happen? Hurry up and go to sleep. We'll return to Huayin County tomorrow." Although he said that, Li Wangyu faintly felt that something was wrong when he heard the thunderclaps. The rain outside was really too heavy. Li Wangyu had never seen such heavy rain in the 2 years since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. However, he was only worried that the rain was too heavy and he didn't know if it would stop after dawn. Moreover, because of the heavy rain, the water level of the Yellow River would definitely rise and become turbulent. He didn't know if it was safe to take a ferry to cross the river. Li Wangyu pondered these things while staying in Li Qingxian and Li Tai's room to accompany them. Not long after, the rich kids were all woken up and gathered around. "Damn it, is the sky leaking? Why is it raining so heavily? It was still fine during the day." Ching Chumo grumbled unhappily. "Zio, tonight's rain is very evil. Nothing bad will happen, right?" Fang Yai yawned. Hearing the sound of the heavy rain outside, he was also somewhat worried. At this moment, because the rain was too heavy, the courtyard of the hostel had already started to accumulate water. Niu Wuzheng led a group of troops and the hostel's workers to drain the water. Fortunately, due to the architectural style of the Tang dynasty, when they built the houses, they raised them by about a foot to avoid moisture. Later generations of Japanese architecture also learned from this point and raised the floor to prevent moisture. Therefore, although there was a lot of water in the courtyard, there was no need to worry about the rain seeping into the house. It should be fine, right? Li Wangyu was also somewhat uncertain. However, this rain made him feel that he seemed to have overlooked something. Another thunderclap sounded in the sky, but it made Li Wangyu suddenly shiver. A passage from the Tang dynasty appeared in his mind. In the 4th year of Zhengguan, the floods of Su, Dai, and Ji prefectures occurred. Dai and Ji prefectures, one was in Shandong and the other was in Sichuan. They had nothing to do with him, but Su prefecture was not far away. Could it be that the flood of Su prefecture was related to today's heavy rain? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The flood of Su prefecture might have been caused by the heavy rain. Su prefecture was an upper prefecture. It had 59,717 households and 100 to 200,000 people. If there was a flood in Su prefecture, many places in Hunan province would be affected. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu almost wanted to call out to Niu Wuzheng to prepare a horse to return to Chang'an. This matter must be reported to Pai Lupi as soon as possible so that the imperial court can prepare for disaster relief in Su prefecture. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately closed it again. It was still the middle of the night and it was pouring outside. No matter how anxious he was, he could only wait until dawn to make a plan. While waiting anxiously, the sky finally slowly brightened. However, the rain did not stop. Instead, it seemed to be falling more heavily. Li Wangyu did not care so much. He stood up and ordered, "Niu Wuzheng, prepare a straw cape and bamboo hat. We are going back to the ferry." Chapter 826. Li Wangyu's words stunned everyone. Wei Shuyu didn't understand and asked, "Zio, it's raining so heavily outside. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? I'm afraid that the boats at Fenglingdu wouldn't dare to set sail today, right?" Fang Yai also advised, "That's true. We shouldn't rush and wait for the rain to stop before making any plans." Li Wangyu didn't know how to explain this matter. Was he supposed to say that he predicted that there would be a flood in Shuzhou? Li Wangyu could only answer vaguely, "Let's go to the ferry and take a look. I won't hide it from you brothers. My eyelids have been twitching and my heart is in a panic. I feel that something big is about to happen. Thus, if we can leave earlier, it's better to leave earlier." Hearing him say this, the silk pants glanced at each other and didn't continue to persuade him. With the evil nature of this rain, if they could go back, then there was nothing wrong with it. The rain continued to pour down. Li Wangyu was afraid that Li Qingxian and Li Tai would fall sick from the rain, so he asked the inn's owner to find a few carriages for them. Everyone sat in the carriages to avoid the rain and headed towards the ferry. At the ferry, the boat that had brought them across the Yellow River yesterday was still waiting at the pier. However, when the boatman heard that they were going to cross the river, he quickly shook his head. "Noble one, it's not that I don't want to listen to your orders. It's just that we can't cross the river in this weather. Noble one, look at the river. Not to mention the rapid current, we can't see the situation in the river. It's too dangerous to cross the river in this situation." Li Wangyu stood under the umbrella and looked at the Yellow River. He could only helplessly admit that the boatman's words were correct. In the heavy rain, the Yellow River was filled with mist. Not to mention seeing the other side, one could only see 1 or 2 feet away. Moreover, the current in the Yellow River was much faster than yesterday. Originally, the river between Fenglingdu and Tang Pass was wide and calm. Thus, this place was chosen as the ferry port. However, after a night of heavy rain, the Yellow River showed a bit of a roaring momentum. There wasn't a single boat in sight on the river. The heavy rain that started last night showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became even more intense. The heavy rain mixed with the strong wind blew the Yellow River into waves several feet high, constantly washing the river banks. Even though the boats on the dock had long been fastened, they were still swaying non-stop. What made Li Wangyu even more worried was that after a night of torrential rain, even outsiders like them could clearly see that the water level of the Yellow River had risen a lot. Is there any other way to cross the Yellow River? Li Wangyu did not give up and continued to ask. Now that they were trapped on the north bank of the Yellow River, they had to cross the Yellow River if they wanted to return to Huayin County or Chang'an. For thousands of years, there was no bridge across the Yellow River. The only way to cross the river was by boat. The boatman opened his mouth and shook his head helplessly. "Sir, crossing the Yellow River in this weather is like putting your head on your waist. It's a narrow escape. Who is so bold? Do they not want to live anymore?" The silk pants also advised, "Zio, it's better not to take the risk. Let's return to the hostel first. The rain might stop soon." Li Wangyu nodded, indicating for the debauches to escort Li Qingxian and Li Tai back first. He then went to call Niu Wu over. "Niu Wu, bring a group of men from the residence to find the boatman at the ferry port. See if anyone is willing to cross the Yellow River and deliver a letter to Tongguan. Tell them that I'll reward anyone who helps me deliver the letter with 100 gold taels. As the saying goes, a generous reward is bound to attract brave men." 100 gold taels wasn't a small sum. 600 strings of copper coins was enough for these boatmen to earn a living on the Yellow River for many years. Li Wangyu didn't believe that no one would be tempted. Just as he expected, with sufficient incentive, Niu Wu quickly brought over 2 boatmen who had been making a living on the Yellow River for a long time. Li Wangyu didn't hesitate. He immediately had Niu Wu bring over 200 gold taels and gave it to them on the spot. He wasn't afraid that the 2 of them would take the money and run away. As long as they weren't like Luo Hui, who had the backing of a powerful figure like Ho Junji, where could they run to even if they took his money? Li Wangyu found a nearby shop and borrowed a brush and paper from the shopkeeper. He immediately wrote several letters, stamped them with his seal, placed them in bamboo tubes, and sealed them with wax. After doing all this, he called over the 2 boatmen and handed them the bamboo tubes. "Give these 2 bamboo tubes to the commandant stationed at Tongguan. Once he's seen them, he'll deal with the rest of the letters. As long as you can deliver the bamboo tubes to the commandant, you'll have done a great service. Afterward, this marquis will heavily reward you. Do you understand?" "Yes. We dare not serve Lord Marquis to our deaths." Now that the 2 boatmen knew that the noble who had offered them a reward of 100 gold taels was a marquis, they naturally worked even harder. Riches and honor were sought in the midst of danger. It was no wonder that the 2 of them dared to put their boats into the water and attempt to cross the Yellow River in this weather. Li Wangyu stood on the shore, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. He watched as the 2 boatmen untied the ropes of the 2 wooden boats and rowed the oars to the other side of the Yellow River. Not long after, the two wooden boats disappeared into the dense curtain of water, without a trace. Li Wangyu could only silently pray that the two of them would be able to safely deliver the letters to the other side. He couldn't be blamed for being so ruthless as to use such a large sum of money to lure people into risking their lives for him. This matter truly could not be delayed. If Pai Lupi and the imperial court had ordered disaster relief a day earlier, a few more of the more than 100,000 people in Shuzhou would have been able to survive. Otherwise, under the torrential rain, Shuzhou would be flooded. With the current conditions, Li Wangyu could completely imagine what kind of hell Shuzhou would be like. Last night, Li Wangyu had already ordered someone to find a map of Shuzhou and roughly looked over it. Fortunately, Shuzhou was not near the Yellow River, which meant that this year's flood in Shuzhou was not the Yellow River bursting its banks. Of course, if the Yellow River were to burst its banks, the disaster would not be limited to Shuzhou alone. However, Shuzhou had the Ying River, the Shuangni River, and the Qinglu River. Among them, the Ying River and the Shuangni River were tributaries of the Huai River. In history, the Huai River had flooded many times and caused many large-scale floods. The phrase, heavy rain disaster, light rain disaster, and no rain drought, referred to the Huai River basin. Li Wangyu could almost conclude that the area affected by the unending torrential rain would be quite large. Even the Yellow River's water level had risen a lot, not to mention the Huai River basin. The flood in Shuzhou in the 4th year of Zhenguan was definitely caused by this torrential rain. After sending off the messenger, Li Wangyu helplessly sighed and returned to the inn with Niu Wu and the others, patiently waiting for the torrential rain to stop. No one had expected that this torrential rain would continue for 3 days and 3 nights without any signs of stopping. As for the two boatmen who had risked their lives to cross the Yellow River to deliver the letter, there was no news of them at all. Li Wangyu also did not know whether or not Pai Lupi and the imperial court had received his letter. On the 4th day, the torrential rain finally stopped, but it still did not clear up. Instead, it began to drizzle. Chapter 827. Li Wangyu looked at the sky and ordered Niu Wu to arrange for people to check the situation at the ferry to see if they could cross the river today. They had been trapped in Fenglingdu for 3 days, so Huayin County probably wouldn't be able to hide it any longer. He didn't expect that he would be trapped in the north bank of the Yellow River when he brought Li Qingxian and Li Tai out to play. It was really unlucky. Li Wangyu was more concerned about whether the letter he sent across the river had reached Chang'an City. The wastrels were already bored in Fenglingdu. They were trapped in the hostel every day and couldn't go anywhere, which made them very depressed. If they had known earlier, they would have stayed in Huayin County. However, what Li Wangyu and the wastrels didn't expect was that the troops who went to check the situation at the ferry hadn't returned yet. On the street outside the hostel, there was the sound of horse hooves. Ching Chimo listened and his face changed. Zio, why does it sound like the Imperial Army? Only the Imperial Army would be able to produce such an orderly gallop. The wastrels looked at each other and then at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Why would the Imperial Army appear in Fenglingdu? Were they here to look for the Crown Prince and King Yu? Before Li Wangyu could send someone out to check on the situation, the innkeeper of the hostel stumbled in and reported while panting, Esteemed guests, there is a large group of Imperial guards outside. They have surrounded the hostel below. Are they here to look for esteemed guests? Li Wangyu thought to himself. It seemed that his letter had been delivered. But why didn't Pai Lupi send people to Shuzhou to provide relief? Why did he send the Imperial Army to Fenglingdu? Was he afraid that something would happen to Li Qingxian and Li Tai? Li Wangyu and the others hurried out of the hostel. The scene in front of them gave them a fright. The street outside the hostel was already blocked by the fully armed Imperial Army, chasing away all the onlookers. In front of the Imperial Army, there was a full set of honor for the founding Marquis, the Crown Prince, and King Yu. The person in front was actually Mitua, an old acquaintance. Li Wangyu couldn't help but rub his nose. What did Pai Lupi mean by this? What were they trying to do by showing off their honor with such great fanfare? Li Wangyu saw Aphrodite in the crowd. She stuck her tongue out at him embarrassedly and secretly pointed at Mido, implying that they had been exposed. When Mitua saw Li Wangyu, Li Qingxian, and Li Tai, he bowed and then took out a yellow scroll. Li Wangyu, Marquis of Hu County, received the imperial edict. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed and listened to Mi Tuo reading the decree. It had to be said that Pai Lupi's decree surprised Li Wangyu. In the decree, Pai Lupi appointed Li Wangyu as Henan Circuit's imperial envoy and ordered him to immediately head to Shuzhou in Henan Circuit to inspect and deal with the flood disaster. What surprised him even more was that Pai Lupi actually wanted him to bring Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai along to experience the suffering of the people. As for the debauches, they were all arranged to be in the entourage of Li Wangyu, the emissary, and headed to Hunan province together. This decree caught Li Wangyu a little off guard. He never would have thought that after warning Pai Lupi about the flood in Shuzhou, the task of disaster relief would fall on his head. In his secret memorial to Pai Lupi, he shamelessly used the Dao ancestor's dream to make Pai Lupi believe that there was a flood in Shuzhou. In any case, he couldn't think of any other reason. Since he had already used it once, he might as well use it again. If Pai Lupi didn't believe it, he could ask the ancestor to verify it himself. Li Wangyu didn't know that only one of the two boatmen who risked their lives to cross the Yellow River successfully reached Tongguan and presented the letter. The other boatman's boat was washed downstream by the turbulent river. After seeing Li Wangyu's letter, the commandant of Tongguan didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately ordered people to speed up and send Li Wangyu's secret memorial to Chang'an. Even though there was heavy rain blocking the road, the messengers sent by Tongguan ran all the way. They changed horses every 20 miles at the post station. Before dark, they ran more than 200 miles in the heavy rain and sent Li Wangyu's secret memorial to Chang'an. Then, they put it on Pai Lupi's imperial desk. Pai Lupi half believed and half doubted Li Wangyu's secret memorial about the impending flood in Shuzhou of the Hunan Circuit. As for Li Wangyu's words about the Daoist ancestor's dream, Pai Lupi didn't believe it at all. Last time, when the aristocratic families attacked and wanted Pai Lupi to condemn himself, he suspected that Li Wangyu was behind it. It was just that he didn't have any evidence. However, Pai Lupi couldn't completely disbelieve Li Wangyu's words. After all, although his nephew was mysterious, he had never joked about such an important matter. Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then ordered people to invite Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji over. He passed Li Wangyu's secret memorial to them and asked for their opinions. After Fang Xianling and the others read the secret memorial, they were still half doubtful. Your Majesty, from what I see, we have to be wary of what Marquis Huxian said. If Shuzhou really floods, within 4 to 5 days, there will be news from the Shuzhou provincial governor. However, no matter what, it is best to be prepared. Fang Xianling was a very reliable person, and his words were also very stable. Du Ruhui nodded his head in agreement. Zhang Sun Wuji thought about it, then said, "Why don't you appoint Marquis Huxian as the Henan envoy and order him to head there immediately? If there really is a flood in Shuzhou, Marquis Huxian can also make a prompt decision to save the people from the disaster." Zhao Guigong's idea is good, I agree. When Pai Lupi saw that his 3 trusted officials all had the same opinion, he immediately made up his mind to appoint Li Wangyu as the Henan envoy. Henan envoy was not an official position but an envoy. In the Tang dynasty, the bureaucratic system was split into titles, officials, and envoys. Simply put, titles and officials represented the rank of an official. Officials were the specific duties of an official. Officials were used to reward people with military achievements. Envoys were similar to special agents, they did not have a rank and did not have any benefits. However, they could directly deal with specific matters, which meant that they had power. Li Wangyu's title was the Marquis of the founding of the country. Officials were Inqing Guanglu Daifu, secondary grade 3. These were his benefits and status. As for his position, he was an official, which was Huayin County's county magistrate. The official rank determined Li Wangyu's position and official robes. Hence, when he was in Huayin County, he wore a purple official robe. How could this not make Shang Zimo and the rest, who were wearing green official robes, feel extremely frustrated? The Henan envoy that Zhang Sun Wuji suggested was the envoy position. Henan envoy was equivalent to the Tang dynasty's version of the imperial envoy, and its power was even greater. Hanan meant to demote and abolish, while envoy meant to promote. Hence, Hanan envoys had the name of patrolling, pacifying, and supervising. They were the representatives of the heavens and had the power to promote, reward, and punish the officials in the area they were patrolling. They could even act at their own discretion, acting first and reporting later. The reason why Pai Lupi accepted Zhang Sun Wuji's suggestion was also because he loved Li Wangyu. If Li Wangyu was right, then it would be great. It would allow Li Wangyu to make a prompt decision to deal with the flood. He still had a lot of trust in Li Wangyu's ability. If Li Wangyu was not telling the truth, then this matter would cause an uproar in the imperial court and cause people to accuse Li Wangyu of spreading rumors. Although he and Li Wangyu were not on good terms because of Chang'il's marriage, Pai Lupi was still rather protective of Li Wangyu. Chapter 828. Li Wangyu naturally did not know what Pai Lupi was thinking. He did not expect that his secret memorial to Pai Lupi, hoping that Pai Lupi would make preparations in advance and arrange for people to go to Shuzhou for disaster relief, would fall on his head in the end. How would he know how to provide disaster relief? Li Wangyu had not even been a formal official of the imperial court, so how would he know how to patrol and pacify a state? However, Pai Lupi had even issued an imperial edict, so he had no reason to refuse. He also did not expect that Pai Lupi would arrange for Li Qingxian and Li Tai to go to Shuzhou with him. In fact, this was very normal. In Pai Lupi's view, Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai still did not understand the suffering of the common people. Although these two had been returning to Dingzhou village and Cheng, and for a long time, how could they have seen the suffering of the common people in Dingzhou village and the academy? The original Dingzhou village was really poor. It was a mud-like village, a poor place where it was difficult to even marry a wife. But after Li Wangyu moved back to Dingzhou village, this remote and desolate village had, in just 2 short years, become the wealthiest village in the Great Tang. There was no other village that could compare. It was not an exaggeration to say that even in Cheng and the wealthy merchants in the west of the city, the quality of life was much worse than Dingzhou village in terms of quality of life. As the saying goes, one knows etiquette when one has enough grain, and one knows honor and disgrace when one has enough food and clothing. The current Dingzhou village not only did not have to worry about food and clothing, but it was also peaceful and well-mannered. The naughty children in the village were all sent by Li Wangyu to study in the academy, making the people in the surrounding counties extremely envious. If a family's daughter could marry into Dingzhou village, then her family would definitely hold a big banquet and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights, letting the neighbors and friends know that their daughter had married into Dingzhou village. Therefore, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were more comfortable in Dingzhou village and the academy than in Taiji Palace. Naturally, they didn't understand the suffering of the people. Pai Lupi gladly accepted Zhang Sun Wuji's suggestion to appoint Li Wangyu as the appointed envoy. He immediately thought of having Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who were also in Huayin County, follow Li Wangyu on this trip. If there really was a flood in Shuzhou, he could let his 2 sons truly understand the living conditions of the common people. With over 1,000 guards by his side, he naturally didn't have to worry about his sons' safety. Pai Lupi naturally didn't know that his 2 sons had been secretly taken away by Li Wangyu. They had already shaken off the imperial guards and sneaked out to play. In Li Wangyu's secret memorial to Pai Lupi, he did not dare to mention this. Otherwise, Pai Lupi, who loved his sons dearly, might personally run to Fenglingdu and hang Li Wangyu up to teach him a lesson. Mitua accepted the task of announcing the imperial edict at Fenglingdu and led the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs out of Cheng and city in the morning of the next day in the heavy rain, heading for Huayin County. Mitua had originally planned to pick up Crown Prince Li Wangyu and Prince Li Tai at Huayin County and meet up with the 1,000 imperial guards. Then, they would cross the Yellow River and head to Huayin County to announce the imperial edict to Li Wangyu. Who would have thought that the group would be stopped by Lai Hot's troops when they rushed to Huayin County? They said that the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wangyu had been grounded by Li Wangyu. They were punished to repent in the house and were not allowed to take half a step out. No outsiders were allowed to enter. Mitua didn't care about this and directly barged in. However, the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wangyu were nowhere to be seen, the beautiful blonde Avro looked at Mitua in horror. She was still holding a snack in one hand and stuffing it into her mouth, while her other hand was frantically hiding her phone behind her back. Avro didn't dare to let outsiders see such an immortal treasure. Mitua was also dumbfounded. He looked around the room and didn't see any trace of the crown prince or princely Wangyu. He hurriedly asked, Avro, where are the crown prince and princely Wangyu? Avro hid her phone. Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, she stuck her tongue out at Mitua and made a funny face. Hee, the crown prince and princely Wangyu went to Tongguan with you 2 days ago. She still didn't know that Li Wangyu and the others had already crossed the Yellow River and ran to Fenglingdu. Furthermore, they were trapped there due to the heavy rain. Avro's answer naturally made Mitua jump with anxiety. He knew that Li Wangyu wasn't at Tongguan. The secret memorial he wrote to His Majesty stated very clearly that he, Qing Chumo, and the others had run to Fenglingdu on the other side of the Yellow River. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. How could the Marquis run off with the Crown Prince and princely Wangyu without permission? Let's go to Tongguan now. Mituo's forehead was covered in sweat. Mitua was burning with anxiety. He gathered the imperial guards who were in charge of protecting Li Qingxian and Li Tai and scolded the commandant and lieutenant of the imperial guards. He didn't dare to act arbitrarily and could only order someone to report back to Chang, and while he hurriedly led everyone to Tongguan in the rain. However, they still couldn't cross the Yellow River when they reached Tongguan and were blocked by the heavy rain on the southern bank. In his anxiety, Mitua almost wanted to force his men to cross the Yellow River, but he was finally persuaded to stop. After all, Li Wangyu still had more than 10 Li family troops by his side. Coupled with Qing Chumo and the other foppish sons, the Crown Prince and princely Wangyu's safety shouldn't be a problem. Mitua was so anxious that his mouth was covered in blisters. However, he couldn't change God's mind and could only lead his men to wait at Tongguan for a day and a night. On the morning of the second day, the torrential rain that had been raging for 3 days finally stopped and turned into a drizzle. Mitua couldn't wait any longer and urged the commandant to find a ferry. Thousands of people began to cross the Yellow River. Mitua boarded the ferry first and led dozens of imperial guards to cross the Yellow River. He happened to meet the Lai-Hot troops that Li Wangyu had sent to check the situation at the ferry. He hurriedly summoned the Lai-Hot troops and asked about the situation. After learning that the Crown Prince and princely Qingxian were safe and sound, he was relieved. He asked the Lai-Hot troops to lead the way and everyone rushed to the hostel to read the imperial edict. After Li Wangyu asked about the reason, he could only pretend that he didn't see Mituo's sad expression. After all, he was in the wrong in this matter. His original plan was to secretly take Li Qingxian and Li Tai out to play for 2 days without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that God's plan would be different than man's? Because of the sudden torrential rain, this matter was exposed. Li Wangyu looked at the officials behind Mitua, whose clothes were disheveled. Only then did he relax a little. It seemed that Pai Lupi wasn't completely unreliable and casually threw the disaster relief work to him. These officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were the ones that Pai Lupi arranged to do the actual work. It seemed that he only needed to take Li Qingxian and Li Tai to Shuzhou to comfort the victims of the disaster. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with Pai Lupi's arrangements. Since he couldn't reject this matter, Li Wangyu ordered people to prepare to leave. The right thing to do was to get to Shuzhou as soon as possible. Just as he was preparing to leave, he saw another group of carriages coming from the end of the street. Chapter 829. Li Wangyu looked up and saw that the carriages were hanging the banners of the Marquis Mansion of Hu County. He was surprised. Why did someone from his mansion come? When the carriages came near, his beautiful boss came down from the carriage. Li Wangyu was shocked and quickly held up his umbrella to greet her. Changqing, why are you here? Su Changqing rolled her eyes at him and secretly reached out to pinch his waist. She whispered, you sent a letter to the Chou family, so Chou Kun naturally informed me. I also heard that you were appointed as the Hunan Daoist envoy by Li Shimin. I guessed that you were going to Shuzhou for disaster relief, so I quickly followed to see if I could help. Li Wangyu suddenly understood, but secretly cursed Chou Kun in his heart. He was unreliable. The letters he sent out, in addition to the secret memorial to Pai Lupi, were sent to the Chou family in Chang'an. In the letter, he told Chou Yuanliang that there might be a flood in Shuzhou, so he ordered Chou Yuanliang, a big grain merchant in Chang'an, to collect more food and prepare to send it to Shuzhou for sale. Li Wangyu was not a saint, so he had his own calculations. If there was a flood in Shuzhou, the food transported by the Chou family would be purchased by the imperial court and used for disaster relief. The Chou family could also make a small profit, and the people of Shuzhou would not starve. After all, compared to the government transporting food to Shuzhou for disaster relief, it was obvious that the speed of a big grain merchant like the Chou family would be much faster. This kind of thing was beneficial to everyone. At most, the imperial court would have to spend a little more money. Li Wangyu did not expect that the fat Chou Kuan would inform his beautiful boss about this. Hee, Changqing, it's great that you can come. It's good to have you to advise me. Li Shimen suddenly made me the Hunan Taoist envoy. I'm still confused. Li Wangyu was naturally happy about the sudden appearance of his beautiful boss. After all, his beautiful boss was a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. In terms of management ability, she was several streets ahead of him. There was no reason for him not to be happy when there was a beautiful woman giving him advice behind his back. It had been raining for 3 days and 3 nights, and Li Wangyu didn't know what was going on in Suzhou. He could only make the best use of his time and arrange for everyone to set off for Suzhou. It was rather convenient to travel from Fenglingdu to Shuzhou. Nowadays, the waterways of the Tang dynasty were much more convenient. From Fenglingdu, one could take a boat and go down the Yellow River to Jianghu. From there, one could reach Shuzhou through the Tongji Canal. The entire journey was more than 1,000 miles long. Following the river, it would take about 2 days to reach the Su province. After reading the edict, Mi Tuo did not return to Chang'an. He still had to follow Li Qingxian and Li Tai to Shuzhou before returning to Chang'an. Li Wangyu, this freshly minted Hunan Taoist envoy, plus the imperial guards accompanying him, there were more than 1,000 men and horses. If they wanted to sail to Shuzhou, it would take some effort. Luckily, there were many boats at Fenglingdu and Tongguan. Especially after the Crown Prince and King Yu's banners were brought out, how could the local officials not cooperate? After working for half a day, they finally gathered enough boats. Li Wangyu led everyone onto a large official boat and set sail to the east. As for the imperial guards, a portion of them boarded the various conscripted boats to protect them. Another portion rode their horses to guard the shore. The drizzle in the air had not stopped. The storm a few days ago had obviously affected a large area. Li Wangyu stood at the bow of the boat and could clearly see that the water level of the Yellow River had risen. Luckily, if the history books were correct, there would not be any floods along the Yellow River in the 4th year of Zhengguan. Otherwise, if the Yellow River burst, the disaster would be unimaginable. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, the fleet arrived at Guangqing County of Jianghu. This was also where Jianghu was governed. The officials of Jianghu had already received the news that the Marquis of Huxian, Li Wangyu, had been appointed as the envoy of Hunan province. He led the Crown Prince and King Yu to patrol Hunan province. These officials of Hunan province naturally did not dare to be negligent. They neatly ran to the dock of Jianghu Guangqing County to receive Li Wangyu and his group. When the official boat carrying Li Wangyu and the others docked, the Jianghu provincial governor led the officials and bowed. Greetings to the Crown Prince, King Yu, and Marquis of Huxian. No need for formalities. Provincial Governor Hu, is there any news of Shuzhou? Li Wangyu did not know the provincial governor of Jianghu. He only knew his name. He did not have the time to be courteous with these Jianghu officials and directly asked about the situation of Shuzhou. Jianghu and Shuzhou were neighbors. If there was news, the officials of Jianghu would naturally know. Who would have thought that this provincial governor who would stutter for a long time without saying anything? Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. How come the provincial governor of Jianghu did not know anything? He was annoyed, but he could only be patient and ask the provincial governor of Jianghu to quickly send people to inquire about the news. Marquis, this official has already ordered people to prepare a banquet. Marquis, the Crown Prince, and King Yu. Before the provincial governor of Jianghu finished speaking, he was impatiently interrupted by Li Wangyu. Enough, there is no need to arrange this. I am anxious to know the situation of Shuzhou. Quickly send people to inquire about it. Provincial governor who was rebuffed and could not help but feel embarrassed. He cursed in his heart. He was the provincial governor of Jianghu, not the provincial governor of Shuzhou. Why did Li Wangyu ask about the situation of Shuzhou as soon as he arrived in Jianghu? Could it be that something happened in Shuzhou? These days, other than a few days of heavy rain, he did not hear of anything happening. The provincial governor of Jianghu found it strange, but he did not dare to ask. He could only immediately send people to Shuzhou to inquire about the news. However, before the provincial governor of Jianghu could send people, Shuzhou's horses galloped over, bringing with them shocking news. Report. There is a sudden flood in Shuzhou. 8 counties are trapped. The provincial governor of Shuzhou has ordered people to urgently request for reinforcements. This sudden news caused all the officials in Jianghu to be dumbfounded. The provincial governor of Jianghu was even more shocked. He looked at Li Wangyu with an expression of bewilderment. Li Wangyu was worried that he would not be able to see anything. He did not care about the shock of the officials in Jianghu and hurriedly sent people to report in detail. The Ying River and Shuangwei River in Shuzhou have already burst because of the continuous heavy rain last night. Currently, most of Shuzhou has been swallowed by the flood. Including Changxi County, 8 of the 9 counties in Shuzhou have been surrounded by the flood and are in imminent danger. When Li Wangyu heard this news, he was instantly stunned. In the history books of the future, there was only one sentence recorded. In the 4th year of Zhengguan, there was a flood in Shuzhou. He did not expect this flood to be so serious. Under the jurisdiction of Shuzhou, there were 59,717 households, 9 counties, and 117 villages. When Li Wangyu thought of these numbers, he felt his scalp go numb. Quickly set off to Shuzhou. Chapter 830. Li Wangyu did not dare to stay in Jianghu any longer. After hearing that Shuzhou had indeed breached the dam yesterday, he immediately prepared to set off. However, just as he was about to board the ship, he stopped and turned to the Jianghu provincial governor. Governor Hu, how much grain does Jianghu have? Marquis, Jianghu does not have much grain, but Marquis does not need to worry about grain. In Luoyang's Chongping warehouse, there are large amounts of grain stored in case of emergency. Marquis can give the order to transport grain from Luoyang's Chongping warehouse to Shuzhou. The Jianghu provincial governor was also a shrewd person. He immediately understood the meaning behind Li Wangyu's words and quickly replied. He was not lying. The Tang dynasty had Chongping warehouses in Luo, Xiang, Yu, Su, Qi, Ping, Qin, and Puzhou to store large amounts of grain. These grain stores were first to stabilize the price of grain and prevent the grain from being cheap and harming the farmers. Secondly, it was to prevent bad harvests. For example, during the locust plague in the 2nd year of Zhengguan, the local government relied on the grain in Chongping warehouse to save the victims. Secondly, it was to deal with national matters such as military expeditions or major construction projects. Luoyang was not far from Jianghu, only 200 miles away. Using 4-wheeled carriages to transport grain, one could reach in a day. Li Wangyu ordered people to summon the civil officials on the ship. After asking them and confirming this point, he was slightly relieved. With the grain in Luoyang's Chongping warehouse and his orders to transport grain to Jianghu, grain should not be a big problem. In his mind, for such a disaster, as long as there was enough grain to ensure the survival of the victims, there would not be any problems. Li Wangyu ordered the civil officials to leave a few people behind and immediately set off for Luoyang's Chongping warehouse to transport grain to Jianghu and then to Shuzhou through the Tongji Canal. He hurriedly boarded the ship and led the fleet toward Shuzhou. Jianghu was 200 miles away from Shuzhou. If they went with the flow, they could reach it in 6 to 8 hours. When the fleet entered Shuzhou, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Their fleet was originally going along the Tongji Canal. The Tongji Canal was a man-made canal that Emperor Yangguang dug for the millions of men and women in Hunan. Due to the need for the dragon boat of Emperor Yang of Sui, the canal was dug very deep. It was 40 steps wide, which was about 60 meters. It could be considered very wide. However, when the fleet entered the territory of the Su province, everyone could hardly tell where the river was and where the land was. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast ocean. Although the Tongji Canal did not burst, the outside of the canal was completely flooded. The water even overflowed the embankment of the Tongji Canal and poured into the canal. On both sides of the river, one could vaguely see villages in the distance. At this time, only a few dilapidated walls were left. Corpses of cows, sheep, and pigs were floating in the filthy water. From time to time, one could even see the corpses of people who had drowned in the flood. In the distance, there were still quite a few commoners taking refuge in the trees and roofs. When they saw the fleet, they all cried out for help. It was a miserable scene. Li Wangyu did not dare to be negligent. He quickly ordered the fleet to lower the boats so that the imperial army could save the people. Fortunately, Li Wangyu and the others had more than 1,000 imperial army guards protecting them. Thus, when they set off from Fenglingdu, they also gathered a lot of ships. After the Jianghu provincial governor learned of the flood in Shuzhou, he also arranged for ships to follow them. There was a place to settle these people who were saved. Li Wangyu ordered for the rescued people to be sent back to Jianghu. He continued to lead the fleet toward Jiangxi County. Along the way, Li Wangyu's fleet had been saving the people on both sides of the Tongji Canal. When the fleet arrived at Jiangxi County, it was already evening. Looking from afar, half of the city walls of Jiangxi County were already submerged in the flood. It was obvious that the Shuzhou provincial governor was also surrounded by the flood. The tens of thousands of commoners within the city were also in danger. Li Wangyu originally wanted to immediately change to a small boat and head toward Jiangxi County. However, he was persuaded not to do so. At this moment, the sky was already dusk. The situation within the city was unclear, so it was best not to rashly enter the city in case something unexpected happened. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. Thinking about how there was no light at night and how his fleet did not bring any food for the rescue, it was indeed inappropriate for them to rashly enter Jiangxi County. As such, he did not insist. However, he still ordered the imperial guards to send people to take a small boat to Jiangxi County to gather information. If possible, he wanted to find the Shuzhou provincial governor and the officials of Jiangxi County to ask about the situation. Standing at the head of the boat, looking at the dozens of imperial guards slowly rowing the small boat toward the county not far away, Li Wangyu could not help but let out a long sigh. In this era, human lives were simply too fragile in the face of disasters. Furthermore, he felt that he had overlooked something, but he could not figure out what it was. At this moment, Su Changqing walked to his side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Looking at the city walls and the flood, she suddenly said, "Wangyu, there's something that I think you should make plans for." "What?" Li Wangyu did not understand her words. Su Changqing brushed aside the hair on her forehead that had been messed up by the wind and said, "Did you forget that after a disaster, there will be a plague?" Her words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Li Wangyu's ears, causing his body to sway. As expected, he felt that he had forgotten something. A plague. Since ancient times, due to the poor sanitation in Wuxia, it had become a law that after a disaster, there would be a plague. Especially after a flood, when the corpses of the livestock and people were soaked in the flood, the water would definitely be filled with the virus. If it was not treated, it would be strange if the livestock and people did not get sick after drinking the contaminated water. Furthermore, due to the poor medical conditions and the lack of experience in preventing epidemics, once an epidemic broke out, even the officials and doctors could easily get sick and die. Li Wangyu thought that if an epidemic broke out in Shuzhou after the flood, the scene would be too terrifying. Thinking about the scene of an epidemic, his back was covered in a layer of white sweat. At this moment, he saw a boatman at the head of the boat. He used a rope to tie a bucket of water and put it into the river. He lifted the bucket of water and was about to put it into his mouth. Li Wangyu immediately rushed over and kicked the boatman who was about to drink the water. The boatman staggered and the water in his hands spilled everywhere. That boatman was kicked into a daze, but he did not understand what mistake he had made to make the noble so angry. He also did not dare to argue and quickly knelt down, begging for forgiveness. Li Wangyu ignored that boatman and directly called Niu Wu. Niu Wu, pass down the order that no one in the fleet is allowed to drink the water. It must be boiled first before drinking. Every day, everyone must wash their hands at least 3 times. If there is anyone who disobeys, this marquis will severely punish them. Chapter 831. Li Wangyu's orders were basic knowledge that all future generations knew about, but in the eyes of the Tang, they were making things difficult for them. Although the boatman who had been kicked by him admitted his crime, he was inwardly cursing the marquis for meddling too much. Wasn't this how boatmen always lived their lives? Who had the time to boil water when they were sailing? In his view, it was purely because a noble like Li Wangyu had nothing better to do that he even cared about how they ate and drank. Of course, the boatman didn't dare to say this out loud. He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. After Li Wangyu's order was passed down, the entire fleet was filled with complaints. After Li Wangyu discussed it with his beautiful boss, he issued even stricter orders. They forbade drinking unclean water, eating unclean food, defecating, spitting. A series of detailed rules made everyone complain incessantly. Let alone the boatmen and imperial army soldiers, even the hedonistic scions, Li Qingxian, and Li Tai didn't understand why Li Wangyu had issued such an order. But Li Wangyu had no intention of explaining. After all, in this era, only Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei understood the concept of bacteria because of the existence of microscopes. No one else understood these things. He also couldn't slowly explain to everyone what bacteria, pathogens, and viruses were. He could only use high-pressure measures to force everyone to accept. Anyone who disobeyed would be locked up or whipped. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was the founding marquis of the county and the Henan Circuit's envoy, so no one dared to disobey his orders. No matter how much the boatmen and imperial army soldiers complained about Li Wangyu, they could only obediently follow his orders. After issuing his order, Li Wangyu turned to Su Changqing. Changqing, after daybreak, you will take Aphrodite, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Xing Chimo back to Jianghu and Chang'an. Since Shuzhou could become an epidemic area, Li Wangyu couldn't bear to let his beautiful boss take this risk with him. Even he couldn't help but tremble at the mention of an epidemic area. The virus didn't care who he was. With the current medical conditions in the Tang dynasty, once he was infected with those messy viruses, except for the penicillin in Sun Simiao's hands, which had a certain probability of saving his life, he could only wait for death. Were it not for the fact that Pai Lupi had conferred him the title of Banji Shi of Hunan province, he would have immediately ordered his men to turn the ship around and return to Jianghu. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a coward. It was human nature to cherish life. Su Changqing immediately understood Li Wangyu's intention. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Li Wangyu and said, "I'm not leaving. Don't even think about driving me away. If we're going to face the epidemic, then let's face it together. Back then, you and I agreed that we would live and die together in the Great Tang." Obviously, when faced with this kind of situation, women were always more emotional than men. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly and said, "Changqing, listen to me. You have a reason to go back. I don't care. I don't have a reason. I won't leave even if you want to. Besides, don't forget that I'm different from you. My body was transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and I've already been vaccinated with countless vaccines. But your body hasn't been injected with any vaccines. If you ask me, even if we have to leave, it should be you. I'll stay to help you with the disaster." Su Changqing didn't listen to Li Wangyu at all, and what she said was not wrong at all. Later generations had all been injected with various vaccines since childhood. Many viruses that were a disaster in the Tang dynasty, such as smallpox, had long disappeared in later generations. Li Wangyu was naturally moved by his beautiful boss's words. He didn't care whether other people on the ship would see them or not. He directly reached out and put his arm around his beautiful boss's shoulder. Changqing, listen to me. You have to go back to Chang'an. There's one thing I need you to go back and immediately organize the female workers in the underwear shop to help me make it. What is it? A mask. When Su Changqing heard him say so, he also came to a sudden realization. Indeed, in the face of the possible outbreak of the epidemic after the flood, it was impossible to do without protective equipment. Although they couldn't make a real medical protective mask in the Tang dynasty, it was better than nothing. Masks had been in China since ancient times. It was recorded in the etiquette, cover the mouth for fear of offending people. It was also written in Marco Polo's travels. In the palace of the Yuan dynasty, the people who offered food covered their mouths and noses with silk cloth to protect their breath. They didn't touch the food. But that kind of silk cloth covering the mouth and nose was actually meaningless, at least it couldn't protect against the virus. Wang Yu, that kind of mask made of cotton cloth, I'm afraid it's useless, right? Su Changqing asked doubtfully. She was right. The medical masks of later generations seemed to be made of non-woven cloth, but in fact, there was a filter material in the middle of the mask to block the virus in the air. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't make that filter material in the Tang dynasty, but it was not that there was no other way. Changqing, do you know about activated carbon? Adding activated carbon in the middle of the mask can also block the transmission of the virus. Su Changqing couldn't help but nod. That's a good idea. It's not difficult to make activated carbon. So you must go back to Chang'an city and get people to start making the masks. The sooner you make the masks, the safer I will be in Shuzhou. But, Li Wangyu gently kissed the beautiful face of his beautiful boss. No buts. It's a deal. Tomorrow morning, you go back to Chang'an with Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Be good and listen to me. Su Changqing pondered for a long time, and could only silently nod his head and agree. In addition, you have to help Sun Simiao get more penicillin as soon as possible and get people to send it to Shuzhou. If an epidemic really breaks out in Shuzhou, I'm afraid only penicillin can save lives. Li Wangyu was just trying everything he could. If an epidemic like smallpox really broke out, penicillin would be useless. He just wanted to comfort himself. That night, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing talked for a long time and almost didn't sleep the whole night. It wasn't until dawn that Li Wangyu called Mi Tuo and asked him to immediately escort Li Qingxian and Li Tai back to Chang'an city. Mi Tuo was puzzled and didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Li Wangyu could only whisper in his ear, after a disaster, there will be a pandemic. We must be prepared. Mi Tuo's face suddenly changed. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the swamp around him. His body couldn't help but shiver. He immediately understood Li Wangyu's words. If an epidemic really broke out in Shuzhou, who would dare to put the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu in such a dangerous place? Marquis, you should also withdraw. Why don't you go back to Jianghu first? Mi Tuo still had a conscience and still thought about Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu shook his head and looked at the wall of Changji County not far away. He said, I'm the Hunan Taoists' envoy. Chapter 832. When Li Qingxian and Li Tai heard that Li Wangyu wanted them to return to Chang'an, they shook their heads and refused to leave no matter what. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about that at the moment. Using his authority as a teacher, he forced the two to board the ship back to Jianghu. On the other hand, Qing Chumo and the other wastrels refused to return to Chang'an no matter what Li Wangyu said. Zio, don't say any more. If we turn around and return to Chang'an, how can we face others in the future? Not to mention that the current situation in Shuzhou is unclear. Even if there is a pandemic, as long as you are in Shuzhou, we will accompany you. Brother Chumo is right. Zio, what do you take us for? If you continue to speak like this, be careful that we don't cut ties with you. Fang Yai also threatened. In the face of the wastrel's insistence, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and let them be. However, he was still very grateful to the wastrels. Staying behind at the risk of danger wasn't something that could be done just because of loyalty. After daybreak, his beautiful superior brought Aphrodite and the reluctant Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the others back to Jianghu. After returning to Jianghu, they could change carriages and use the official road to return to Chang'an. If they hurried, they could return to Chang'an in about 3 days. At the insistence of the two wastrels, half of the imperial guards guarding Li Qingxian and Li Tai were left behind for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu didn't refuse this. After all, he didn't know what he would face after the flood receded. It was always good to have an armed force by his side. Standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the sailing ship slowly disappearing into the distance, Li Wangyu didn't know if his beautiful superior could make the masks in time and send them to Shuzhou. After all, even if they rode at full speed, it would still take 6 to 7 days to travel from Chang'an to Shuzhou. In addition to the time needed to arrange for the craftsmen to make the masks, Li Wangyu estimated that it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the masks to be sent to Shuzhou. He didn't know if they could make it in time. As the sky gradually brightened, an imperial guard immediately came to report that they saw several small boats rowing out of Changji County. It seemed that the people who had entered the county to scout for information yesterday had returned. Li Wangyu hurriedly stood at the bow of the ship. Sure enough, a ship was rowing out from Changji County. Looking from afar, other than the imperial guard, there were several people dressed in official robes. One of them was dressed in a crimson official robe. Su Province was Central Province. The only person who could wear dark red official robes in Su Province was the governor of Su Province. It was clear that the imperial army that entered the city yesterday evening had already found the Shuzhou provincial governor and brought him back. This official greets the Marquis. Greetings to the Marquis. This lowly official has no face to see the Marquis. As soon as the Su Province provincial governor boarded the ship, he bowed and begged for forgiveness. He had already learned from the imperial army that the young Marquis in front of him had been appointed by the emperor as the Hunan Dao envoy. It could be said that he could decide his life and death with one word. The Shuzhou governor could not be careless. Following the Shuzhou provincial governor on the ship were a few other officials. Looking at the color of their robes, they were all rank 5 or 6 officials. They were probably Su Province's special attendants. Li Wangyu raised his eyes. The Shuzhou provincial governor's robes were also covered in dirt. It was clear that after the river burst the night before, even though the Shuzhou provincial governor was in Changji County, he did not have a good time. That's enough. Let's talk about forgiveness later. First, what is the current situation in Changji County? Is there any news from the other 8 counties in Su Province? Replying to the Marquis, because it was night time when the dike burst, the county's city gates were tightly shut. This is also a blessing in disguise. After receiving the warning, I immediately gathered the people of Changji County and used sandbags to block the 4 city gates. Although the county is surrounded by water, there is only knee-deep water within the city. There have not been any casualties. As for the other counties, there was news yesterday. The situation is similar to Changji County. The Shuzhou provincial governor's words made Li Wangyu feel slightly more at ease. Of the 59,717 households in Su Province, most of them were gathered in the 8 counties. Due to the protection of the city walls, the disaster was not too serious. However, based on the scenes he saw along the way, the situation of the 117 villages scattered around was not optimistic. However, in this short period of time, Li Wangyu really could not gather people to help the victims. The only good news was that the heavy rain had stopped. According to the Shuzhou provincial governor's report, he had sent people to the Ying River and Shuangni River to check. The amount of water gushing out was slowly decreasing. If the heavy rain did not continue, the raging water would recede in a few days. How is the grain storage in Changji County? How long can it last? Li Wangyu continued to ask. In the face of a disaster, grain was the most important thing. As long as there was grain, there would not be any major problems. However, the Shuzhou provincial governor gave a bitter smile and gave him a piece of bad news. Marquis, although I did my best to order people to save the grain in the granaries, I only managed to save a portion. It should be enough to last the people of Changji County for 4 to 5 days. Li Wangyu was not surprised by his reply. The granaries of the Sui and Tang dynasties were mostly dug underground to store grain. When these granaries were being built, they would use fire to dry the surrounding soil. Then, they would place the ash and wooden planks one by one. In addition, the grain would be placed layer by layer, with straw mats separating each layer. If it was under normal circumstances, there would naturally be no problem with storing grain like this. However, when the flood outside the city reached the knees, these granaries would easily be flooded with dirty water. However, Li Wangyu was not too disappointed. The grain in the city could last for 4 to 5 days, which should be enough. He had already ordered officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to go to the Luoyang granaries to gather grain. In terms of time, it should not be a big problem. Since there were no major casualties in Jianghu County, Li Wangyu's focus shifted to the most important matter of preventing the epidemic. He gave the orders he had given to the fleet before to the Shuzhou provincial governor, the other officials, instructing them to do as they were told. In addition, he quickly sent people to the other counties besieged by the flood to pass on his orders. If any of the county officials failed to carry out his orders, then don't blame him, the Henan circuit governor, for settling accounts and stripping them of their official robes. After the Shuzhou provincial governor and the other officials heard Li Wangyu's orders, they were all dumbfounded. This Marquis of Huxian did not make use of the time to provide disaster relief. Why did he care about these sentimental things? What about forbidding drinking water, forbidding eating unclean food, forbidding urinating and defecating, forbidding spitting? What was the use of these things? Why didn't they hurry to gather the food and the soldiers of the various Ziyong mansions in Hunan province? What was the meaning of all these messy things? Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they did not dare to refute him. They could only agree. As for whether or not they would carry out this order, only the heavens knew. Chapter 833. After Li Wangyu finished giving instructions on how to fight the epidemic, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten 2 very important things. Lime. Alcohol. After the flood, mosquitoes and viruses would inevitably breed, and a large amount of disinfectant materials would be needed. Lime and alcohol were the best disinfectants. However, these 2 materials were far away in Chang'an City. The lime mine that he and Qing Yaojin worked together with the other dukes had already started to produce limitless lime, making the dukes' houses very rich. The alcohol needed to be refined in the wine workshop in the Qinling Mountains with high alcohol content. Li Wangyu hurriedly ran back to the cabin and hurriedly wrote a memorial for Pai Lupi, as well as a letter for his beautiful superior. He gave it to Niu Wu and asked him to immediately arrange a fast boat to chase after Su Changqing's boat. If everything went smoothly, these materials would be transported from Chang'an to Su province in 10 days. After arranging these matters, Li Wangyu also asked the Su province provincial governor to immediately arrange boats to search and rescue the people who were trapped by the flood. Most of the 500 imperial guards were also sent out by Li Wangyu to search for survivors. Let's go, we will also go to Jianghu County to see the situation. Li Wangyu said as he ordered people to prepare boats. The Su province provincial governor and a group of Su province officials hurriedly dissuaded him. Marquis, at this time the flood has not receded, and the situation in Jianghu County is not very optimistic. Marquis, why don't you wait on the big boat? It won't be too late to enter the city after the flood recedes. Enough, don't say any more. I am now the Hunan province governor. How can I sit by and do nothing to the people in Jianghu County? If I don't personally see the situation in Jianghu County, when His Majesty asks, how can I answer? Should I tell His Majesty that I was afraid of an accident and did not enter Jianghu County? Li Wangyu's words made it difficult for the Su province officials to continue persuading him. They could only obediently board the small boat again. Qing Chimo and the other silk pants naturally had to go with them to Jianghu County. In addition to Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops, as well as the imperial guards protecting them, they rowed 4 or 5 small boats and headed for Jianghu County. Because the city gate of Jianghu County had long been blocked with sandbags and mud, when the small boat reached the city wall, it could only let the government soldiers and bailiffs on the city wall drop down ropes and hanging baskets to bring Li Wangyu and his group up to the city wall. The city walls of Jianghu County were originally about 6 to 7 meters high, but at this time, nearly half of them were flooded. Li Wangyu estimated that the depth of the water was at least 3 meters. Jianghu County was the administrative area of Suzhou, and its city walls were considered the highest. As for the other counties that were surrounded by the flood, according to the Suzhou provincial governor, the height of the city walls was no more than 5 to 6 meters. They were only able to block the flood. If the torrential rain continued for a few more days, it was likely that even the city walls of those cities would be destroyed. The city walls of these counties of the Tang dynasty, including Chang and City, were mostly made of rammed earth, and the outer layer was covered with green bricks. The city walls of Jianghu County were temporarily isolated from the flood and protected the tens of thousands of people in the city. However, there was also a great danger. If the city walls made of rammed earth were soaked in water for a long time, they would easily collapse. If the city walls of Jianghu County collapsed, then the tens of thousands of people in the city would have nowhere to run. Fortunately, the torrential rain had stopped. According to the observation of the Suzhou officials, the flood outside the city walls had decreased a lot compared to yesterday. Li Wangyu could also see this. The highest mark left by the flood on the city walls of Jianghu County had already receded by 2 to 3 feet compared to the current level of the water. When he got on top of the city walls of Jianghu County, he looked up and saw a scene of devastation. The city was filled with muddy water with all kinds of filthy things floating on it. Of course, this was normal. Back in Chang and City, it was because of the torrential rain that Li Wangyu couldn't bear it anymore and had the idea of building a public toilet. The situation of Jianghu County was almost the same as that of Chang and City. Not to mention that there were no public toilets, most of the people were used to relieving themselves everywhere. If it was in the past, it would be fine. However, when the flood hit, the situation in the city became abnormally bad. The Tang dynasty was different from later generations. Most of the buildings were one-story wooden houses, and even the provincial governor's mansion was the same. The 1-foot-deep water had already made the people in the city cry, but there was nothing they could do. The officials of Suzhou accompanied Li Wangyu and his group to patrol around the city walls of Jianghu County. Even Li Wangyu didn't have a better solution for the current situation of Jianghu County. After all, it was impossible to move tens of thousands of people to other places. Before the flood receded, the water in the city couldn't be drained. Now, the only thing he could do was to let these people continue to endure for a while. When they got on top of the city walls of Jianghu County, it was already noon. If it was in the past, the city would be filled with smoke at this time, and every family would be cooking. However, due to the influence of the flood, Li Wangyu could only see a few wisps of smoke rising from the city walls. How is the food of the people now guaranteed? I have already ordered people to count the food in the streets. For the people who have difficulties in life, they will be given a daily quota of corn to maintain their livelihood. As long as the food arranged by the marquis can be transported in 5 or 6 days, there won't be a big problem. Fortunately, the marquis came in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Wangyu nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. At the same time, he also felt very fortunate. Fortunately, when he was at Fenglingdu, because of the heavy rain, he remembered the flood of Suzhou in the 4th year of Zhengguan. That was why he urgently reported to Pai Lupi. He wanted the imperial court to prepare early. He just didn't expect that this disaster relief job, after going around in circles, would fall on his head in the end. But then again, if it was someone else, they might not be able to do better than him. At least in the prevention and treatment of infectious diseases, although Li Wangyu was not a doctor, he knew more than the doctors of this era. He was not a saint, but he was also not a person with a heart of stone. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now that he was the marquis of the founding county of the Tang dynasty, he naturally had to do something for this era, for the Tang dynasty, and for the people of the Tang dynasty. Brothers, how about we live in Jianghu County today? Li Wangyu turned his head to the playboys and said with a smile. Ching Chimo laughed and said, "Great. I have never lived in such an environment." Ziyu, you are not afraid, how can I frown? Of course, Brother Chumo was shot in the stomach by an arrow, but he didn't even frown. Fang Yi Ai joked. Ching Chumo couldn't help but fly into a rage. He began to chase after Fang Yi Ai with his big iron fist, causing everyone to laugh. When the officials of Shuzhou saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. This marquis, as well as those incomparably honorable dukes, were truly magnanimous. Chapter 834. Li Wangyu and the wastrels wanted to spend the night in Changji County, which made it difficult for the officials of Shuzhou. There was no other reason other than there was no place suitable for Li Wangyu and the others. Even the Shuzhou provincial governor's mansion was soaked in dirty water. If Li Wangyu and the others wanted to stay in Changji County, where to stay was a very specific problem. Li Wangyu's brain was hot. After he said that he wanted to stay in Changji County, he regretted it a little. He really couldn't stand those messy things floating in the dirty water. But since he had already said it, how could he immediately change his mind in front of everyone? Li Wangyu looked around and smiled. The city wall of Changji County was a good place for camping. Thus, he immediately ordered the imperial guards to bring over the tents and set up camp on the city wall. During this period of time, he and the wastrels were prepared to be stationed here and supervise the disaster relief in Shuzhou. Although this action was suspected of putting on a show, Li Wangyu didn't care so much. Although he wanted to help the people, he really didn't have the courage to throw himself into the dirty water and soak himself in it. Li Wangyu led a group of wastrels and moved to the city wall of Changji County. How could the others be negligent? Thus, including the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, they all ran to the city wall of Changji County to set up camp. They made the city wall of Changji County look like a refugee cave in the future. Li Wangyu didn't care about this. Every day, he arranged for people to search and rescue the victims. He asked the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to come up with practical disaster relief measures and urged them to transport food. He was also very busy. 5 or 6 days after he arrived in Changji County, the flood finally slowly receded. The water in Changji County also gradually disappeared. However, after the flood, Changji County was in a state of devastation. The streets and alleys were littered with all kinds of filth and garbage. At this time, the weather was clear after the rain. The sun that hadn't been seen for many days also showed its face. However, it made the entire Changji County emit an extremely unpleasant smell that made people want to vomit. However, including the officials of Su Province, no one seemed to feel that there was anything wrong with this situation. The commoners turned a blind eye to it and didn't find anything wrong with it. Instead, the citizens of the city took the opportunity of the sun rising and began to take out all the things that had been soaked in water from their homes to bask in the moisture. The originally dirty and messy environment became even more congested. In Li Wangyu's view, the filth piled up in Changji County was simply a hotbed for viruses that could erupt at any time. He immediately gave the order for the Shuzhou provincial governor and the Changji County magistrate to immediately arrange for the bailiffs, soldiers, and civilians to work together with the citizens of the city to begin a thorough cleanup of the city. Everyone found it hard to understand and accept Li Wangyu's order. The flood had just receded and there were many things waiting to be done. Yet, the first thing they wanted to do was to ask the government to lead the people to clean up. In the eyes of the crowd, this was simply a bullsh*t decision made by the nobleman from Chang, and who did not know the hardships of the people. Marquis, this city is truly filthy. This official feels the same way. However, there are many people affected by the disaster in the city. There are also many houses that have collapsed due to the flood. In addition, the disaster victims outside the city are constantly pouring into Changji County. This official thinks that it would be better to postpone the cleanup for the time being. Before the Shuzhou provincial governor finished his words, he was directly interrupted by Li Wangyu. No, we must first clean up the city and get all the filth out of the city. We must dig holes and bury them. I have already ordered people to transport lime. When the lime arrives, we must sprinkle lime on the soaked roads and corners. In addition, we must pay attention to killing mosquitoes and flies. This matter is very important and cannot be sloppy. But the Shuzhou provincial governor still wanted to persuade him. Li Wangyu waved his hand. No buts. This matter is urgent and must be carried out meticulously. This marquis will let the imperial army patrol around the city. If any house is not cleaned up, then the owner will be punished. If the streets in the city are not cleaned up, then the Jianghu County magistrate will take off his official robes and get lost. This matter is not negotiable. Also, what I said before, forbidding drinking unclean water, forbidding eating unclean food, forbidding urinating and defecating, and forbidding spitting, must be carried out. If you can't do it, then don't blame this marquis for holding you accountable. Li Wangyu's words had already reached this point. No matter how much the Shuzhou provincial governor grumbled in his heart and criticized Li Wangyu in his heart, he could only obediently nod his head and arrange for people to carry out the orders. Following the Shuzhou provincial governor's mansion's order, Jianghu County immediately became restless. The county government's bailiffs, scribes, and strong people all went to the streets, beating gongs and drums to call the people out to clean the streets and carry the garbage. For a time, the people of Jianghu County were full of complaints. In the eyes of the people, Li Wangyu's order was purely a matter of eating and having nothing to do. Even in Jianghu County, the people on the street secretly called Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Hu County, Dirty Marquis, to express their dissatisfaction. These words naturally reached Li Wangyu's ears, but he only smiled and ignored them. In truth, the wastrels did not understand Li Wangyu's decision. Zio, why are you making the people clean the streets now? You're provoking all these unreasonable curses. Qing Chimo directly asked. Li Wangyu bitterly smiled and explained, brothers, you don't know. The so-called, after a great disaster, there will be a great epidemic is actually caused by these filthy things. How is that possible? The wastrels looked at each other in dismay. None of them could understand Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu also felt a headache from the wastrels' questions. It was difficult to explain. In terms of hygiene and epidemic prevention, China had been good since ancient times. Compared to other countries in the world at the same time, China was definitely a top student. But even so, in the eyes of transmigrators like Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, they still felt that it was dirty and unsightly. Even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, because of hygiene problems, epidemics were often caused. Dysentery, cholera, plague, smallpox, as long as they appeared, a whole street would die. During the reign of Chongzhen, a plague first broke out in the Shaanxi region. It traveled all the way to the capital. Everywhere it passed, it was like a ghost town, with corpses everywhere. According to incomplete statistics, the epidemics in China's history were once in the Zhou dynasty, 13 in the Qin and Han dynasties, 17 in the Wei and Jin dynasties, 17 in the Sui and Tang dynasties, 32 in the Song dynasties, 20 in the Yuan dynasty, 64 in the Ming dynasty, 74 in the Qing dynasty. These statistics were shocking. Especially after a great disaster, when large numbers of people and animals died, if the corpses were not dealt with in time, bacteria and viruses would multiply and cause epidemics. Li Wangyu could only try his best to prevent an epidemic from breaking out in Shuzhou. Therefore, even if the officials and people of Shuzhou did not understand, he had to be firm and confident. Even if he had to mobilize the imperial army and force the people to clean, Li Wangyu would do it. As for the infamy that would come with this, Li Wangyu did not care at all. Chapter 835. In Jianghu County, under Li Wangyu's pressure, the Shuzhou provincial governor led the officials of Jianghu County and forced the people to work for 2 or 3 days. Finally, all the garbage in the city was cleared out. Good news came one after another. The grain from Chongping warehouse in Luoyang had already begun to be transported. After it reached Jianghu County through the Tongji Canal, it was then transported to the 8 counties in Shuzhou. After the flood receded, the Shuzhou provincial governor immediately sent people to get in touch with the other 8 counties. He learned that the situation was still stable and that there were no casualties in the 8 counties. After receiving Li Wangyu's request for help, Qing Yaojin and the others immediately arranged for people to start transporting the lime. On the 3rd day after the flood receded, the ship carrying a large amount of lime had already moored at the Tongji Canal dock outside Jianghu County. Li Wangyu immediately ordered people to transport the lime and began to disinfect and clean the entire city. At the same time, he had the Shuzhou provincial governor send the lime to the other 8 counties and have them thoroughly disinfected like Changji County. The only problem now was that after the flood receded, the disaster victims whose villages were destroyed by the flood began to flood into the county. Li Wangyu was busy urging the Shuzhou officials to settle the disaster victims and give them food. However, Li Wangyu did not allow the disaster victims in ragged clothes to enter the county. Instead, he directly set aside an area in the north of the county to settle the disaster victims. Naturally, the victims who were blocked outside the city were full of complaints. What made the disaster victims in Shuzhou even more difficult to accept was that Li Wangyu ordered them to strictly enforce the hygiene ban in the camp area where the disaster victims were settled. The ban on urinating and defecating everywhere, the mandatory bathing before entering the camp area, and so on made the villagers of Shuzhou, who had escaped death, naturally find it difficult to accept. They believed that Li Wangyu, a noble from Chang'an, was deliberately making things difficult for them to pass the time. However, Li Wangyu did not care about this. Every day, he urged the Changji County government to strengthen the management. From time to time, he would send the imperial army to patrol the camp area of the disaster victims. Once they found someone violating the rules, they would be arrested and whipped in public. Under such strong pressure, coupled with the fact that there was a sufficient supply of porridge every day, there was no trouble at all. After a few days of good weather, Suzhou's situation slowly improved. Li Wangyu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, gradually relaxed. On this day, on the Tongji Canal, another large fleet went down the river and docked at the pier. Li Wangyu saw it from afar on the city wall, but he didn't think much of it. After all, in recent days, there were ships coming down the river from Jianghu, carrying corn, lime, and other supplies. But when he saw the people disembarking from the ship, he hurriedly ran down the city walls and called Xing Chumo and the others, as well as the governor of Shuzhou. A large group of people hurriedly rushed to the docks. He never expected that the person who came down from the boat would be Pai Lupi, followed by Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and other big shots. Pai Lupi had actually set off. Li Wangyu couldn't help but wonder what was going on. The flood in Shuzhou was not particularly serious. He had already sent a memorial to Chang'an, explaining the situation in Shuzhou. The flood came quickly and left quickly. In the past few days, the officials in Shuzhou had roughly calculated the disaster situation. This year, Shuzhou's grain harvest was definitely poor. 80 to 90% of the farmland had been destroyed by the flood. Of the 117 villages in Shuzhou, 70 to 80 had been destroyed by the flood. The number of casualties was still being calculated. Roughly several thousand people had died, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. For Shuzhou, which had a population of several 100,000, although the loss was great, it had already begun to recover. As long as the imperial court could reduce the rent in Shuzhou this year and provide relief corn for the disaster victims to get through the famine, Shuzhou might be able to recover next year. As for the epidemic that Li Wangyu was most worried about, at least for now, there was no bad news. Judging from the situation in Changji County, as long as the other counties strictly followed his orders, the epidemic would not break out. After all, in ancient times, epidemics broke out after major disasters mainly because they did not pay attention to hygiene and epidemic prevention. Therefore, even if the people did not understand, and even if Li Wangyu had to bear a lot of infamy, he still persisted and forcefully ordered Changji County to be disinfected. After the flood, Changji County was safe and sound. This was all thanks to him. Unfortunately, no one knew about this contribution, and instead, many people complained about it. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could only let the people do as they wished. In short, he had a clear conscience. Under these circumstances, Pai Lupi suddenly led a group of officials to Shuzhou without any news. What was the meaning of this? Li Wangyu could not understand, but he could only lead everyone to welcome the emperor. Li Wangyu greets your majesty. Why did your majesty suddenly come to Shuzhou? Did something happen? No need for formalities, Zio. This time, I came to Shuzhou to take a look. It's not a big matter, Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. I heard that Zio handled the Shuzhou flood well. Let's go, bring me to Changji County to take a look. Seeing Pai Lupi being so evasive, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose helplessly and invite Pai Lupi into the city. However, it was not so simple for Pai Lupi to enter the city. He had to wait for the Imperial Army to take control of the various checkpoints in Shuzhou before Pai Lupi's carriage could enter the city. As for what Pai Lupi said, Li Wangyu did not believe a single word. Who was he trying to fool? Chang'an City was more than 1,000 miles away from Shuzhou. Did you think that the emperor was taking a stroll? Taking a look along the way? Seeing that Pai Lupi was not willing to tell him the truth, Li Wangyu could only secretly ask Cheng Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, what is His Majesty playing at? Hee, nothing much. Prime Minister Zhang Baoxiang led his troops to the Sunil camp and captured that old man Shili Khan. He is sending people to Chang'an. When His Majesty learned of this matter, he was naturally delighted and decided to go up north to hunt. At the same time, he went to the Wei River where he signed the Wei River Alliance to welcome that old man Shili Khan. Because His Majesty was in a good mood, when he arrived at the Wei River, he thought about the flood in Shuzhou and ordered people to lower the boats and come over here to take a look. Cheng Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu suddenly understand. He had almost forgotten that the biggest thing in the 4th year of Zhongguan was the destruction of the Eastern Turks. Shili Khan was captured alive and brought back to Chang, and to report his capture to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Li Erk had never forgotten that in the 9th year of Wuda, when the Eastern Tujue people went down south, he was forced by Shili Khan to sign the Wei River Covenant. Therefore, when he learned that his old enemy was captured, he wanted to show off a little, to show off his own political and military skill. As for him coming to Shuzhou, it was purely because he was bored waiting by the Wei River, so he sailed east to take a look at Shuzhou and see how things were handled after the flood. After understanding why Pai Lupi had suddenly appeared in Shuzhou without warning, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to think too much about it and respectfully invited Pai Lupi into the city. Li Er's ceremonial procession slowly set off. Just as they were about to enter Changji County, they saw a horse galloping towards them on the official road not far away. This caused the Imperial Guards who were guarding outside to become nervous. They all pulled out their weapons and were on high alert. Chapter 836. Only when the rider on the official road was very close did everyone notice that the person on the horse was dressed as a bailiff. Before this person could get close, he was stopped by Pai Lupi's Imperial Guards. They did not allow the bailiff to get close to Pai Lupi's Imperial carriage. Reporting to Your Majesty, there must be news from the other counties. I will go and ask about the situation. The Shuzhou provincial governor hurriedly apologized to Pai Lupi and the others. He then hurriedly went to greet them. Not long after, the Shuzhou provincial governor walked back with a pale face. He looked as if he had lost his soul and his body seemed to be swaying a bit. What happened? Seeing him like this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The Shuzhou provincial governor fell to his knees and said with a trembling voice, "Reporting to Your Majesty, there is news from Yanling County. In Yanling County, the number of people infected with the disease is increasing rapidly. The symptoms are the same. Perhaps there is an outbreak of an epidemic." His words were like the rumbling of thunder in the clouds, shocking everyone on the spot. After a long time, Li Wangyu was the first to come back to his senses. He rushed in front of the Shuzhou provincial governor with a face full of anger. He grabbed his collar and said angrily, "Speak clearly. What exactly happened? Why did an epidemic appear in Yanling County? Didn't I give the order to clean up the entire city and scatter lime? Changji County is perfectly fine. Why did an epidemic appear in Yanling County?" It was no wonder that Li Wangyu was so angry. Of the 9 counties in Shuzhou, Changji County was where the provincial government was located. It had the most people and was the most prosperous. Therefore, after the flood, the people of Shuzhou chose to escape. Their first choice was Changji County. Of the 9 counties in Shuzhou, Changji County took in the most victims. It was almost as many as the other 8 counties combined. As a result, Li Wangyu had always been stationed in Jianghu County. He focused on regulating and preventing the outbreak of an epidemic. As for the other 8 counties in Shuzhou, Li Wangyu could not reach them. They could only be managed by the Shuzhou provincial governor's manor. However, Li Wangyu also repeatedly ordered that the other 8 counties must follow Jianghu County's example and must not disobey. Judging from the current situation in Jianghu County, it was obvious that he had done the right thing. Jianghu County, where most of the victims had gathered, not only was there no outbreak, but the number of people who fell ill had also decreased significantly. Illness enters through the mouth. This was a very simple principle. With Li Wangyu's strict requirements, it could be said that whether it was the people of Jianghu County or the Shuzhou disaster victims gathered in the camp outside Jianghu County, their personal hygiene was definitely the best they had ever been in their lives. It was precisely because of these strict requirements that Li Wangyu felt that the Shuzhou flood this time should be dealt with smoothly. Who would have thought that in front of Pai Lupi, Yanling County in Shuzhou would have such shocking news? Yanling County wasn't too far away from Jianghu County, about 100 miles away. In this flood, Yanling County wasn't seriously affected. As such, Li Wangyu didn't personally go to Yanling County. He only urged the Shuzhou provincial governor's manor to pass on his orders. At the same time, he ordered people to send large amounts of lime to disinfect and sterilize. Li Wangyu's angry roar made the Shuzhou provincial governor not know how to reply. His voice was almost filled with tears. I don't know either. If a large-scale epidemic really broke out in Shuzhou, his career as the Shuzhou provincial governor could be considered to have come to an end. If he was only reprimanded by the imperial court, removed from his position, and sent back to his original place, he could be considered lucky. If things went wrong, he might even be directly imprisoned by the censorate. It could be said that the Shuzhou provincial governor was the one who was most afraid of the outbreak of an epidemic. After all, Li Wangyu was only the Hunan provincial governor and wasn't in charge of the specific matters of the region. When Pai Lupi heard that an epidemic had broken out in Yanling County, his face couldn't help but become unsightly. Previously, when Li Wangyu ordered Mituo to send Li Qingxian and Li Tai back to Chang'an, he said that there was a possibility of an epidemic breaking out in Shuzhou. Mituo naturally reported this matter to Pai Lupi. However, after the flood receded for a few days, the news that came back from Jianghu on fast horses every day was developing in a good direction. Shuzhou didn't break out like Li Wangyu was worried about. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't take this matter to heart and only thought that his nephew was worrying for nothing. Therefore, when he was hunting by the Wei River, he had a sudden impulse to take a 2-day boat ride to Shuzhou to see the situation. However, he didn't expect that just as he arrived in Shuzhou, before even entering Jianghu County, he would receive such bad news. On the side, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots' faces all changed after hearing this news. Zhang Sun Wuji was about to open his mouth and persuade Pai Lupi not to enter Jianghu County and directly return to the dragon boat and return to Chang'an. In the face of an epidemic, it didn't matter if you were a true dragon, the son of heaven, or a commoner, everyone was treated equally. Since an epidemic broke out in Shuzhou, no one dared to let Pai Lupi, the emperor, take such a risk. Pai Lupi naturally saw through Zhang Sun Wuji's thoughts, but he waved his hand at him, indicating that he already knew about this matter and that there was no need to say more. Pai Lupi wasn't a hothead. He knew that there was an epidemic in Shuzhou, but he still continued to stay here. However, before leaving, he wanted to see how Li Wangyu was going to deal with it. Li Wangyu glared angrily at the Shuzhou provincial governor who was paralyzed on the ground and ordered someone to bring the Yanling County Yamen runner who came to report the news. However, he didn't let the Yamen runner come close and only let him speak from a distance of about 10 steps. After all, if it really was an epidemic, who knew if the Yamen runner didn't carry the virus? When there were no protective measures, keeping a distance was the safest thing to do. What's the situation in Yanling County now? Tell me the truth. Although the Yamen runner didn't know who the people in front of him were, looking at the shiny armor and the imperial guards who were staring at him, he knew that they were nobles that he couldn't afford to offend. Facing Li Wangyu's question, he hurriedly knelt down and didn't even dare to raise his head as he replied loudly. In the county, there were people who got sick and couldn't get out of bed a few days ago. We found a doctor, but he couldn't find anything. Originally, we thought that it was just a cold from the flood, but we didn't expect that there were more and more people who got sick in the various villages. Only then did the Ming house panic and order someone to report to Jianghu County. Li Wangyu asked, "Let me ask you, after the flood retreated, did your Yanling County implement my orders?" When the Yamen runner heard that, he hesitated slightly before replying, "The Ming house also told us to spread the orders from the provincial governor's manor. But there were many complaints, so..." "So what?" Li Wangyu roared. So the Ming house had no choice but to follow the people in the city. The more the Yamen runner spoke, the lower his head and the softer his voice. Hearing him say that, Li Wangyu gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The Yanling County magistrate was a bastard. If he was in front of him, Li Wangyu would definitely get someone to grab him and whip him to vent his anger. How could Li Wangyu not be enraged by the fact that the ban he had previously issued was nothing but a piece of useless paper in Yanling County? Chapter 837. The conversation between Li Wangyu, the Shuzhou provincial governor, and the Yanling County bailiffs piqued Pai Lupi's curiosity. "Zio, what ban did you put in Shuzhou? Why are the people complaining? What does this have to do with the epidemic in Yanling County?" In response to Pai Lupi's questions, Li Wangyu explained the ban he had put in place after arriving in Shuzhou. However, Pai Lupi and the other leaders all frowned. Pai Lupi finally understood why the people of Yanling County were complaining. Forbidding drinking unboiled water and defecating anywhere was understandable. However, Li Wangyu gave the order to clean up the city immediately after the flood. He also wanted to throw lime everywhere and force the victims to bathe and change their clothes. This was a bit too much. In the eyes of Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others, the most important thing after the disaster was to appease the victims, distribute food, and count the number of people affected. What was the point of Li Wangyu doing all this? Before anyone could ask for the reason, the Shuzhou provincial governor stepped out. The Shuzhou provincial governor was worried that he would take all the responsibility for the epidemic in Yanling County, so he hurriedly spoke up for Li Wangyu. "Your Majesty, although I do not know the purpose of the ban, I will strictly carry it out. I have repeatedly ordered all the counties in Shuzhou to do the same. The effect of the ban is quite good. Since the flood receded, in the past 7 or 8 days, not to mention the epidemic, even small illnesses have rarely appeared in Jianghu County. Moreover, Jianghu County is a province, and in these days, it has taken in tens of thousands of disaster victims, far more than Yanling County. From this, it can be seen that the epidemic in Yanling County was caused by the Yanling County magistrate ignoring the ban of the Marquis. I want to accuse the Yanling County magistrate of neglecting his duties and not respecting the ban of the Marquis and the provincial governor's manor." The Shuzhou provincial governor had actually been silently cursing Li Wangyu's ban on the Shuzhou provincial governor. But at this time, in order to clear his name in front of Pai Lupi, he didn't care so much and directly put the blame on the Yanling County magistrate. He also praised Li Wangyu's ban. In fact, what the Shuzhou provincial governor said was not wrong. The Shuzhou provincial governor had indeed conveyed the orders Li Wangyu had issued to the counties under his rule. However, he didn't pay much attention to whether or not those county magistrates followed the rules. After all, the Shuzhou provincial governor did not understand the significance of these prohibitions, and the opinions of the people on the street were great. Naturally, he was too lazy to urge with all his strength. However, since an epidemic had broken out in Yanling County, no matter what, the Shuzhou provincial governor would not admit that this was his responsibility. Naturally, he pushed all the blame onto Yanling County. The bigwigs present were all old foxes in the officialdom. How could they not understand the meaning of Governor Shuzhou's words? But everyone felt a lot of connotations from his words. Pai Lupi ignored the Shuzhou provincial governor and immediately turned his head to ask Li Wangyu. "Zio, what is the meaning of these prohibitions? Why is there no epidemic in Jianghu County, but Yanling County has an outbreak? Are your prohibitions really effective?" For Pai Lupi, it was more meaningful to figure out the reason why there was no epidemic in Jianghu County. After all, the Tang dynasty had a vast territory. Every year, there were all kinds of disasters. After the disasters, the epidemic would break out from time to time. This was the biggest headache for Pai Lupi and the bigwigs in the imperial court. Li Wangyu calmed down a little at this time. He was thinking about how to deal with the epidemic in Yanling County. How could he be in the mood to explain to Pai Lupi? Moreover, these things could not be explained clearly. He rubbed his nose and replied dryly, "Your Majesty, the epidemic is actually caused by the growth of germs due to poor hygiene." When Pai Lupi heard this, his eyes lit up. "Is it the germs that cause infection when you and Minister's son were treating Qingxian?" Something like that. It's just some germs that can't be seen with the naked eye that cause people to get sick. Li Wangyu said half-heartedly, "So the most important thing right now is to order Yanling County to sterilize the germs as soon as possible, and then quarantine the people who have contracted the epidemic." Before Li Wangyu could finish speaking, another person stood out from the back of the crowd and started to reprimand him. "Nonsense, Your Majesty. In my opinion, what the Marquis of Huxian said is complete nonsense. What germs that can't be seen with the naked eye can cause people to contract an epidemic? What kind of record is this? The epidemic is clearly caused by the plague ghost and needs to be eradicated as soon as possible. What does this have to do with drinking unboiled water?" When Li Wangyu heard this, he was taken aback and could not help but look at the person who spoke. Li Wangyu knew the old man who had reprimanded him for speaking nonsense. It was Taichang Qing Wang Ying, the uncle of the head of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Wang Renyu. He was a major third-rank official in the imperial court. Taichang Qing, the ceremonial official of the ancestral temple. Pai Lupi's main goal in this hunting expedition was to bring Shili Khan back to Chang and report his capture at the ancestral temple. It was normal for Wang Ying, the Taichang Qing, to accompany him. But what was the meaning of this old man dissing him? Was it because of the Taiyuan Wang clan's broken engagement and that rotten sesame seed matter? In reality, Li Wangyu had wronged Wang Ying. This old man had stood out to reprimand Li Wangyu not because of the grudge between the Taiyuan Wang clan and Li Wangyu. It was because this old man, as a Taichang Qing, firmly believed that the epidemic was caused by the plague ghost. Since ancient times, when an epidemic broke out in China, it was necessary to drive it away. Praying to the gods to bring disaster, reciting Buddhist scriptures, following Taoism, drawing talismans, and chanting incantations were all methods to fight against the epidemic. This was the case against the plague of locusts, not to mention a terrifying epidemic. Thus, when Wang Ying heard that an epidemic had broken out in Yanling County, he was about to speak up and have Pai Lupi arrange for people to drive it away. In the end, when he heard Li Wangyu's words, how could he not be angry? Taichang Qing Wang Ying's words caused many of the officials behind Pai Lupi to nod in agreement. They felt that these were the words of an experienced strategist. How could an epidemic not be driven away? Li Wangyu was also speechless, but he could only patiently explain, "Duke Wang, the epidemic was truly caused by germs. It has nothing to do with the plague ghost." "Humph, these are just your words, Marquis of Huxian. What germs? What are they? Why don't you show them to this old man? Since Marquis of Huxian says that human eyes cannot see them, how do you know? This old man has read all sorts of ancient texts, but I have never seen the germs you speak of. How did Marquis of Huxian know?" Li Wangyu was somewhat depressed by this old man's words. Damn it, how could an illiterate, who didn't understand science, be so righteous? But to have Li Wangyu prove what germs were now was difficult for him. Without a microscope, how could he prove to this country bumpkin that the epidemic wasn't caused by the plague ghost? Moreover, even if he had a microscope, would these country bumpkins be able to understand? Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he heard a familiar voice. "Your Majesty, everyone, it would be better if I explain the germs that Marquis of Huxian spoke of." Chapter 838. Li Wangyu was taken aback. There was actually someone who could help him explain this problem. But when he saw the person who had spoken, he laughed. The one who had spoken was Sun Simiao's disciple, the current imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, Lu Shenwei. As Pai Lupi's imperial entourage, he, as the imperial physician of the Xiangyao Bureau, naturally had to accompany him. Seeing that Lu Shenwei was also present, Li Wangyu relaxed. With this imperial physician of the Xiangyao Bureau explaining, it was much more reliable than speaking on his own. Moreover, ever since he sent the microscope to Sun Simiao's Zinfei, Sun Simiao and his disciples were considered the people who understood microbes and viruses the best in the world. It could even be said that they understood microbes and viruses better than him and Su Chongqing. After all, his and Su Chongqing's understanding of viruses was just some general knowledge they had when they were in school in the future. On the other hand, Sun Simiao and his disciples, Lu Shenwei, Zhang Baozong, and the others, after emptying what little stock Li Wangyu had left in his stomach, they were seriously conducting all kinds of experiments and research. Even Li Wangyu did not know to what extent Sun Simiao and his disciples' research on viruses and germs had progressed. Your Majesty, everyone, according to my teacher and my research, we have confirmed the existence of the germs mentioned by the Marquis of Huxian. It is a type of microscopic organism that is so small that it cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, it is the main culprit behind the illness of the human body. Not only did Lu Shenwei's words fail to convince Wang Ying, this imperial physician of the Xiangyao Bureau, he became even angrier. He even began to curse. Nonsense. What a load of nonsense. This is simply a bunch of nonsense. What invisible germs? What are they? Who has ever seen them? You're the only one who's saying this. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Lu Shenwei for misleading the public with his lies. Li Wangyu was dissatisfied. Lu Shenwei was trying to educate these country bumpkins, so what was this old man's attitude? Were you proud of your illiteracy? Lu Shenwei's status was far from Wang Ying's, a third-rank Tai Chang official. However, Li Wangyu wasn't going to spoil this old man. Be careful with your words, Lord Wang. As the saying goes, what you know is what you know, and what you don't know is what you don't know. If Lord Wang says that no one has seen the germs before, then they don't exist. Then, Lord Wang, please capture one of the plague ghosts for me to see. Otherwise, you're just spouting nonsense. You. Li Wangyu's words made the old man Wang Ying almost unable to breathe. Wang Ying was so angry that he was fuming, but he couldn't do anything to Li Wangyu. He simply turned around and complained to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, the rites says that Zhuanshu has 3 sons who were born and died as plague ghosts. This was written clearly in the ancient books. Yet the Marquis of Huxian and Lu Fengyu are spreading lies to mislead the public, saying something about invisible germs causing people to fall ill and lead to an epidemic. This is clearly nonsense. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly and expel the germs in Yanling County as soon as possible to prevent the epidemic from getting out of hand. Pai Lupi actually agreed with Wang Ying's words. Not only did Pai Lupi agree, but even Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji, these big shots, didn't think so too. Expel the plague ghosts was a principle that everyone agreed with. However, after experiencing Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei saving Li Qingqian, Pai Lupi did not doubt his nephew's disinfection and sterilization. Especially after Sun Simiao came up with penicillin, the legendary miracle drug that could kill germs in the body, he really did treat many illnesses. On one side was his nephew, and on the other was Tai Chongqing. This made Pai Lupi somewhat hesitant, not knowing how to choose. Li Wangyu naturally scoffed at Wang Ying's words. Lord Wang's words are nonsense. How is this epidemic different from a normal illness? Naturally, you have to listen to doctors and take medicine. Don't tell me that when Lord Wang is sick, you rely on expel the plague ghosts to treat your illness? You don't look at doctors and refuse to take medicine? In Li Wangyu's opinion, an epidemic wasn't scary. What was scary was people like Wang Ying, who vainly tried to rely on God and Buddha to cure the disease. That was disregarding human life. These are 2 completely different things. How can you mix them together? An epidemic is an epidemic. What does it have to do with whether I look at doctors or not? The epidemic was caused by the plague ghosts. There's no doubt about this. Even if Marquis Huxian says something different, it's useless. Wang Ying stubbornly insisted that the epidemic was caused by the plague ghosts. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost wanted to roll up his sleeves and have a real-life PK with him. Lord Wang, you're disregarding human life. When an epidemic breaks out, the patients must first be isolated, then disinfected and sterilized. Only then can doctors administer medicine. Otherwise, relying on exorcism to drive away the plague ghosts and save the people is purely a dream. Humph, ignorant child, this old man won't argue with you. Bah, you shameless old thing. You're really an old man who doesn't die as a thief. You shameless villain. You're stupid and ignorant. You don't know shit, yet you dare to criticize me. I'm the Hunan Dao's censorate envoy. Who do you think you are? Li Wangyu and Wang Ying began to curse at each other over how to deal with the epidemic in Yanling County. Pai Lupi felt a headache coming on as he listened. On the other hand, Qing Yao Jin, Yuchi Jingda, and the other old fellows were beaming with joy. They only hated that they weren't quarreling enough. It would be more satisfying if they started fighting. Enough. One of you is a Taichung minister, the other is the founding county marquis, the Hunan Dao's censorate envoy. Quarreling like shrews in the marketplace, where's the sense of propriety? Pai Lupi's face alternated between green and white when he heard the two quarrel. He was clearly quite angry. Seeing that Pai Lupi was angry, Li Wangyu and Wang Ying shut their mouths at the same time and stopped quarreling. Enough. The most important thing right now is to quickly resolve the epidemic in Yanling County. Whether it's disinfecting or disinfecting, just do it. Pai Lupi had a headache and could only try to smooth things over. Li Wangyu refused to relent. Your Majesty, the matter of disinfecting must not be done. This epidemic must be isolated, disinfected, and treated as soon as possible. Doing disinfecting will only cause people to gather. Not only will it not cure the disease, it will also make it easier for infected people to pass the disease to healthy people. Wang Ying was about to start spitting again but was blocked by Li Wangyu's words. Your Majesty, I dare to make a military pledge. If you do as I say, within a month, you will definitely be able to control the epidemic in Yanling County. But I don't know if Duke Wang dares to make a military pledge. If you take charge of disinfecting, will you be able to completely eliminate the epidemic in Yanling County? Wang Ying didn't know how to reply when she heard his words. When an epidemic appears, it naturally needs to be disinfected. But whether or not disinfecting will be effective, only the heavens know. If it is effective, then everyone will be happy. If it isn't, then it means that the heavens want to punish the world. But Li Wangyu wanted him to make a military pledge. How would he dare to do so? Moreover, when he heard that there was an epidemic in Shuzhou, he was already considering how to persuade Pai Lupi to leave. How would he dare to run to Yanling County? That epidemic wouldn't care if he was a major third-rank official in the imperial court. Li Wangyu saw that the old man Wang Ying was speechless and coldly snorted. If you don't dare to make a military pledge, then shut up. Stop blabbering here. He then turned his head to look at Pai Lupi. Uncle, this matter cannot be delayed. Otherwise, the epidemic in Yanling County has the risk of spreading. If it spreads to other counties in Shuzhou, then it will be a disaster. Lu Shenwei also bowed. Your Majesty, this subject is willing to stay in Shuzhou and assist the county marquis in treating the epidemic in Shuzhou. Chapter 839. In response to Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's advice, Pai Lupi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head decisively. Zio, you can't take the risk yourself. I'll order people to deal with the epidemic in Yanling County. You'd better return to Cheng and with me. Pai Lupi also knew the severity of the epidemic. It attacked indiscriminately regardless of one's status. Although Pai Lupi hated his nephew Li Wangyu for not being obedient and marrying Changle, how could he bear to let him take the risk and go to Yanling County to deal with the epidemic? Li Wangyu shook his head stubbornly. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. The epidemic in Yanling County must be dealt with as soon as possible. It's not that I want to show off. It's just that no one in the Tang dynasty knows better than me how to deal with the epidemic. He smiled and pointed at Wang Ying, saying mockingly, Your Majesty, you don't really expect Lord Wang to go to Yanling County and do something to stop the epidemic, do you? His words naturally infuriated Wang Ying so much that he almost fainted from anger. However, the old man gritted his teeth and endured it. Compared to going to Yanling County, being mocked by Li Wangyu was nothing. Although he had always said that the only way to deal with the epidemic was to drive away the epidemic ghosts, Wang Ying did not have the courage to go to Yanling County himself. Wang Ying did not speak. Li Wangyu did not bother to continue mocking this ignorant old man. He just continued, Your Majesty, I'm confident that I can eliminate the epidemic in Shuzhou. Your Majesty, please don't mention letting me return to Chang'an anymore. Li Wangyu's insistence on staying wasn't because of his fearless spirit, but because the Tang of this era were truly worrisome in their methods of dealing with the epidemic. Since ancient times, Wuxia lacked sufficient understanding of the infectivity of the epidemic. At the same time, due to the influence of ethics, not only did they not take corresponding measures to isolate the victims of the epidemic, but they also sometimes increased the chances of contact by taking care of the sick, asking about the sick, and attending to the dead. Even the disgusting and contagious method of testing for disease transmission was promoted as a form of filial piety. How could Li Wangyu not be pessimistic about the Tang's management of the epidemic? Although Li Wangyu didn't understand, he had seen pigs run even though he had never eaten pork before. Isolation and disinfection were the most basic and effective measures. If doctors did not have an effective treatment method, they could at least ensure that the epidemic did not spread. That would be a great merit. In fact, when Li Wangyu said these words, his legs were also trembling a little. Who wouldn't be afraid of infectious diseases? In particular, there might not be any effective treatment methods. There were many infectious diseases in this era, and once infected, there was almost no chance of survival. Whether it was the plague, smallpox, or cholera, they were all deadly. However, Li Wangyu had no choice but to stay. Putting aside the idea of saving tens of thousands of people from the fire and water, Li Wangyu is also a man who shits in the latrine with his face facing the outside. If he were to take back the words that he had said in front of hundreds of officials, would he still have any face? Seeing Li Wangyu's firm attitude, Lu Shenwei naturally asked Pai Lupi for permission again. Your Majesty, your subject is willing to assist the Marquis of Huxian to save the people of Shuzhou. Your Majesty, please grant me permission. How could Pai Lupi agree? He still shook his head and refused to grant permission. Li Wangyu bowed again and said, Your Majesty, please board the dragon boat as soon as possible and return to Chang'an. Since Your Majesty has appointed me as the Hunan Road's Bengshi envoy, this is my duty. How can I back down? Pai Lupi coldly snorted. Then I will remove you from your position as the Hunan Road's Bengshi envoy. Don't say anything else. Quickly board the boat with me. Li Wangyu did not expect these words. Although he was somewhat annoyed, there was a trace of warmth in his heart. It was said that the emperor was the most ruthless. Pai Lupi had once killed his brother in the Xuanwu Gate, showing his cold-bloodedness. At this time, he was actually concerned about his safety and wanted to force him to leave Shuzhou. Naturally, Li Wangyu was very moved. Li Wangyu's heart was beating like a drum. He thought to himself, should I just take advantage of this situation to get off the donkey? In any case, he did not have to go to Yanling County to deal with the epidemic. It was not impossible to stay in Jianghu or Chang'an and command remotely. As long as he wrote a regulation on how to prevent the epidemic and urged the officials in Shuzhou to follow it, the effect would not be bad. However, before he could say anything, he was surprised to see that another large ship had come down from the Tongji Canal and was slowly docked at the dock. If it were an ordinary civilian boat, the imperial guards at the dock would naturally not allow it to dock. However, that boat was flying the flag of Li Wangyu, Marquis of Huxian. Li Wangyu felt that it was strange. Why would there be a boat coming to Shuzhou at this time? Could it be that his beautiful superior was in Chang'an City and had ordered people to make masks and alcohol to send over? He hurriedly apologized to Pai Lupi and quickly walked to the dock, ready to see what the boat had brought. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared at the bow of the boat, startling Li Wangyu. "Changqing, why are you back?" Li Wangyu hurriedly walked over and carefully supported his beautiful superior as they walked down from the gangplank. Su Changqing smiled and rolled his eyes at him. "I ordered people to make tens of thousands of masks in the past few days. They have activated charcoal between them, so the effect should be good. In addition, I also ordered people to distill a large amount of alcohol at the winery. I was worried about you staying in Shuzhou alone, so I came with the boat. How is it? Is there an outbreak in Shuzhou?" Li Wangyu heard this and smiled bitterly. "Originally, it was safe and sound. I was thinking about making you rush back to Chang, and in vain to prepare these masks and alcohol. Who would have thought that just before you came, news came from Yanling County that there was an outbreak of an epidemic in the county." "Ah." Su Changqing heard this and couldn't help but cry out softly. Although she had told Li Wangyu that there would be a pandemic after a great disaster and that they had to take precautions, she didn't expect that this epidemic would really break out. Thinking of the scene of corpses everywhere after an epidemic broke out in ancient Wuxia, Su Changqing subconsciously hugged Li Wangyu's arm. "Wangyu, what do we do now?" Li Wangyu smiled bitterly and was about to explain to Su Changqing that Pai Lupi wanted him to go back to Chang and City when they heard a light cough behind them. The two of them turned their heads and saw Pai Lupi glaring at them with an ashen face. His gaze also fell on Su Changqing's arm that was tightly hugging Li Wangyu's arm. Su Changqing immediately reacted. Her face flushed red and she quickly let go of Li Wangyu's arm. Li Wangyu was thick-skinned and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Instead, he didn't understand why Pai Lupi was so fierce. Even if this wasn't the future, he and Su Changqing didn't do anything indecent. Did Pai Lupi have to have such an expression? He didn't know that in Pai Lupi's eyes, Su Changqing was a woman who was trying to steal her daughter's husband. How could Pai Lupi not be angry when he saw the two of them being so close? Pai Lupi only coughed to warn the two of them and didn't let the imperial army capture this adulterous couple and drown them in a pig cage. This was already considered magnanimous of Pai Lupi. Chapter 840. At this moment, Li Wangyu couldn't care less about what Pai Lupi was thinking. When he heard that his beautiful boss actually brought the masks and alcohol, he was very happy. With the help of these two divine tools, the elimination of the epidemic in Yanling County would be more assured. He turned to Pai Lupi again and bowed. This time, he didn't call him, "Your Majesty, Uncle, I'm not trying to show off. It's just that I'm afraid that I can eliminate the epidemic in Shuzhou in the shortest time possible. I know that Uncle is worried about my safety, but I'm not saying this because I'm hot-headed." Li Wangyu turned his head to look at Su Changqing. "Bring me a mask. I'll demonstrate it to Uncle." Su Changqing immediately agreed and called for someone to bring the masks. These masks were all made by the female workers in the lingerie shop after she returned to Chang'an. The masks she brought were sewn with high-quality white cotton cloth and an inner layer of activated charcoal as an adsorbent. Although it was simple and crude, in this era, it was already the best protection. Pai Lupi looked at the thing in Li Wangyu's hand and didn't know what it meant. "Zio, what is that thing in your hand?" "Uncle, this thing is called a mask." "Oh. What is it used for?" Li Wangyu put on the mask and smiled at Pai Lupi. "Uncle, this mask is used to filter the breath that enters the mouth and nose." "What's the point?" Pai Lupi still didn't understand. Li Wangyu explained, "Uncle, I've said before that the epidemic is actually caused by germs. And those invisible germs will splash out along with saliva because of people's breathing, coughing, spitting, and so on. If there is no mask to filter out these germs, healthy people will easily be infected after coming into contact with the infected." "Oh. Could it be that what you said is all true? The plague really wasn't caused by the plague ghost?" Pai Lupi was skeptical. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course not. I can't prove it to you now. When you return to Chang'an, you can summon old immortal's son to the palace and let him bring the microscope to the palace. Then you can see it." Pai Lupi was still a little hesitant. After all, what Li Wangyu said completely overturned his previous understanding. It was not Pai Lupi's fault. After all, before the invention of the microscope, no one knew about the existence of microbes. Li Wangyu had invented a microscope, but he hadn't shown it to Pai Lupi, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. When Li Wangyu saw Pai Lupi hesitating, he felt helpless. He only hated Lu Xunwei for not bringing the microscope to Shuzhou. However, when he turned his head and saw Qing Chumo and the other fops, he remembered that the fops often went to Dingzhou village. They were also frequent visitors. Others might not have seen microscopes before, but this group of rich kids had seen them before. Not only had they seen it, but they had also played with it. When these bastards were in the microscope, they almost fought over the right to view the microscope. The old Taoist son Simiao was so angry that he almost went berserk. Only then did the fops calm down. "Uncle, if you don't believe in the existence of germs, you can call Qing Chumo and the others over." They were an old immortal son's microscope and saw the existence of germs with their own eyes. Pai Lupi immediately reached out and called the fops in front of him. After a series of questions, the answers he received were the same as what Li Wangyu and Lu Xunwei had said. Now Pai Lupi was somewhat convinced that the plague was caused by germs. He reached out and asked Li Wangyu for a mask. He imitated him and put it on his face. Wearing a mask for the first time made Pai Lupi feel that it was a novelty. "Zio, what kind of mask is this? Can it really prevent the spread of the plague?" "Yes, uncle. Although it can't completely eliminate the plague, it can reduce the spread of the plague to the greatest extent." Li Wangyu's words finally made Pai Lupi nod his head in agreement. "Well, in that case, I will leave Shuzhou to you to deal with. I only have one request. Go back to Chang and safely. Don't forget that Chang'e is still waiting for you." Hearing Pai Lupi mention Chang'e again, Li Wangyu suddenly didn't want to talk to him anymore. Damn, his heart was so tired. "Uncle, please board the ship as soon as possible. Leave the matter of Shuzhou to me." Li Wangyu now only wanted Pai Lupi to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to see this middle-aged man again. He turned his head and said to Su Changqing, "You also go back to Chang and with His Majesty. Don't worry, with the mask and alcohol you sent, I will take good care of myself." Su Changqing shook her head. "No, I want to stay. You asked me to go back to Chang and before to prepare the mask and alcohol. What is it for now? If you can stay, so can I." Li Wangyu was not willing to let her take risks. He shook his head and refused to agree. "I don't care. In short, I have to stay." Pai Lupi was a little surprised. There was an outbreak of the plague in Shuzhou. Everyone wanted to avoid it. These two people were interesting. They actually wanted to stay. He appreciated Su Changqing's courage very much. Although as a father, he was very unhappy about Su Changqing's behavior of snatching his daughter's husband, he didn't say anything. In the end, Li Wangyu still couldn't win against Su Changqing. Pai Lupi's dragon boat slowly sailed away from the dock in Changji County, heading north against the current and returning home. Li Wangyu stood on the dock and watched the dragon boat leave. After a while, he rubbed his face hard. Now was not the time to be in a daze. There were many things waiting for him to do. He turned to the governor of Su province and ordered the group of officials, immediately order Captain Zhu of Su province's Zhichong mansion to gather the mansion soldiers and surround Yanling County. No one is allowed to leave. Before Pai Lupi left, he generously gave Li Wangyu the authority to command Shuzhou's military power. Su Prefecture was central prefecture, Zhichong Prefecture had 1,000 prefecture soldiers, 1 Zhichong commandant, 1 Zhichong commandant, 1 left, and Gua-yi commandants. In addition to the 500 imperial guards that Li Qingxian and Li Tai left behind for Li Wangyu had 1,500 soldiers in his hands. These mansion soldiers and imperial guards were first deployed by Li Wangyu to the periphery of Yanling County, sealing off the entire city and preventing people from entering or leaving. Sealing the city was a choice that had no other choice. If the people of Yanling County were allowed to enter and leave freely, the virus would spread everywhere. That would be out of control. Taking 10,000 steps back, if the virus really couldn't be cured, then Li Wangyu could only harden his heart and sacrifice the people of a city to save the people of a province or even a road. At this time, he couldn't be soft-hearted. Li Wangyu's order made the Shuzhou officials hesitate slightly. Marquis, if we seal off Yanling County and prohibit people from entering or leaving, I'm afraid there will be a revolt, the Shuzhou governor said with a bitter face. The Yanling County magistrate was tactful about the outbreak of the virus and didn't dare to make it public. He just hurriedly sent people to Changji County to ask for help. However, the people on the streets weren't fools. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden for long. If the people discovered the virus, they would definitely panic. If they sent the mansion soldiers to seal off the city at this time, wouldn't the people panic even more? Li Wangyu shook his head. There's no need to say more. Pass down the order. If anyone dares to cross the line, kill them without mercy. Chapter 841. Yanling County was only 70 to 80 li away from Changji County and could be reached in 2 hours. Yanling County was just a lower county with less than 1,000 households. Based on the average of 5 people per household in the Tang dynasty, there were only 4,000 to 5,000 people. However, after the flood, many refugees came to Yanling County. Originally, most of the disaster victims had gone to Changji County, but because of the strict hygiene ban Li Wangyu had implemented in Changji County, many of the disaster victims found it too troublesome. As a result, they all dragged their families and would rather travel several dozen li to Yanling County to find a bite to eat than stay in Changji County and be controlled by others. Thus, in the small Yanling County, there were tens of thousands of refugees, more than the people in the original county. As for the county magistrate of Yanling County, he did not follow Li Wangyu's example and placed the disaster victims outside the city. Instead, he opened the city gates and allowed the disaster victims to enter the county city and distribute food inside the city. Because there were too many refugees, the county magistrate of Yanling County canceled the curfew and allowed the refugees to set up camp on the streets of the county. Regarding this, the county magistrate of Yanling County was very proud and felt that he was implementing a benevolent government. As for the hygiene ban from the Changji provincial governor's manor, the county magistrate of Yanling County scoffed and only ordered the bailiffs to spread the ban. As for whether the people were willing to follow it, he was too lazy to ask. It was already the beginning of summer and the weather was getting hotter. There were tens of thousands of people in the small Yanling County. There were no public toilets in the city, so one could imagine the sanitary conditions. All kinds of filth could be seen on the streets. The garbage after the flood had not been cleared out and new garbage was added. Rats were running everywhere and mosquitoes were flying everywhere. It was a disgusting sight. Even in such an environment, the county magistrate of Yanling County was still very proud. He felt that taking in so many refugees without causing any trouble was a great achievement. When he arrived at the city, there were reports that there were people with fever, coughing, and even coughing up blood. It was the same for the refugees gathered on the streets of the city. Facing such a situation, the county magistrate of Yanling County panicked and the word epidemic jumped out in his mind. The county magistrate panicked and hurriedly sealed off the news. At the same time, he ordered the bailiffs to get on their horses and immediately report to Changji County. However, the county magistrate of Yanling County did not expect that a few hours after he sent the bailiff to Changji County to report the news, it was not the doctors sent by Changji County, but hundreds of government soldiers. These soldiers did not enter the city. Instead, some of them surrounded the 4 city gates of the county. When the Yanling County magistrate received the report from his subordinate, he hurriedly put on his official robe and went out to welcome them. However, before he walked in, he was shocked to find that all the soldiers were wearing a white mask that covered their mouths and noses. Only their eyes were exposed. Stop. Stay there and don't come over. Before the Yanling County magistrate could get close, he was stopped by the soldiers. At the same time, the soldiers raised their weapons and pointed them at the Yanling County magistrate and the officers behind him. What are you doing? I am the county magistrate of Yanling County. Why are you blocking the city gate? The Yanling County magistrate could not help but be enraged. He pointed at the soldiers and scolded them. A Guai field officer walked out from the soldiers. He also wore a white mask that covered his mouth and nose. I am the right Guai field officer of Zhejiang residence in Su province. I am under the orders of the founding Marquis of Hu County and the Zhe envoy of Hunan province to seal off the entire Yanling County. No one is allowed to enter Yanling County without permission. Violators will be killed without mercy. Guai field officer's words naturally caused an uproar among the officers and bailiffs of Yanling County. What? Why are they sealing off the county? What is the reason? Why are we not allowed to enter the county? Ming House, what is going on? Why are the soldiers sealing off the county for no reason? What is going on? At the city gate, the commoners who were watching the commotion started to clamor when they saw this scene. Many people crowded around and walked out of the city. As more and more people gathered, the soldiers who were in charge of sealing off the city gates started to hesitate. Field officer, what do we do now? Guai field officer gritted his teeth and ordered fiercely, if anyone disobeys the order and tries to force their way out of the city, kill them. Yes, sir. With Guai field officer's order, the soldiers raised their weapons again and pointed them at the officers and commoners of Yanling County. The soldiers might not know about the epidemic in Yanling County, but field officers Guai and Zhejiang knew about it. When Li Wangyu ordered the soldiers to seal off Yanling County, he summoned the three of them and told them about the epidemic in Yanling County. When they heard that he wanted them to go to the epidemic area, even Zhejiang felt nervous. Who wouldn't be afraid of the epidemic? If they accidentally contracted it, the epidemic wouldn't care if they were the emperor or commoner. Li Wangyu saw their hesitation and comforted them with a smile. You don't have to worry too much. You just need to guard the city gate and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. That will be a great achievement. I won't let you go like this. Do you see this thing on me? It's called a mask and is used to isolate the epidemic. Wear it and you won't have to worry about being infected. In response to Li Wangyu's words, Commandant Zhichong and Commandant Guai looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes revealed that they didn't believe that the small white thing in Li Wangyu's hand could isolate the disease. Seeing that the three of them didn't believe him, Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said, "Haven't you heard of my abilities?" Field Officer Zhichong and the others looked at each other again and nodded. Of course we've heard of your many abilities. Even though we're in Shuzhou, we've heard of your great abilities. To tell you the truth, this mask isn't an ordinary thing. It's a treasure I made with my immortal powers. Wear it and you'll be immune to all poisons. Li Wangyu's words were a complete lie, but in order to let the soldiers of Shuzhou's Zhichong Manor lock down Yanling County without worry, he could only use this plan. Field Officer Zhichong and Field Officer Guai Field Officer were somewhat skeptical of his words. Shuzhou wasn't too far from Chang'an, and they had naturally heard of what happened in Chang'an. They had also heard of the Marquis's abilities. In Chang'an, many people worshipped Li Wangyu as a living immortal. When these rumors spread to Shuzhou, they were naturally exaggerated. However, there was a difference between hearsay and reality. Moreover, the three of them couldn't help but be afraid of the epidemic. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Chapter 842. Li Wangyu ordered his men to light a bonfire. After the bonfire was lit, he ordered his men to throw a large amount of wet wood into the fire. After the wet wood was licked by the fire, it immediately emitted thick smoke. Li Wangyu threw the masks to Captain Zhichong and the two Gui captains, put on the masks and stand in the thick smoke to test the effect. He was purely fooling Captain Zhichong and the others by using the masks with activated charcoal made by their beautiful superior as gas masks. In the medical masks of the future, the filter layer in the middle was a melt spray cloth, which could effectively filter the virus in the air. However, this kind of high-tech product was not something that Li Wangyu and Su Changqing could make in the Tang dynasty. As for the masks with activated charcoal, strictly speaking, they were not suitable for medical protection. They were used to absorb organic gases, odors, and toxic dust. However, in the Tang dynasty, they were already the best protective products. The masks with activated charcoal could effectively absorb carbon monoxide and other harmful gases. Naturally, they could also be used as gas masks. Captain Zhicheng and the two Gui captains doubtfully put on the masks and listened to Li Wangyou's orders and walked into the thick smoke. It had to be said that the masks with activated charcoal were absolutely effective in filtering the smoke. The three of them wore masks and stood in the thick smoke. Although the smoke made it difficult for them to open their eyes, they did not find it difficult to breathe at all. This discovery made the three of them pleasantly surprised. They finally believed what Li Wangyou said before. They were all experienced soldiers, so they naturally knew that it was impossible for people to breathe in this kind of thick smoke. It seemed that the masks were indeed immortal treasures. It was because of this confidence that nearly 1,000 soldiers of Zhicheng's mansion in Shuzhou, under the leadership of Captain Zhicheng, all put on masks and rushed to Yanling County to carry out Li Wangyou's ban. Captain Zhicheng ordered his men to fetch lime and drew a white line on the ground outside Yanling County's gate with the lime. Listen carefully. Anyone who dares to cross this line without permission will be killed immediately. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The soldiers put their weapons on the ground and punched their chests with their right hand as they shouted in unison. This aura immediately forced the officials of Yanling County, as well as the noisy citizens in the city, to subconsciously take a few steps back. However, there were still some people who did not believe it. The deputy of Yanling County was an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard. He patted the dust on his official uniform and said with disdain, "I don't believe that you dare to kill the officials of the imperial court. Today, I will go to Changji and ask you to do this." "Who ordered you to do this?" "I don't believe." As he spoke, the deputy of Yanling County's mansion, he walked and stepped out. Just as he took 2 steps out of the white line drawn by the lime, he saw an arrow piercing through the air with a swoosh. It directly pierced into the county deputy's chest. The deputy of Yanling County's mansion was stunned. He looked up at Captain Zhicheng, who was still holding a bow, and pointed at him with a trembling hand. However, he could not say a word and fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Seeing that the people from the House of Subjugation actually dared to kill, and that the person they killed was an official of the royal court, no one doubted the words of the soldiers from the House of Subjugation anymore. The county magistrate of Yanling County's face was pale and his body was trembling. He stared at the deputy of Yanling County with a face full of fear. He would never have thought that something like this would happen. You all my ass. Listen carefully. The Marquis of Huxian has ordered that Yanling County immediately start removing the garbage and cleaning up the filth. All the rats, mosquitoes, and flies must be killed. I repeat the ban again. No one is allowed to drink unboiled water. No. Captain Zhicheng did not give any face to the county magistrate of Yanling County. He interrupted him and read out Li Wangyou's order. It was no wonder that he was so ruthless and killed the deputy of Yanling County. The deputy of Yanling County did not deserve to die. However, before they set off for Yanling County, Li Wangyou had repeatedly ordered that no one, including the officials of Yanling County, was allowed to enter or leave Yanling County. Marquis, if the Ming House of Yanling County tries to force their way out, kill them all. Li Wangyou gritted his teeth and replied with a ferocious expression. It was no wonder that Li Wangyou was so ruthless. If he did not do so, the epidemic could not be contained within Yanling County and spread everywhere. That would be an unimaginable loss. This was the arrow that defeated the commandant and killed the deputy county magistrate of Yanling County. It destroyed the last bit of wishful thinking of everyone in Yanling County. The county magistrate of Yanling County did not dare to say anything more about this matter. He could only lead the officials and bailiffs back and finally started to seriously carry out the hygiene ban that Li Wangyou had ordered. Fortunately, Su Changqing had transported a large number of masks. Within a few days, she had gathered all the female workers and worked day and night to make tens of thousands of masks. These masks were also sent into Yanling County by the soldiers. After they were taught how to wear them, they were forced to wear masks at all times without any mistakes. After 2 days of hard work, the county magistrate of Yanling County finally made up for it. He led the bailiffs and drove the officials of each square to force the people and victims of the disaster to clean up Yanling County from top to bottom. The filth that was cleaned up was transported out of the county under the supervision of the soldiers. They dug a hole and buried it. A large amount of lime was splashed inside to disinfect it. As for Yanling County, the air was also filled with the smell of lime water. Li Wangyu, Su Changqing, and the wastrels had already arrived outside Yanling County. However, they were not in a hurry to enter. Li Wangyu could not be blamed for being timid. With the current level of epidemic prevention, he could not be too careful. However, he still sent the medical workers recruited from Changji County to wear masks and enter the city to check on the condition of the patients' families. Lu Shenwei also volunteered. He put on a mask and entered Yanling County with the medical workers. Half a day later, Lu Shenwei returned from Yanling County. After soaking in lime water and being sprayed with alcohol from top to bottom, Lu Shenwei sat in front of Li Wangyu. "Zio, we're in big trouble. It's the big head plague." Lu Shenwei's fingers were still trembling. The hand holding the teacup was also trembling. Big head plague? Li Wangyu was confused. What kind of infectious disease was this? He had never heard of this disease in the future. That's right, it's the big head plague. I've seen those patients. Their necks are swollen, and they're coughing up blood. They're also known as the lump plague. Li Wangyu still did not understand. Thinking back, did this disease exist in the future? Immediately, a sentence popped up in his mind. There's a big plague in summer and autumn. Once a person grows a lump of fat, they die immediately. It's known as the lump plague. 14 to 15 people suffer from it. In spring, there are people who vomit blood and die within half a day. Sometimes, a family dies together. Li Wangyu's body could not help but tremble. Plague. Chapter 843. Since those infected with the plague would cause their lymph nodes to swell, they were the names of the plague in ancient China. According to historical records, when the epidemic broke out, people with swollen necks would die in 1 or 2 days. It was known as the big head epidemic. People with the disease would first develop nuclei under their armpits or between their thighs or die after vomiting blood. The reason why Li Wangyu panicked when he found out that the plague in Yanling County was the plague was because he knew how contagious the plague was. The plague recorded in China's history had brought about huge disasters. In the 14th and 16th year of Chongjin in the Ming dynasty, the plague broke out in the capital twice. Many scholars even believe that it was the plague that reduced the number of soldiers in the capital by 200,000, laying the groundwork for the fall of the Great Ming dynasty. Since TCM in China was more advanced than Western medicine at that time, many physicians came up with many crude and mature prescriptions to treat the plague and achieved a certain effect. Thus, the plague didn't cause a calamity in China. The plague spread in Europe was even more terrifying. The Black Death in the Middle Ages was actually the plague. Due to the lack of scientific protection and treatment, the Black Death killed 25 million people in Europe, which was roughly 1/3 of the European population at that time. Many villages, towns, and even countries in Europe were wiped out because of the plague. Su Changqing didn't understand what kind of infectious disease the big head disease Lu Shenwei mentioned was, but seeing Li Wangyu's face instantly turn pale from fright, he understood that this disease must be quite serious. "Wangyu, what kind of disease is this big head plague?" Li Wangyu squeezed out 2 words from the gaps of his teeth, "Plague." When Su Changqing heard that it was a plague, he was also scared out of his wits. He covered his mouth with his hand in disbelief, and his face was full of fear. She naturally knew how terrifying the plague was. Even in the future, the plague had a mortality rate of 5 to 10% with antibiotic treatment. "Wangyu, what do we do now?" "Don't panic. Fortunately, I've already sealed off Yanling County. As long as the plague doesn't spread, there's still hope." At this moment, Li Wangyu could only harden his heart. If the plague in Yanling County really couldn't be controlled, even if they had to sacrifice tens of thousands of people in the city, they couldn't let the virus spread in Shuzhou. Even though he wasn't a doctor, he had a general understanding of the spread of the plague through mosquito and flea bites, respiratory droplets, and the damaged skin of healthy people coming into contact with the pus and blood of the sick. Respiratory droplets could be effectively prevented by masks. The most important thing now was to exterminate the fleas, mosquitoes, and rats in Yanling County. Li Wangyu forced himself to calm down. He paced back and forth a few times, then ordered someone to summon the Shuzhou provincial governor and Commandant Chichong. Let me tell you a piece of bad news. Keep it a secret for now. Don't spread it around, lest it cause panic. Li Wangyu's expression was unusually serious. The Shuzhou provincial governor and Captain Chichong looked at each other. They both had a bad premonition. Lu Fengyu went to the city to check just now. The plague in Yanling County is the Big Head Plague. Li Wangyu's words caused the Shuzhou provincial governor's legs to go soft for no reason, and he directly sat down on the ground. Remember, don't spread this around first. Li Wangyu turned to look at Commandant Chichong. Pass down my order. Strictly guard Yanling County. Don't even let a fly out. If the plague leaks out, I'll first chop off your head and offer it to the heavens. Yes, sir. I dare not die for you. Li Wangyu turned to the Shuzhou provincial governor. Immediately transfer all the lime to Yanling County. Order the city to splash lime water 3 times a day to kill the plague. Also, order the Ming House in Yanling County to gather all the patients with fever and cough in one place. Other than the medical workers, no one else is allowed to enter. In the current Tang dynasty, there was no special medicine for the plague. The only important medicine was penicillin. But Li Wangyu didn't know how much penicillin there was. When his beautiful superior left for Shuzhou, the plague hadn't broken out in Shuzhou. Sun Simiao, Zhang Baozong, and the others were naturally still in Chang'an. Therefore, strict disinfection and isolation measures were the most important thing. Yes, sir. This official will go and arrange it. The Shuzhou provincial governor struggled to get up from the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied in a trembling voice. Oh right, there's one more important thing. If there are patients who die from the plague in the city, no religious ceremonies or funerals are allowed. Immediately order people to scatter lime on the bodies and transport them out of the city for cremation and burial. This. Marquis, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. The Shuzhou provincial governor sweated even more. Cremation had never been popular in Wuxia since ancient times. Other than those eminent monks who were willing to give up their bodies, how could ordinary people have the custom of cremation? According to Wuxia's traditions, it was simply unacceptable to burn someone to death. Even for those heinous criminals, after being beheaded or cut in half at the waist, the government would allow the family members to put the bodies back together and do their best to ensure that the bodies were intact. And if the criminals were allowed to have a complete corpse, the condemned prisoners would be deeply grateful. In this kind of situation, Li Wangyu wanted to cremate all the people who died of illness and bury them. The Shuzhou provincial governor couldn't imagine what kind of trouble would arise when the time came. Li Wangyu didn't care about the customs. At this time, how could he care about these things? If the people who died of the plague were not cremated as soon as possible, they would be a huge source of infection. Who knew how many people would die? All right, this matter must be done. Don't say anything else. This marquis still has the same words. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Yes, sir. The Shuzhou provincial governor now had the heart to die. These matters were each more difficult than the last. In addition, summon all the medical workers and doctors in Shuzhou, as well as the medicine from the various pharmacies to Yanling County. Have them wear masks and go to the city to treat the patients. Li Wangyu continued to instruct. The Shuzhou provincial governor was somewhat hesitant. I'm afraid that those medical workers won't be willing to go to Yanling County. Lord Marquis, this is the Big Head Plague. The Shuzhou provincial governor's words were naturally not nonsense. In the face of the plague, the doctors of this era were no different from ordinary people. In the face of the plague, they were all naked. In fact, because they came into contact with more patients, their chances of contracting the plague were even higher. These ordinary medical workers and doctors also didn't have any good treatment methods for the plague. Therefore, when many medical workers heard of the plague, the first thing they thought of was how to escape. Naturally, this couldn't be blamed on them. However, Li Wangyu didn't care so much at this time. This marquis will give you 100 imperial guards. Even if you have to capture them, you must capture them and bring them to Yanling County. Li Wangyu stared into the Shuzhou provincial governor's eyes and roared in a low voice. Yes, sir. This official obeys. Under the pressure of Li Wangyu's aura, the Shuzhou provincial governor didn't dare to say anything more. Chapter 844. There were tens of thousands of people in the city, and they needed someone to take care of them. Moreover, with the masks, Li Wangyu believed that these medical workers would not be infected so easily. Although it was immoral to force others into the epidemic area, and one could even imagine that he would be cursed because of this matter, Li Wangyu could not care so much. Facing the plague, Li Wangyu and the other rich kids did not dare to rashly enter Yanling County. Instead, they set up camp outside the city. Only now did the county magistrate of Yanling County feel fear, but it was already too late. This made him regret it. Why did he ignore the orders from the provincial governor and Marquis of Hushin? After receiving the orders from the provincial governor's manor, he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly led all the bailiffs and started to organize the people in the city to vacate their houses. They cleared out an area near the city wall to house the sick. The masks that Su Changqing had brought over were also distributed by Li Wangyu. He ordered all the citizens of Yanling County to have one each and to wear it 24 hours a day. Apart from eating, they were not allowed to take it off even when sleeping. Furthermore, Li Wangyu strictly forbade the people from going out as they pleased and gave the order for a curfew. However, in Yanling County, the news of the plague outbreak had already spread. Naturally, this matter could not be hidden from the people in the city. After learning that the plague had broken out in the city, many of the people in the city and the refugees from Shuzhou all wanted to escape from the county. However, when they dragged their families to the county gates, they were horrified to find that the 4 city gates were surrounded by the soldiers, preventing anyone from leaving the city. This naturally caused the commoners to become even more terrified. Their cries shook the heavens. Many people knelt and begged the soldiers who sealed the city gates, begging them to let them live. However, no matter how they begged, no one dared to let them go. There were also some fearless people who fanned the crowd. If the people all rushed out of the city, the soldiers would not dare to use their weapons. All of a sudden, the 4 city gates of Yanling County were in chaos. It looked like a bloody conflict was about to break out. After Li Wangyu received the report, he hurriedly led Niu Wu and the others to the city gate. Seeing that another large group of people had arrived, the citizens who were clamoring to rush out of the city quietened down a little. They no longer pushed and shoved their way out of the city. Instead, they raised their eyes to look at Li Wangyu and the others. When Li Wangyu was about 10 paces away from the crowd, he pulled on the reins of his horse. Gathering his qi in his dantian, he loudly shouted at the common people, "This marquis is the founding county marquis of Hu County, Hunan's Taoist envoy. Why are you not obeying the order and making a ruckus here?" There was a commotion among the crowd at the city gate when they heard this. An elderly man walked out and bowed to Li Wangyu from afar. Replying to the marquis, "Old me and the others only wish to leave the city to seek refuge. Please be merciful and let us go. Now that the plague has begun to appear in the city, if we continue to stay in the city, only death will await us." Li Wangyu shook his head. "No. Since you know that there is a plague in the city, all the more reason you cannot leave. If you also carry the plague, won't it spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100? At that time, Shuzhou and even Hunan will be filled with the plague and will be out of control. You should quickly return to the city. This marquis has already arranged for medical workers to come and ensure your safety." How could the common people listen to his words? In the eyes of the common people, the plague was spread by plague ghosts. Since the plague had appeared in Yanling County, it naturally meant that there were plague ghosts in Yanling County. If they stayed in the city, only death would await them. Moreover, There was no market in the Tang dynasty for this kind of common sense that people in the future would spread from one person to another. No one would believe that the plague could spread from one person to another. The common people at the city gate once again fell to their knees, kowtowing to Li Wangyu and complaining tearfully. Li Wangyu also had a headache, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of mercy. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. At the end of the day, the plague in Yanling County was caused by the common people in the city finding the hygiene ban troublesome and unwilling to strictly enforce it. If he became soft-hearted because of the pitiful common people, he would only harm more common people. Not to mention the distant ones, if Jianghu County was infected by the plague, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Yanling County only had a few thousand common people and tens of thousands of disaster victims, while Jianghu County's population was 10 times that of Yanling County. Li Wangyu still understood the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. Therefore, no matter how the common people begged, Li Wangyu would never relent. Seeing that begging was useless, some people in the crowd began to make a ruckus. Everyone, don't listen to this dog official. He wants to kill all of us. Everyone, let's charge out. I don't believe that they can shoot all of us to death. Yes, we're going to die either way. Why don't we fight it out with them? It's better than staying in the city and waiting for death like a ghost. Following the ruckus from the crowd, the common people who were kneeling on the ground all stood up. They looked like they were ready to charge out of the city and fight the prefecture soldiers outside. Li Wangyu's back was covered in a layer of white sweat. If he didn't control it well today, who knew how many people would die? A bodhisattva's heart needed thunderous methods. He suddenly turned his head to look at Niu Wu beside him. Niu Wu, did you see the people who were talking in the crowd earlier? Niu Wu nodded. Those bastards, I've been watching them. Lang Jun, do you want to capture them? Li Wangyu shook his head, gritted his teeth, and said, no need. Do you have the confidence to kill them directly? Li Wangyu had seen Niu Wu's archery skills before. He could shoot from 50 to 60 steps away. Now that they were only a dozen steps away from the crowd, with Niu Wu's skills, he wouldn't miss even with his eyes closed. Niu Wu didn't hesitate either. He immediately took out a strong bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and shot it out. A green-skinned man who was still rousing the common people in the crowd suddenly felt a pain in his chest as if his body was hit by a heavy hammer. He looked down in shock and saw that an arrow had pierced through his chest. The arrow tip came out from his chest, bringing with it a pool of blood. That green-skinned man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. This sudden turn of events caused a commotion in the crowd. Before the common people could react, a second arrow pierced through the air and killed another person who was rousing the common people. Niu Wu's 2 arrows caused the previously noisy commoners to scream and retreat. Only now did they know that the young marquis wasn't joking with them. Under the threat of death, it didn't take long for the originally crowded city gate to be emptied of people. Other than the 2 corpses lying in the pool of blood, there were only the miscellaneous items that the common people had thrown out in the panic. It was a complete mess. Li Wangyu silently sighed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of pity on his face. He kept a straight face and hid his feelings. He ordered people to drag the 2 corpses out and burn them. Li Wangyu's thunderous methods finally made the common people of Yanling County stop trying to escape. They all retreated into their homes and closed their doors. 2 days later, the provincial governor of Su province finally completed his mission. Over 100 imperial guards escorted over 100 medical workers gathered from all over Su province to the outskirts of Yanling County. Chapter 845. Hundreds of medical workers and doctors were recruited by the Su province provincial governor from all over Su province. Originally, these physicians did not know what was going on, but when they were pulled out of Yanling City, they happened to encounter the carriages transporting corpses out of the city. In just 2 days, Yanling County had already begun to have cases of patients dying. Low fever, headache, fever, coughing up blood, until finally death. Everything happened so quickly. Fortunately, under Li Wangyu's strong pressure, all the patients in the city who showed symptoms of the disease were all gathered in the square near the city wall. When the first batch of deaths from the plague appeared, it did not attract the attention of the other citizens in the city. Li Wangyu, who received the news, was also terrified. He did not expect the plague to be so lethal and death to come so quickly. Therefore, he immediately ordered people to sprinkle lime on the corpses and transport them out of the city for cremation. The reason why it was called the Black Death in Europe was because the victims of this terrifying disease would have large amounts of black spots on their bodies, as if the bodies had turned black. When the medical workers and physicians saw the corpses being transported out of the city for cremation, they immediately reacted. Panic immediately spread among the hundreds of medical workers. The Blackhead Plague. It's the Blackhead Plague. Heavens! That's the Blackhead Plague. Did the provincial governor order us to come to Yanling County to treat the Blackhead Plague? How can this disease be treated? I'm not going, I want to go home. Yes, once infected with the Blackhead Plague, death is certain. This is the work of a plague ghost, what's the use of having us come? Is this forcing us to die? When the Blackhead Plague appears, they should find Taoist priests and monks to drive it away. What's the use of having us come here? The medical workers and physicians, who had been at a loss, immediately became terrified after learning that the plague had broken out in Yanling County. Many of them turned around and wanted to escape. If not for the deterrence of the hundreds of armed imperial guards on warhorses, these hundreds of medical workers would have immediately scattered and fled like birds and beasts. Even so, the medical team of hundreds of people was in chaos. Cries and begging for mercy could be heard everywhere. Li Wangyu and the others who had received the news also rushed over at this time. Seeing this situation, they couldn't help but frown. Shut up. If he dares to make any more noise, I'll chop him up. Seeing the medical workers making a ruckus, the Imperial Army captain in charge of escorting them couldn't help but feel annoyed. He pulled out a shiny saber from his waist and waved it around to threaten the medical workers. When all of the Imperial guards had unsheathed their weapons, the noisy medical workers finally quieted down. Li Wangyu also had a headache dealing with these medical workers and doctors. The doctors and nurses of the later generations were known as the most beautiful ones. Regardless of whether it was an epidemic or a disaster, they would rush to the front line to save people without hesitation. How could they be as unbearable as the doctors of the Tang dynasty? Of course, the medical workers couldn't be blamed. After all, the status of medical workers and doctors today was too low. Medicine was one of the middle 9 paths, a level lower than scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. It was known as the lowly profession and had no social status to speak of. As such, hoping that these medical workers would be like the doctors and nurses of the later generations, saving lives and healing the injured as their responsibility, was a dream. Li Wangyu also didn't expect these medical workers to have such high awareness. I am the Marquis of the founding county of Hu County, the Hunan Taoist envoy. Under the orders of the Emperor, I am here to deal with the epidemic in Yanling County. I have summoned you here in hopes that you can save lives and save lives. Save tens of thousands of people in Yanling County. Why, are you not willing? Li Wangyu's words made the hundreds of medical workers all kneel down and kowtow. Esteemed one, we are just normal medical workers. How would we know how to treat the big head epidemic? It's not that we aren't willing, but that we are powerless. Marquis, please let us live. Asking us to save people in Yanling County is no different from seeking death. Esteemed one, please spare us. Li Wangyu had no choice but to patiently guide the medical workers on how to perform. Everyone, please be at ease. I will not force you to throw your lives away. What good would that do for me? Marquis, but we really don't know how to treat the big head epidemic. Please understand. Li Wangyu comforted them, don't worry, as long as you listen to my arrangements, it will be fine. Once the epidemic is over, I will reward you handsomely. Everyone will be rewarded with 100 strings of copper coins. 100 strings of copper coins wasn't a small sum to these medical workers. Under normal circumstances, they could only earn 7 or 8 strings of copper coins a year. 100 strings of copper coins was equivalent to more than 10 years of their income. But the fear of the big head plague suppressed the medical workers' greed for money. Although birds died for food and men died for wealth, when faced with the threat of death, these medical workers were somewhat clear-headed and weren't tempted by Li Wangyou's carrot. Moreover, in the eyes of these medical workers, they probably wouldn't be able to get the 100 strings of copper coins because no one could survive until the epidemic was over. Esteemed one, please have mercy. We don't want any copper coins. Esteemed one, please let us go back. Marquis is merciful and compassionate. Please let us pitiful people go. Esteemed one, please let us go. We still have parents at home that need to be served. Esteemed one, please take pity on us. No matter how Li Wangyu tried to persuade them, the hundreds of medical workers refused to nod their heads. This made Li Wangyu, Qing Chumo, and the others somewhat impatient. Li Wangyu gritted his teeth and prepared to use force to have the imperial army drive these medical workers into the city. Since the carrot didn't work, he could only use the stick. Su Changqing reached out to stop Li Wangyu. Wangyu, let me try. If these medical workers are unwilling, even if they go to Yanling County, they may not be able to treat the disease. Changqing, what method do you have? Li Wangyu didn't understand. Su Changqing reached out to fiddle with her hair that had been blown by the wind, faintly saying, "Don't worry about it. Believe me, I can persuade them." Hearing Su Changqing's words, Li Wangyu could only let her try. Su Changqing urged her horse to Niu Wu's side and whispered a few words to him. Niu Wu's face greatly changed and he shook his head. Su Changqing tried to persuade him again, but Niu Wu still shook his head. Su Changqing didn't say anything else and just stared at Niu Wu. Finally, Niu Wu secretly glanced at Li Wangyu. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with a guilty conscience and silently nodded his head in agreement. This exchange between the two fell into Li Wangyou's eyes and made him feel very strange. He didn't understand what Su Changqing wanted to do and why Niu Wu had such an expression. He was about to ask when he suddenly heard the rumbling of horse hooves on the official road. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the sound and saw smoke and dust billowing on the official road. It was clear that a large group of cavalry was galloping towards Yanling County. Chapter 846. The sudden arrival of this cavalry unit made Li Wangyu and the others slightly nervous. Luckily, they soon saw the flag of the cavalry, a huge, Qing character. Qing Chumo looked at his two brothers in confusion. Why is father here? Qing Chuliang and Qing Chubi were also confused. They did not understand why Qing Yaojin, who had returned to Cheng, and with the saint, would suddenly lead a large group of imperial guards back to Shuzhou. On the other hand, Li Wangyu could vaguely guess the reason. After Pai Lupi's dragon boat went north, it did not directly return to Chang'an. Instead, it returned to Jianghu and temporarily stayed there. When Li Wangyu learned that the outbreak in Yanling County was actually the most terrifying plague, he immediately ordered people to send a secret report to Pai Lupi. In these few days, Li Wangyu would order people to send the report to Jianghu about the situation in Yanling County every day. Pai Lupi was obviously worried that the epidemic in Shuzhou would go out of control, which was why he sent Qing Yaojin over. As for the large group of imperial guards, needless to say, they were here to seal off the entire Shuzhou to prevent the epidemic from spreading. In the secret report that Li Wangyu presented to Pai Lupi, he had already explained in detail how the epidemic spread, which made Pai Lupi somewhat believe that the epidemic was not caused by the plague ghost. As for Li Wangyou's suggestion of quarantine, Pai Lupi also expressed his approval, which was why Qing Yaojin led the troops over. Qing Yaojin led thousands of imperial guards to the front of the crowd and shouted with a hoarse voice, "Nephew, I'm here to help you. Sorry to trouble Uncle Qing." Li Wangyu was naturally happy to see Qing Yaojin lead the troops to Yanling County. He only had 1,000 prefecture soldiers and 500 imperial guards. To completely seal off Yanling County, which was tens of thousands of people, it was still a little difficult. If the epidemic broke out in the city, the people would not care about anything and rush out of the city. With so few people, they might not be able to stop them. Now that Qing Yaojin had led thousands of imperial army soldiers over, they could at least guarantee that the virus wouldn't spread out if the epidemic in Yanling County couldn't be controlled. In Li Wangyou's heart, he had already prepared for the worst, which was to sacrifice the tens of thousands of people in Yanling County to save the entire Shuzhou and even Hunan province. It wasn't that he had a heart of stone, but that he had no other choice. After all, he was not an immortal. If he really could not save the people in the city, he could only do this even if he had to bear the infamy. Of course, this was Li Wangyou's bottom line. He didn't mention this to anyone. After all, even Pai Lupi, the greatest emperor of all time, could make up his mind to abandon tens of thousands of people. Qing Yaojin looked at the doctors and workers kneeling on the ground, then looked at Li Wangyou. "Nephew, what are you doing? These people seem to be medical workers?" "Yes, these are the medical workers and doctors that I ordered people to recruit from all over the Su province. I am preparing to arrange for them to enter Yanling County to treat those patients. However, these people are unwilling to enter the city no matter what. I am trying to persuade them." "Bastard, what time is it now? Why are you still being so wishy-washy? If it was up to me, I would just chop off anyone's head that doesn't listen." Qing Yaojin was indeed a devil incarnate. When his words fell into the ears of those doctors, it made them cry even louder. "Even if the noble orders the military to kill us, we have nothing to say. However, we can really go to Yanling County. Why are you so pitiful? Please spare us. We have not done anything that offends the heavens and reason. Why is the Marquis forcing us? Rather than going to Yanling County, becoming neither human nor ghost, and finally being burned to ashes, it is better to die now." The words of the medical workers gave Li Wangyou a headache. This had become "the people are not afraid of death, so why use death to scare them?" These medical workers were not even afraid of death, so how could they be forced? Moreover, as the beautiful superior had said, if these medical workers were not willing to enter the city to treat the patients, even if they were forced to enter Yanling County with swords and knives, it would not be of much use. Instead, it would spread panic in the city. Therefore, he had promised them great rewards, thinking that there would be brave men under such rewards. However, this big head plague was too terrifying in the eyes of these medical workers. Even the carrot that Li Wangyou had thrown out had no effect. No matter how Li Wangyou persuaded them, they were unwilling to enter Yanling County. Many medical workers would rather be killed by the imperial army than go to the epidemic area. After all, in their opinion, if they were killed by the imperial army, at least their corpses would be left intact. If they were unfortunate enough to contract the disease in Yanling County, not only would their bodies turn black after death, they would also be dragged out and burned to ashes by the Marquis. As a result, there were even fewer medical workers willing to enter the city. Qing Yaojin looked at these crying medical workers and felt a headache. These medical workers were not even afraid of death, so how could they be forced? Even Qing Yaojin knew that there was no use in dispersing the disease. They still had to rely on these medical workers to treat the disease. When everyone was in a dilemma, they saw their beautiful superior dismount and walk in front of the medical workers. "Everyone, can you listen to me?" The medical workers looked up at the beautiful young woman in front of them. In front of a real woman, they did not have the nerve to continue crying. A white-haired old man walked out of the medical workers and cupped his hands toward Su Changqing. "This lady, what can I do for you?" Su Changqing pointed at Li Wangyou, turned around, and said in a loud voice, "I am the wife of the Marquis of Huxian, and I have a few words to tell everyone." The medical workers did not feel that there was anything wrong with her words, but Qing Yaojin was stunned. Qing Chimo and the other rich playboys winked at Li Wangyou, meaning to ask Li Wangyou when he married Lady Su and why they did not know. The beautiful superior claimed to be his wife. Li Wangyou naturally did not have any objections, but he was also a little surprised. He did not understand why the beautiful superior would say this in front of everyone. Su Changqing continued, "Everyone here is a medical worker, so you should know that the big head epidemic is not a plague, but a disease. Since it is a disease, it can be cured. How can you doctors bear to watch the tens of thousands of people in Yanling County die of illness because of a lack of medicine? Won't you doctors have a conscience?" Her words naturally made the group of medical workers somewhat ashamed, but there were still people who argued, Marquise, it's not that we don't have empathy, but we don't know how to treat that big-headed plague. Even if we go, it won't help. That's right, it is not that we do not want to save the patients, but that we are also helpless. Su Changqing smiled sweetly. I naturally have a treatment method to pass on to you doctors, how about it? Are you doctors willing to go into the city to save people? This. Su Changqing's words made the medical workers speechless. They did not know how to answer. Marquis, don't make fun of us. How can there be a cure for the big head epidemic? We have read all the medical books and classics, but there is no record of it. Su Changqing saw that everyone did not believe her, so she pointed at Lu Shenwei. I naturally would not joke about this matter. If you do not believe me, you can ask Lu Fengyu. Lu Fengyu is the Fengyu of the Medicine Bureau. How is his medical skill compared to yours?